in constituencies zenye kumekuwa na election malpractices, they do not have an MP in place. So they are actually suffering as citizens.
They have not held elections in 2 years. James, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. Yes. So
it's quite unfortunate. But yes.
So just to wind up, James, give us your final thoughts as we proceed to the next speaker, because the list is long. The guys are killing me. Let's kindly wind up.
I understand, Cyprian. So I'm saying, as the top influencers, wewe Cyprian, akina Kimuzi, akina Anifa, Cairo, we can all come together to one hashtag and push for a reconstitution of the IBC. As we push for to hold to account the CSS who've been fired, we should push for one hashtag that pushes for the reconstitution of the IBC. That way we can recall MPs. That way we can even recall the president and impeach him, because at a power vacuum, because the president is supposed to confirm the appointed commissioners. I mean, Parliament is supposed to confirm the appointed commissioners, and the president is supposed to assent to the commissioners. So if we occupied State House to do a president without an IBC, we would go to a situation of anarchy. So that is my honest opinion.
Thank you. So you've raised some very interesting questions. I'm sure that's why when we began, I tried to invite some legal experts. I don't know if you're a legal expert and you're in this space. As you can see today, we, the citizens, need lots of answers from you guys, because we are trying to deliberate on the best, not just the way forward, but the best way forward, which for one, I mean, guys, we have to agree. We do not want any more of these killings. I mean, we've lost our loved ones. We've seen so much brutality. We do not want any of these things happening. But the movement must go on. So what's the best way to keep the movement alive? So as I introduce the next speaker, I will urge, if you're a legal expert, DM me, send me a DM, text me on the side. I would really want you guys on the panel so that we can get to answer questions like the ones James just asked us. So, yes. So the next speaker, again, please, let's try and... I know we all have a lot on our chest to get off, but we try and just work on that time limit. So the next speaker...
Cyprian, can I interrupt you? So before you pass on the speakership to another person, niko tu na message kidogo to Kimuzi. I see Kimuzi here and Bravin. Kimuzi and Bravin and any other big influencer hapa, mkituona kwa spaces zenu, give us a chance to speak our mind. Mnapeaga your friends hapo around. It is quite unfair. It's just that, on a light note.
Okay, thank you very much, James. This is a citizens' assembly. Here, anyone is allowed to talk. Anyone is allowed to speak. We will, however, not get into very personal discussions. We do not want to belittle this movement into discussions about social media influencers and whatnot. You know, as we go forward, the people who are for the movement, they will stay for the movement. Those who are not for the movement, well, good for them. But we must stay focused. We will just move forward with the guys who want to move forward with us. So, again, thank you very much, James. So, kindly, next speaker, I'm going to give it to MJ254. You can take over. Kindly try and be as brief as you can, my brother.
Okay, thank you, Cyprian. Asante sana.
Okay.
Thank you, Faith, for also hosting this platform. I'm going to be very, 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 very brief. Mine is very simple. How do we get the bank accounts of these CSs frozen immediately? I know we've talked about them leaving office and we've talked about recovery, but nobody's talking about what we're supposed to be doing right now. Murkomen, wherever he is right now, he's moving money. He's moving millions right now. That one I can guarantee you. I've had fights with Murkomen since 2016. He blocked me in 2018. Huyu msee, I can bet my life on it. Zile pesa amemove leo hata hamwezi ongelelea. We need to find out. That's why Cyprian, thank you for saying that, because I see a few lawyers here. Can we file something in the court? I mean, today is already too late. By Monday, I don't know if the judges want, some kind of evidence or something. I don't know if you can have an urgent something filed in court. I'm not a lawyer. Something filed in court immediately, like on Monday, and their bank accounts are frozen on Tuesday on grounds of suspicion of stealing taxpayer money. So that's what I really want to know, because these guys, unajua uwezi jua kile Murkomen aliongea na Ruto. Labda Ruto alimwambia wacha nikutoe kidogo, alafu wacha mambo itulie, but you still get to keep your bank accounts, you still get to keep the money that you stole. So the only thing that's going to hurt these guys is freezing their bank accounts. So my only question is this: kuna mtu anajua what we can do that immediately, like by Monday? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for your remarks. So I'm informed that we have Manwa on the call. The council member is on this space and wants to share a few words with us. So kindly, sir, you're gonna request the mic. I'll try and find you in the long list of requests. But in the meantime, kindly allow me to let the next speaker take over for now.
Cyprian, hold on.
So, Mr.
Just a second. Can you ask if somebody has the answer to that, please? What I asked.
Okay, I'm trying to get a legal expert in the call.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes. Same as the other question by James will also as well be answered as soon as we've got a legal expert in the call, whom we are trying to get into the call right now. So, Elkanah, kindly proceed as I find this good sir over here. Mr. Elkanah. He's dropped from the call. So, Mary, you can proceed. Mary Maina, kindly proceed.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you so much for the platform. I've been listening in and great ideas from everybody. So I want to begin by also sharing my condolences to the fallen comrades. I'm tuning in from Kigali. I'm based in Rwanda. So I think mine is a bit more in two folds, and I'll be very brief. So you asked about our thoughts about the movement in general. From my own perspective, I would say it is a transformative movement. It's just not. It's not just about Kenya anymore. It's more like it's just an opening of a transformative era where we are seeing many youth, not only within Kenya, but across Africa, because the situation we are facing in Kenya, it's not just unique to Kenya. Poor governance, corruption and all that is very consistent in the continent. And it's something that, Kenya has shown some sort of a way and also awakened young people all over Africa. So I would say it is a very transformative movement. And with regards to what's happening, the changes we are seeing, yes, it's important that we go celebrating the small wins we get along the way, because they're usually a fuel to our motivation, but not to lose focus. Not to lose focus at all in terms of what the main goal is. So on my end, I think one thing I wanted to mention is that it's I've been joining these multiple spaces discussing throughout this movement for the past 3 weeks. I was even in Kenya last week. Last week, I was fortunate to experience the Sunday concert. But I think kila mtu it is evident that everybody wants accountability. Lakini the conversation has kept on going to we want accountability. We want accountability from our leaders. Lakini there's also an element of where we are not doing a lot in terms of brainstorming. What are those, like the ideas in terms of how. And I think when it comes to, it is important to recognize that when it comes to matters of shida ya lack of accountability and corruption, it's beyond just that our leaders na nini. It is so deep rooted. I know I don't live in Kenya as of now, but we all can agree that corruption, it's see leaders way to peke yao. Like, it's so deep in a way that even at the grassroots level, everywhere you go. I mean, I never understood why I had to get flight when I'm trying to renew my passport, only to get my flight to go follow up. I queue at Afya Center and spend days. And yet I know that, Kenya is that place where it's a powerhouse, it's a tech powerhouse. And I'm like, come on, a tech powerhouse. Is this the only thing that they've failed to fix? But we all know that Ikitu, it has gone too deep in a way. It has become sort of a culture. Like, I think it's important, when we are talking about accountability, yes, on the macro level, the movement is doing very well in terms of let's push for the system, let's push for that. But also it's good to reflect on our contribution to this whole culture about corruption and lack of accountability. I mean, how often do you drive kwa road and you break a rule, then police anakusimamisha, then unamwambia hata utampecha even before they ask for it. It means that we also need to start acknowledging the smallest things. And for the people who've read kitabu Atomic Something, we understand the contribution of the smallest things that we, like small things. Hapa kwa hii space, we are like 3,000 people. Just imagine if each of us took a responsibility of saying, okay, Leo, when I'm driving back home, ama Leo, when I'm going to take to apply for my ID, mtu yote akinitisha, hey, I'll call it out. So we'll have like 3,000 pushbacks from this entire culture. I think we need to also take matters into our own hands. As much as the movement is doing a good job to shake the system and all that, we need also at individual level, as much as we are requiring accountability from the leaders, and yes, they should be accountable. When you're not everyone is an adult there, and people should take responsibility for their actions. That should include us. Sisi wote wa Kenya. I will ask myself, Mary, what do I do in my day-to-day life to condemn culture? Because it's a rotten and deep-rooted issue, which our young siblings, when they grow up seeing me when I'm going maybe to kutafuta kitambulisho, you have to achia mtu chai for them to push your service, and yet that's their job. They're supposed to give you that. So I don't know if it's just getting too personal with this, because I've grown up in a country where corruption is close to non-existent. In Rwanda, yeah. And when it comes to accountability, is top notch. Like, even when I'm processing my visa, I do it just from my house, and I will get a message. They will tell me, Mary, wait for you get another message in 3 to 5 days. Then you get a message to go unapeleka passport yako inini. Like, things, there is little human contact to some of these services, and services work. Governance in Africa, good governance is possible in Africa. I've seen it, and maybe that's why I'm a little bit confused. Why would my motherland, that has a lot of great minds, a lot of resources, compared to a country that I live in, is unable to kind of find that? But when I was reflecting more, it goes deeper into actually to the individual level. It's important that we start building your culture, ya kusema, ya kunini, ya keep each other accountable at individual level, then to support the movement, because otherwise we will not be protesting forever, for say. But e-movement, when we couple it with the change in mindset, change in culture, right now, come on, in Rwanda, it's a no-brainer. It has become like, corruption is some sort of a taboo at an even individual level. So I think for me, it was more to remind us, as well as we are pushing for our leaders to be accountable, which they should. Even us, we need to reflect back. Is what we are asking for a leader to account for, are we doing the same? Because the more we also get this to ourselves and educate our young siblings, people around you. Like when we say civic education, we're not talking about a curriculum at a university funguliwe. Civic education can start with what was happening, even the way, I liked the way we started translating the problem with the financial bill in vernacular. That is what we need to do. Let's educate each other kama hivyo. And we've seen digital can work. So kama unaona mtu, like if somebody is a public servant is asking for corruption, try as much as you can, munini, whistleblow, wacha tutumie social media. There was a guy in a different platform who was suggesting like some sort of, I'm not an IT expert, some sort of a blockchain kind of system where people can be feeding into, and some of these issues can be reported and you are on record. So these are some of the solutions we need to start thinking about in terms of how can we actually, uproot, because if we keep pruning, mizizi bado ni ile tu ya beans. You don't expect maize to keep prune beans. So we need to uproot it and plant maize for us to expect maize. So for me, that's it. And I wish you all the best. And viva kabisa, tuendelee, hakuna kuchoka. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being part of this important discussion, Mary. Thank you so much. So, guys, I have tried. You guys have so many legal questions, so I've tried to gather to bring in some speakers who might be able to directly answer some of your questions. So, I just want to announce that we have within this space, Council Member of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Hosea Manwa, is on the call, on standby to answer some of those questions and definitely share some of his views as well. But before we get to Senior, kindly you'll allow me, the first speaker, actually, the first person to request to speak, we've not given them a chance. He was so I'm going to give Gabu a chance to speak because he requested the mic really early on. Try and keep it within the time frame, Gabu, but you can now take the mic, please, so that council can proceed. Gabu,
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Gabu, can you
so now,
you're on call, please?
I have listened. I was listening from morning about the event that you had in the morning. I've been listening to spaces. I've been listening to the Kenyans calling out this government. And I've been listening to everything, and I've been participating actively. Now, one thing I keep on asking myself is that is firing the CSs and resignation enough?
Yes, we have in connection.
And I hear some people I think it's rumors, or if it's confirmed, I don't know. People saying that the CSs that were fired yesterday were paid.
We can hear the both of you.
Were paid more than 50 million, and I don't know, given some cars as their collateral damage or something.
You can proceed since you're already on the call.
Can we have a clear information about that? And is it constitutional to do that? And if it is not, what measures can we have to recover such amount of money? I think we need to call every institution that is playing with Kenyans' money, that is playing with Kenyans' properties. We need to call them to act. We need to call them to action. Even department yenye inasimamia hizo masalary and all that, they need to confirm to us that this is true information, or kama ni false watuambie, because we cannot just be playing with Kenyans money like that. And then number two, the killings zimekuwa mingi sana, the protesters, and yet there is not even a single responsibility that has been taken. Wana to take through the other time tulikuwa tunaitisha an apology from the president. Can you imagine that? We were forcing him to apologize, and it was a knee-jerk apology. It was not even a sincere apology. So the apology alone is not enough. We need to see accountability. And how are we going to do that? This is the question that I want to ask the Law Society of Kenya and all the legal fraternity that are here. That how can we make sure that every person that was killed, every rogue police that was involved in this unfortunate event is brought to book? And how can we account for even their leaders, the commanders that were in place in that day? every commander whose unit members committed these atrocities should also be brought to book, and not just resigning or leaving work or something. We need them to be legally charged. We need some people we need to make an example of such like people so that we can clean this system. We need to clean it from the top to down. Leo nimeona hata watu wa Vihiga County wameenda kuitisha accountability from their governor. Yesterday niliona watu wa I don't know which county was that in Rift Valley. You see, that's what we mean by leaderless. We are not taking instruction from some central base or someone who can be bought. And we also need to call all these politicians, whether in opposition or in government. We have seen the opposition government currently trying to hijack and take advantage of the movement. They had already started joining the government, wakijaribu kuosha na kujaribu kufanya venye wanafanyanga na kwenda huko kuteka advantage, walipwe zao, washare nini zenye ziko huko, ministries zenye ziko huko and all that. We are not going to allow them to do that this time round. So let us continue pushing hard. Let us continue calling out each and every atrocity. And once more, ebu tutokee wote on Tuesday, because this Tuesday ni nini ya call for action. We need to call for action on Tuesday. So na tukitokea wote the way tulitokea the other time, I think that is what will help us. Yeah, that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Cyprian, are you still there?
Yes, guys. So I was having some connection issues, but I'm now back. I don't know if everyone can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't know, I got lost for some time. So sijui the previous speaker alikuwa conclude. Maybe Mike, you try help me pick up from here.
Yeah, he's concluded. So maybe the lawyer you wanted to speak and go ahead.
So the lawyer, okay, I had brought us here a member of the LSK Council to try and give us a legal perspective of whatever is going on. Of course, so many questions deserve a legal answer. I mean, at this stage, we all want to know so many things. Like, we saw in breaking news today, the Inspector General of Police has resigned. You know, we saw the cabinet being dissolved the other day. So these are all major developments which will definitely have an impact on our discussions and the overall fight for the justice, okay? So what do you guys think will happen to those responsible, okay? With the resignation of the IG, how will this affect the ongoing investigations into police killings during anti-government protests? Okay, so I'll also want to know your thoughts on the cabinet dissolution. You know, do you think this change, this might change the approach of the movement? Okay, so Mr. Legal, Mr. Senior Counsel, you can proceed. Mr. Council Member, sorry.
Thank you so much, Cyprian. First, let me set the record straight. I'm not a senior counsel. I'm a council member of the Law Society of Kenya. Secondly, I want to also make it straight that I have not been participating in this space from the beginning, but I managed to capture some of the questions. Thirdly, I'm holding brief on behalf of the President of the Law Society of Kenya, especially on the legal questions that have been raised through these discussions. I only captured 2 questions.
Okay.
And the first one was whether we can file a case to confront and freeze the cabinet secretaries' accounts. And the second question was, how can we make sure that every rogue police officer is brought to book? Those are the 2 questions that I managed to capture as of the time I joined this conversation. And again, I think, Cyprian, you have asked several questions with regard to the cabinet issue and the question of the Inspector General of Police.
Yeah, we would also appreciate your personal views on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me first is very important to appreciate. I head the Public Interest Litigation Committee of the Law Society of Kenya. From the time the demonstrations began in this country, as the Law Society of Kenya, we have lodged, as of today, close to 36 constitutional petitions before the High Court of Kenya. And out of the 36, we have had directions close to 25 of them. We have not had a sleep for the last 3 weeks or so in terms of ensuring that we hold the individuals in office accountable to the atrocities meted upon the members of the public, the individuals demonstrating and exercising their rights in the streets, and generally the innocent public. To the first question as to whether we can freeze the accounts of the cabinet secretaries, indeed, yes. The Anti-Corruption Act, and including the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, requires that any proceeds of crime, any proceeds of corruption can be challenged in court if an individual is suspected or believed to have acquired public property in form of resources, in form of any capacity. He or she can be able to be prosecuted over the same. Indeed, as the Law Society, we have capacity to institute proceedings to have those accounts frozen if we have suspicion. And I'm speaking this because we don't have any evidence with regard to whether these cabinet secretaries have since received any proceeds of crime. If you are a member of the public and you believe that indeed these former cabinet secretaries received any funds, it's very important that you channel that communication to the Law Society of Kenya. We have a toll line where you can report this information to the Law Society of Kenya so that we can be able to proceed and find out and get facts for purpose of instituting proceedings in court. Remember, even as I answer this question of freezing accounts, that courts of law are regulated through statute and through the Constitution. And so it's not enough to allege. You have to substantiate to the court that indeed I have evidence and I have reason to believe that this cabinet secretary received resources or funds that are meant for public use and that were diverted for personal use. And if you have that evidence and information, it's very important that you channel it to the Law Society. We will do our duty to ensure that those accounts are frozen and that the rule of law takes its course. On the second question about how we can make the inspected police and the police officers who orchestrated the killings, the abductions, the arbitrary arrests, the injuries meted on the members of the public, innocent members of the public. I want to speak without any fear of contradiction that the numerous cases we have in court touch on, number one, the abductions. I want to report as the convener of the public interest litigation that 90% of the people who were abducted have been released pursuant to the efforts of the President of the Law Society and the Council of the Law Society so far. Of course, we have individuals who disappeared. We have individuals who the reports have come out that they have already been murdered and investigations are ongoing. But in terms of the majority of the individuals who reports were given to the Law Society, we instituted close to 6 petitions on the question of abduction alone. And the first petition had 13 people, and out of the 13 people, I think all of them under that petition were found and released. The second petition was on injuries. It's important for the public to know that even as we fight for the interests of the members of the public, that one of our members of the Law Society was equally injured in the process of actually bailing out members of the public. And this is at the Central Police Station. We have a specialized petition against the Central Police Station. And I can confirm that during these demonstrations, it is the Central Police Station that has scored highly in terms of violation of human rights under the Bill of Rights. And what did they do? They incarcerated the first day we had demonstrations in Nairobi and across the country, the Tuesday, if you remember, there were close to 400 people arrested across Nairobi. A majority of them were arrested at the Central Police Station. As of that evening, 397 had already been released pursuant to the efforts of the Law Society. The 3 who were incarcerated and presented in court the following day, including Boniface Mwangi, were released without a charge the following day at Milimani Law Courts. And subsequent to that, we have had we have had several demonstrations. Out of all those demonstrations, the majority of the people who have been arrested and incarcerated for the offense of picketing or attending to demonstrations were arrested at the Central Police Station but were never presented in court. We have, of course, a few who are presented in court for purposes of other charges, which as the Law Society we will not interfere, including destruction of property. If it's proven, it's a question of proving. But any charge that touched on any member of the public participating in a peaceful protest, then of course we came on record on behalf of those members of the public and we did what was supposed to be done. So there are several petitions against the OCS of Central Police Station. We have a specialized petition against the head of Nairobi, the regional head in Nairobi. We have several petitions against the former Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior, the former Cabinet Secretary Kindiki. We have a petition against the former Inspector General of Police. I'm informed that he has already resigned. In all these efforts, what has come out is this: that as an institution, as a republic, as individuals, as the public, we have to be very vigilant, because the people we are dealing with intend to perform and persecute the members of the public, but they do not have the guts to stand to the decisions they make. Today you have seen the deaths that have been recorded, the bodies that have been recovered. These are members, these are citizens of this country who have been murdered because of exercising a simple right under the Constitution of Kenya. They have a right to do what they did, but they have paid the ultimate price. We have to be vigilant. The price of freedom in any system of government is to be forever vigilant as to what your right is. And so I believe I've answered those two questions as to what we are doing as the Law Society in terms of ensuring that we hold accountable public officers who are in office and who are supposed to actually offer the members of the public security and who have otherwise gone against that right, whereas they earn from the kitty from the pockets of the members of the public to actually sit in those offices. Now, I don't know whether there are other questions, but let me speak to the cabinet dismissal by the president yesterday. The president, under the constitution, and I will not go to the specific provisions of the law, is required to appoint a specific number of cabinet secretaries under the constitution. Under this government, he appointed the number above the provisions of the constitution. Remember, the former president appointed a military man into the cabinet. And I remember challenged that decision. It is within the legal space that indeed the appointment of Badi as a cabinet secretary was challenged because of so many reasons. The president fell into the same mistake and proceeded to actually appoint an excess cabinet, whereas the constitution gives a minimum. He did not go for the minimum. He appointed individuals who did not have capacity, who did not have prerequisite qualifications to sit in those offices. He proceeded to appoint individuals who had active cases in court, including suspicion of murder. One of the cabinet secretary was suspected to have murdered a member of the public. And those cases are in the public domain. And those are the individuals who have been given the responsibility to run this government for the last 2 or so years. He did the right thing to dismiss almost all of them and left one of them, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. The Prime Cabinet Secretary position is unconstitutional. And to inform the public, this position has already been challenged by the Law Society of Kenya in court. It is not known in law. The Constitution provides for cabinet secretaries. There is no Supreme Cabinet Secretary amongst the cabinet secretaries appointed. And therefore, that position, regardless of the fact that the president did not dismiss the cabinet secretary holding that office, the office is non-existent. It's not known under this constitution, and therefore, some legal individuals have already stated that there was no office to dismiss an individual in the first place. And so we will continue following up on the cases in court with regard to the position of the Law Society of Kenya in terms of the cabinet secretary, the Prime Cabinet Secretary position. But it's not a position that is provided under the law. It is a good move that the president dismissed the entire cabinet, but that's not enough. What is the biggest problem? Why do we find ourselves here? Some of the issues that the Gen Z, the millennials, and actually the general public, because this is no longer a Gen Z push, it's a general public interest push. Because at the end of the day, whereas we appreciate that it was started by the Gen Z, it is affecting every fabric of this republic. Our biggest problem as a country is in the National Assembly. The National Assembly has multiple duties. I believe it's one of the biggest representative house, both Parliament and the Senate, both parliaments under the Constitution. The Senate and the National Assembly, they have a duty to represent the public in terms of, on the question of oversight, on the question of legislation, and checks and balances. Have they checked the executive? No. Every time a crucial bill, including the finance bill, is presented before Parliament, these individuals you elected, you, the members of the public, proceed to sit in State House and get instructions as to how they will vote. The Constitution under Article 1, we the people, has given the public the power to actually elect their representatives to the both houses of parliament. Why do they find it fit to go and sit in State House to get instructions as to how they can vote on questions that will affect the members of the public? And that is the question we are asking. They are the biggest letdown in this 2010 constitution dispensation. Why? They have failed on their legislative mandate. They legislate on bills that actually undermine the fundamental rights. They take away the rights of individuals to own property, to participate fairly in a system, generate wealth in a proper system. They take away, they cut deals with the state. They do all manner of issues while holding the positions that you gave them, you, the citizenry. What is it that they have done in terms of oversight? Do they check the president? No. If they were to check the president, remember, and I appreciate the Senate so far, because if you look at the Senate has impeached a number of governors. It is their oversight duty to actually check their governors and see whether the resources given to them are utilized to ensure that the citizens benefit from devolution. But I have not seen the power to actually recall the president is in parliament. There is no single motion to call the deputy president, to recall the deputy president or the president that has been presented in parliament. Yet, it is the most populated representative house. The senators actually tried as much as they can. And remember, guys, parliament has been with us since the Kenyan parliament was established. Some of the people who represent us today have sat in parliament. All the former presidents of this republic have sat in parliament in representative capacity. But Senate is a creature of the Constitution of 2010. How many governors have been impeached? Several. You can call them, and you know for a fact that indeed Senate has performed its duties. Of course, not 100%. But what has the National Assembly done? Because the power to recall the president falls under that house. The power to recall the deputy president falls that house. The power to recall a finance bill that is actually pushing down the Mamamboga, the Boda, and every other person is under the National Assembly. What is it that they have done? The CDF, the money that is given to them. Why do we have money given to individuals to distribute in terms of education? And these are substantive constitutional questions. What is it that we can do as a country to ensure that resources given in form of constituency development fund go straight to those Why did we create the devolved government if we cannot allow the devolved government to distribute CDF? You give a member of parliament 50 million, for instance, in a ward, they give each family 2,000 shillings in form of bursary. Are we building a country or we are building a cartel? Do we have mechanisms to account to the resources we give into CDF? And those are the substantive questions, and I will speak to the parliament as an house which has failed this country. And I believe even the president now knows that the people who sit in parliament are the people who have let him down. They are the people who do not follow the law. Remember, this is a legislative arm of parliament. They are the ones who legislate the laws that we use to do business, to conduct ourselves, to walk, to speak, to talk, to do anything. To TikTok, because you understand there are laws on the digital space and all that. What is it that you have on them that they have to represent you. We have nothing, because once we elect them, they do it as they wish. They do not look back as to what the people who elect them, who gave them, who donated them the mandate under the Constitution are going through. Let me go to the executive, and this is my last point because I don't want to speak much. We have the three arms of government. We have the executive and the judiciary. We have our troubles in the judiciary, and I can speak on behalf of the president because we have been having concerns with the Court of Appeal. Matters are not moving. Cases are not moving. We have issues to do with capacity in terms of the numbers of judges within that court. We have problems with the executive. And you have seen what has transpired for the last few months. Every cabinet secretary, and I do not want to compare this government and the previous government, but I believe in the previous government there was some level of accountability from the cabinet secretaries who have appointed. There is a reason why the Constitution required the president not to appoint politicians into cabinet offices. Because a politician is always a politician. A cabinet office is an office of employment. You are employed by the Republic. If you elect your political friends into a cabinet, then you are inviting politics into cabinet. The least we can expect, and the National Assembly has a right to do politics because that is a political house. The Senate has a duty to do politics. It's a political house. But the cabinet is an office where you've been appointed to offer expert services. Did the cabinet secretaries who were appointed under this government offer expertise in terms of the responsibilities bestowed upon them? You have the answers, the members of the public. And so those are our problems as a country, and I believe as a law society, we will continue pursuing and ensuring that the rule of law is respected in all dimensions. We will go to court for the number of deaths we have experienced within this period, because there is no, even the most worst, the most crimes under the penal code, a person has a right to be presented in court, to be told what the offense he has committed, and to be subjected to a legal process. Taking away someone's life arbitrarily, that used to happen in the previous constitution, but under this constitution, everybody has to take responsibility, and I believe that is the way forward. And as a law society, we'll continue to push on that front. Thank you so much.
This is Real Talk here. I'm the one who asked about the freezing of the bank accounts. So I just want to follow up real quick, Hosea. So are you saying I can't commission a lawyer to go in front of a judge on Monday? Because this is urgent. To go in front of a judge Monday and say, unilaterally that we want the bank accounts of the 23 fired CSs to be frozen all at the same time on suspicion of stealing taxpayer money. Are you saying this is impossible? So we have to wait like 6 months, 7 months for an investigation? Just answer me real quick. Thanks.
No. I didn't say it's impossible. I was trying to make the difference between what we say in public and what is presented in court. The court of law is a court of evidence, a court of facts. And one of the biggest challenge we experience as advocates and practitioners is this, that whereas we know that there's a problem, we have a duty as advocates to substantiate through facts. And that's why I asked the members of the public to supply any information. And you have a right to appoint an advocate, because the advocate can help you to investigate, find out the facts, find out the allegation that has been made, then proceed to court. Because the court, once presented with facts as to whether there are proceeds of crime that have been received by certain people in these accounts, they have a duty to freeze those accounts, and they have done it time without number. If you go through the Kenya law reports, you'll find out that the anti-corruption court has frozen thousands of accounts that are suspected to have received proceeds of crime. And so the most important ingredient in proceedings in court, it's not enough to allege without substantiating, and it's important to fact find if it's established that indeed that money was received. And again, as citizenry, if you instruct your advocate, they have a duty to get facts. Under Article 35, they have a duty to write a letter to any ministry, any person within the public who's serving in the public service, requiring that they supply information to you. As a member of the public, Article 35 gives you powers to actually seek for this information, seek for these facts, because I know as a citizen, you might not be privy to certain factual issues, and therefore you have a right. So that if they refuse to supply this information, then you have a duty to go before court and say, look, I requested this information and these people refuse to supply it. Can you order that they supply this information?
Just a second. We understand that, but that will take time. We're talking about urgently. Like, we can't file something on Monday or next week and say urgently on suspicion of stealing taxpayer money. Let's freeze these accounts as we're doing investigations.
You see, I appreciate where you're coming from, but again, remember, when you're going for a personal right, remember freezing someone's account, you require to show why that account should be frozen.
Suspicion of stealing taxpayer money.
You have to demonstrate.
Just suspicion by itself. That's what I'm asking.
Yes. And you have to demonstrate, and I think that is where your advocate comes in. If the advocate demonstrates that indeed there is proper suspicion in terms of evidence, in terms of documentation, the court will not hesitate to issue interim orders to first freeze those accounts and then go to the factual issues. The biggest risk as constitutional practitioners we have is this. It's going to court without substantive evidence. Remember, the courts do not happen or do not operate like we operate as members of the public. You have to substantiate whatever that you go to court. And remember, the risk on your side, instituting proceedings against an individual before you get substantive evidence in terms of what you are alleging that they have done. So it's very important, and sometimes, and that's why I've said, sometimes it's very difficult to get this information from the members of the public, from the members serving in public office. And the easiest way to do it, because the Constitution allows you under Article 35 to first request for this document. You can even tell them, I am ready and able to print, because sometimes government institutions will tell you, oh, we don't have resources, we don't have allocation to help you print these documents. And that's what they come to court every time to say, oh, look, we didn't have resources. So in your letter, your advocate's letter, your advocate knows what to do. He'll tell them, look, we are ready to facilitate in form of resources to photocopy. Whether you want photocopy for us, we will pay so that you photocopy for us. When you present this information to the court, after requesting for these documents under that provision of the law, and they refuse to supply, then your right to access to information under Article 35 is deemed to have been violated. And that's why I'm giving you a simple issue, because I have seen numerous petitions. I've been in practice for some time. I've seen numerous petitions being dismissed on the basis that you have not established a prima facie case. You have not supplied with substantive information in terms of evidence for the court to actually issue interim remedies in terms of securing personal interests. As we speak, if we had the information in public that certain accounts have received resources that are proceeds of crime, then it will be very easy for anyone to rush to court and say, look, we know for a fact that these accounts have received this amount of resources, and we are asking you to freeze these accounts pending the hearing of the substantive case before you. There is no constitutional court that will turn a blind eye to such an application. And that's why I'm saying we have to move with evidence. And I think that is the most important aspect that the members of the public need to appreciate, that it is very difficult to infringe an individual's right. Remember, these cabinet secretaries are also members of, they're Kenyans. So when you go before the court does not look at them as cabinet secretaries and look at you as a member of the public. They look at you both as members of the public, regardless of the position they take. So that what you are alleging, if you substantiate, the court will not care who this person is. The court will proceed and issue relevant orders. Thank you.
Thank you, Hosea. So basically what you're saying is that we need to focus on a few CSs who we might have suspicion and a little bit of evidence that they received taxpayer money and they channeled it through their accounts or proxy accounts. So, okay, now I get it. But these will take time. So I guess we need to move quickly because these people are moving money as we speak. I see Cyprian had dropped. I don't know if he's back.
Yes, Cyprian is back, though as a speaker now.
Okay. Yes, guys, I'm back. Yes. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I momentarily dropped as the co-host. So unfortunately, right now I do not have the rights to add anyone on the speaker. But I had already lined up some few people who wanted to share their views. Of course, right now I'm encouraging you guys. As you can see, we've brought here a legal expert, and I understand that we have also in the space former Law Society of Kenya President Mr. Eric Theory is also in the space. I am actively trying to bring him onto the panel, but as you can see, we're having some issues with the connection. So as I regain my co-hosting rights, I will let someone else maybe ask a question because we have the legal experts now on the call. It's time to throw those legal questions. Someone had asked, by the way, someone actually mentioned that during today's gathering here at Fungamano House, there was a question that the panel was asked during the day. It was a very important question. So I want to put it back here to the online panel. So someone asked, given the resignation of the Inspector General and the dissolution of the cabinet, you see, there's this strong sentiment among the public, okay, regarding the symbols of authority and their representation. So during the session here at Fungamano during the day, this question was raised to the panel. Well, they answered it, but unfortunately not everyone was following the conversation at the time. So for the sake of the people who just joined this space, or for the sake of the people who only joined the conversation online, I would like now to ask this question. This was the third question that we left out. So to the council on the panel, can we legally remove the posters and symbols of these outgoing officials, not just outgoing, even the ones in power, from our homes and businesses? Okay, and if it's possible, then we would also appreciate some legal guidance on what could be some of the appropriate symbols of national unity and pride that we can replace these disgraceful figures with. So that was a question that many wanted like a very clear and legal answer from. So I will just let any legal expert on the panel, as we try to bring in former LSK president into the call. So I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
I'm requesting Cyprian. Can you also have a chance so that maybe there can be other questions hapo katikati so that he combines them?
Okay, it's no problem, no problem. I just mentioned before the next speaker takes over, I was just notifying our legal experts on the panel that was the third question which was left out, and it's rather important. We would like to know because many Kenyans want to know. So Mr. Manwa, maybe you can clarify on that. Then we can take other questions from the other speakers.
Can I take a few more so that I'm able to answer all of them at the same time? I've already taken down the question that has been asked.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So then the next speaker, Mr. Olunga, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Cyprian. Thank you for the chance to be in the Citizens Assembly. And I wanted to first of all speak to the future of the movement. I'm happy that this is going on and we have a space where we can share. My request right now is that, as you'll be realizing every other evening, there are many other spaces that are going to the county, occupy county. And I'm requesting that the Nairobi team, you should be able to come in and support also the county spaces so that this movement can move. We have unique challenges in the counties. Like now we have the accountability question in the counties, and also the other small issue, the small movement in the county, which are also supporting the bigger movement at the national level. But as you saw yesterday, I mean, Nandi, Kericho, and Bomet are also taking up the accountability further, even into the counties. So I'm requesting that with some planning, we can also see how we can also be hosting the let me call them the county chapters. Number two, as Manu has mentioned, I wanted to say that the assembly is still the challenge in this fight, because it looks like nothing really is happening at the assemblies. And a curious one, if you guys can see, the speed at which the bills are coming to the assembly is amazing. There was a time there was around 5 or 6 bills on just the Department of Education that are the speed that they're coming for call for public participation, at the speed at which they're very sure people are not going to concentrate on what they are doing. So it's something that we also need to put a keen focus on. Lastly, I think we need to keep on being just consistent on this. As we keep on being consistent, we surely are going to get to the accountability. And let us not get distracted into the debate of starting to have sympathy. I see that a lot on the spaces that and the timeline, that if there was a chance that you're going to return any CSs, who do you think? That is sympathy, and that is compromising the movement. Finally, there's a guy, a Polish American scientist and philosopher called Alfred Korzybski, who said the map is not the territory. Very important. The map is not the territory. We have a map of where you're going, but you have not gotten to the destiny or the territory. So I want to be just there to Manwa. We have a lot of these government audits by the Auditor General report, but we feel frustrated that there's nothing comes out of them. What could be happening? Because we see them even for the counties, they get grilled at the Senate, but to what end? We've never seen actually anybody get arrested, and the anti-corruption coming in these cases. We know of the carcinogenic wheelbarrows. He became the speaker. Now he's a governor again. Nothing happens to these people. What can we do about these? The government, do they matter? Do they really mean anything? Because we get frustrated looking at how there's a lot of wastage in government, but no one cares about the system. The Auditor General just Anachomoa reports, then nothing comes out of it. Thank you.
It looks like Cyprian has gone kidogo. So the next person can go ahead. Danny, I see your hands are up.
No, I'm here actually. So yes,
okay.
Danny can proceed. He is requested for some time. Yeah, Danny, you can go on.
Yes, I hope I'm loud enough. Thank you so much, Madam President of LSK, for the opportunity, and also Cyprian for hosting. My name is Greta Nyamwamu. Danny is my nickname. I'm speaking currently from Kisii County. So before I give my contribution, I have a few questions that I would like to get some light on them. We all know that this country, court orders are not being followed. Police brutality is still going on. Even today, live ammunitions have been used in Kuria, where they were trying to disperse the people who were gathered there where the bodies were being retrieved. Still, they're using live ammunition. No court orders is being followed. So I would like clarity from the advocates and the wakilis. What can we really do about it? Because we have been on the streets, our lawyers and advocates have represented us in courts, but still they are giving us a blind eye on that. What can we do about it? Another question that I wanted to ask, the EACC is not doing their job. They are going for the small fish and leaving the big fish. Like nothing is really happening. Should we march? Should we occupy EACC, or what should we do? What should we do about it? Because we expect that they should be bringing some people to book these politicians who are looting a lot of money, but they are not doing anything about it. So I'm also asking, what can we do about it? A few weeks ago, actually, I got the information from Cyprian's tweets. The money that was, let me just say, it was looted or it got lost from the NHIF, the millions and millions of money. They just said that it disappeared. How can money disappear? What is going to be done about it? Can we also get light? How will it be followed up? Because clearly nothing is happening about it. Also on the CSS, personally, I will say that these people should be brought to book, and the way they were audited when they were being given the positions, they were told to declare their wealth. It's been almost 2 years down the line. Again, they should be audited. We need to know how much have they gained, how much have they looted, and what measures are going to be taken from there. So those are my few questions. I think I'll make my contribution later because I don't want to confuse the thoughts and the questions at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, Danny, thank you so much for your submission and taking part in this conversation. So the next speaker, so we're still taking questions, guys. So if you want to shoot something to the law experts on the panel, please, this is the moment. So I've accepted more requests. I've added some more guys as speakers. So shoot those questions, guys. Shoot questions. I'll give it to Fred. Fred, you can proceed.
Well, thank you so much, Big Brother Nyakundi. We really appreciate what you are doing. You've been a public watchdog for quite a long time. I know you've met challenges, but you've sailed through. And thank you to the Faith Odhiambo, the LSK president. We really adore what you are doing and we cherish. We will never forget. So, having said that, I just want to be as brief as a cock on a hen. I don't want to take much time on this. I just want us to encourage the wananchi, so that I think we don't even need an opposition like the politician oppositions. If wananchi can take the mantle and remain the opposition of this country, like we've done in the past few weeks or months, then we can bring these people into book and we can really ensure that this country moves forward. Because for quite some time, we've seen culprits been walking away with serious crimes in this country, tampering with the evidences, killing witnesses. The public officers has just been there, like the public coffers has just been their cookie jar. They walk in anytime, they walk out, and nothing happens to them. An example is like all the deaths that we've seen. It's like these people, like all of them committed suicide because no one has ever been brought to book. Tukianzia mpaka time ya Kiamba, no one has ever been brought to book. So did these people commit suicide? No, these people were killed. This time I want like like the public, we the people. I like that word, we the people. Let's walk strong. Let's always put them on toes. If you have any evidence as a whistleblower, kindly ensure that maybe if you are, maybe you don't have that courage like our brothers Nyakundi have, ensure that you give it to him. Once he has substantiated that, I know he's going to bring it into public. And once he's done that, we take over again. We pile the pressure, we push forth, we march, we do anything until we see the fruits again. Accountability should be something at all time, be in plain black and white. We thank God because of the social media now. You know, back then when we were meeting, you need to have a permit. If you, a number of these given, what's doing 5 or what? You have to have a permit constitutionally, yeah, so that you can have those meetings. Like in Saizi, we are here like over 10,000 plus in this space. We have now the technology. We can always meet wherever we are. We come into one and we march forward. So whistleblowers, do not hesitate, do not fret. Give those evidences to whom you trust and ensure it's something crucial. Advantage these youths have, even the so-called Gen Zs, over these old folks, they've never worked. And huwezi chambua mtu hajaifanya kazi with anything corruption. But you who've worked, we are going to chambua huko chini, we are going to chimba everything because you've worked, and I'm sure in a public office you've worked and you've stolen. In any public office, these people cannot beat us. Anybody who's ever worked, we know them. These people have just carteled their way through all to the top seat. We've seen others who've never been employed, not even the single company. Or they employed, but they are up there and they are the advisors. They don't have even the papers. Like wako juu, papers ziko forged. No time walikuwa kwa classes. No evidence that walikuwa kwa classes. These things should end. Mine is just as brief as that. Pressure. Never cease, never stop. Thank you. I'm dropping the mic so that anyone else maybe want to give his opinion. I delay.
Okay. Thank you so much for your views, bro. So, guys, like I said, we've tried to gather some legal experts into the call. So, given the recent political changes, we have to understand the legal implications of these developments. You'll have to forgive me. I am co-hosting this space from a public event. So, guys, you'll have to bear with me in case you get to hear some background noise. But with the resignation of the IG, the solution of the cabinet, there are many legal questions. So, guys, I'm giving you the space to shoot those questions. So, I think Gabu is back on the call. I tried getting back Gabu on the call when we started. I don't know if he can hear me. Wait, Gabu actually contributed. Okay. I'm gonna remove you from the speakers list. Okay, I think Maya, now you can continue. Maya, you've been on the call for some time.
And remove me kindly so that someone else can get the speaker, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Maria, can you kindly proceed? Okay, guys, seems we can't get
Mariah. It's Mariah. Mariah, are you there?
She's unresponsive. So, guys, okay, we'll just proceed to the next speaker. So, I've got G. Mutheu, she's on the call. G. Mutheu, kindly proceed. Yes, I can hear you.
First, naweza penda na kwanza na my condolences, to send my condolences to our fallen soldiers and send my flowers to Madam Odhiambo. She's doing a very good job. So I have 2 questions. Ya kwanza ni we are being overrepresented, and some of the seats ziko hazi reflect, like their work hazi reflect, like the women rep seat, like the Senate. some seats ziko tu hapo, we don't see what they're doing. Yeah, we're just being overrepresented, yet at the end of the day wanapokea mshahara. So is there a way tunaweza cut off some of those seats and pia ziwekwe some limitations, because some of the people hapo, kama I can give example of Kivuda Kibwana, alimaliza terms zake 2 za governor, alafu sasa akaamua ni kurudi kukua senator. So they are making it look like political sasa politics imekuwa sasa ni career, hawataki kutoka hapo. And then the other thing ni about IDs. I'm not sure if Madam Faith is aware that pia kuregister IDs is being paid for, na pia these IDs have expiry. So is there a way that this inaweza change, because IDs na expire na 10 years? Does it mean that hiyo ID kimaliza miaka zake 10 naacha kuwa Mkenya? Does that mean like sasa if I don't have the money to go and register, or I've lost my ID accidentally, does that mean like sasa nimeacha kuwa Mkenya because sina pesa ya kuendea ID? And then the other thing about corruption and everything, I've heard someone talk about it. We should start it from huku chini. Like, let's bring up our children to be honest and let's teach them integrity. Kuna wengine huku wanalipiwa mashule, hakupata grades zenye zingempeleka national, but since their parents have money, they go wanahongana huko mlango ya nyuma, wanapewa hizo nafasi. Kuna hii narrative sasa imekuja pia Kenya bila connection huwezi pata kazi. Why? Because these people, kwa sababu wengine wanajua mimi hata nisipofanya hivi, babangu ako na pesa atanilipia, nitaingia kwa hiyo kazi. Let's just finish this narrative ya Kenya bila connection hauna kazi. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So guys, I'll insist. I really want to hear those legal questions. Keep them coming. So next speaker, we will have Mr. Gadongo.
Can I kindly respond to those before we go too far?
Okay, thank you. Yes, you can.
So that the next speakers can have, I believe my line colleague Theory is here too. We can be able to assist me where possible.
Yes, I'm trying to add Eric on the call. Yes.
Thank you. On the question of the national symbols and whether we can remove them from where they are supposed to be. Guys, remember, if we have one constitution, we have symbols of national unity. That is the national flag, the national anthem, the coat of arms, the public seal. And remember, the photo of the president is also a symbol of national unity. Those are symbols of national unity. Whereas developing democracies, especially when there is agitation like the one we have in this country right now, they take it to the next step and remove these national symbols. Remember, we have been on the street holding some of the symbols, including the national flag. So it's very important that even as we do this, because these offices, as long as the president is in office, he is a symbol of national unity. That is the Kenyan law. But again, you have discretion as a member of the public to now, bring down the photo if you feel that you do not want this person to actually be in your business premises. But remember, the law requires that the president is a symbol of national unity. On the second question of the bills in Parliament, I want to inform the members of the public that the Law Society of Kenya issues an advisory in form of memoranda to the National Assembly to every particular bill that is presented in Parliament. From time immemorial, the Law Society has always issued an advisory, including the recent bill on the finance bill. The Law Society issued a timely advisory that this bill does not reflect the interest and aspirations of the Kenyan people. As to whether the elected members of Parliament paid attention to that advisory memoranda, I don't know. but again, obviously, they do not pay attention. I think someone raised issues about public participation. The memoranda that we submit to Parliament and the general public, and remember, out in history, this finance bill received the highest number of memorandums from the members of the public on as to whether the bill should go through or not. But the public participation that was conducted that committee did not actually factor in the views of the members of the public. And that's what we are basically saying. If you have representatives in Parliament who do not pay attention to the views that you give as the people donating the power to them to sit in those positions, then they do not represent your interests. And I believe previously the former Chief Justice advised the President of the Republic of Kenya during that time, the former President of the Republic of Kenya, to actually dissolve Parliament for several other reasons, including the question of representation in terms of balance. That decision by the Supreme Court has not been complied to date. So you have a house of individuals, a house of representatives that does not listen at all to the views of the public. On the question of the Auditor General reports, I can guarantee you today, if you go to the Auditor General's website right now, you will get to know whichever county you come from. You will find out whether the Auditor General gave an adverse report or a fair report, whichever that the Auditor General gave in your respective counties. You have a duty as a citizen from that county. If an adverse report is issued by the Auditor General, it's an adverse opinion that monies that were allocated to that county were not utilized properly. You have a duty, individually or collectively, to pursue your representatives. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Manuel.
Yes. You have a duty to follow up with your respective counties and ask questions and even institute proceedings for removal of those officers from office on the basis of the Auditor General's report. I can guarantee you, if there is an office that works day and night to ensure that the Kenyans are informed about the usage of their resources, is the Auditor General. Go to their website right now. You will find out that they have reports from counties, they have reports from ministries, they have reports from parastatals, they have reports for every public entity, including universities, as to how they use their money. And they issue this report every year. Every financial year, there's a report from the Auditor General on the usage of the resources. And it's very important that you follow up on those reports, read them, and then follow the constitutional process to institute proceedings to impeach these individuals on the basis of improper usage of the resources that have been allocated to your respective counties. And this includes to the national government, because the Auditor General audits all public entities that are supplied with public resources. Article 229, and I think you guys know that the Law Society rejected the appointment of Faith Odhiambo, the president of the Law Society, to represent, to join the committee created through a presidential executive order to audit the public debt. And we communicated our position as the LSK that the directive to create an amorphous body in form of a task force is unconstitutional, because the Article 229(4) gives the Auditor General, the Office of the Auditor General, those powers to audit. And this is where the problem starts. The Auditor General is paid from the public coffers. Why would you create an extra constitutional body to audit the public debt, yet constitutionally, under Article 229(4), we have a government office that has absolute powers to audit every government office, including the office of the president, and the expenditures and how they spend the money. And so that is why, as the law society said, we cannot participate in an extra constitutional body. Number one. Number two, we cannot allow an extra constitutional body take away powers of the Auditor General to audit the public debt. The president has supreme powers to direct the Auditor General, because he serves under the under his government, to actually audit the public debt. And remember, these people have capacity, they have resources, they have access. Where is the task force going to get access? Where is the president of the Law Society of Kenya going to get access to government accounts, government expenditures? Yet we have specialized, paid public officers working under the office of the OAG to actually check on the expenditure of the members of the public. And that is important, because if the president was honest in addressing the question of corruption and the public debt, then he has facilities within his disposal, because the Constitution of Kenya provided for proper audits. It provided for that office, which is an independent office, to actually go through the public expenditure and give reports periodically as to how that money is spent. Let me go to the court order issue. And someone alleged that the court orders are not properly adhered to. And there is the question of the use of live bullets. I reiterate my earlier position that we have instituted proceedings against the individual officers. Previously, as a law society, we used to institute cases against the offices. That is the Office of the Inspector General Police, the officer commanding station of these particular police officers. We have exited that tradition. We are actually instituting proceedings against individual names. And that's why I said, as the Law Society of Kenya, we have cases in court against the former Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Interior in his personal capacity. We have proceedings in court against the former Inspector General of Police in court. We have proceedings against the Director of the National Intelligence Service and the respective individuals in their respective names to answer to violations of constitutional rights and constitutional and fundamental rights. And I think I had already answered that question previously. There is a question on the EACC, the small fish against the big fish. We are aware that indeed the EACC has failed Kenyans, being an independent office, to actually investigate crimes against the usage of public resources and corruption within the public service. The Law Society has been on record calling out the Director of Public Prosecution from withdrawing cases that were filed on allegations of lack of evidence or disappearance of witnesses and issues like that. And I think as a Law Society, we'll continue following up on those cases. We have in the past and currently put a lot of pressure on the EACC to continue with the cases that are on the public domain in terms of the usage of public resources. And I think that is already documented. Someone asked a question on identity cards and the expiry date. I am happy to know that members of the public know, and this was done in secrecy. It's very important to know that this was done in secrecy. Do you know that today, if you lose your identity card, tomorrow, when you renew it, you will find that it has an expiry date? Do you also know that any other young person attaining the age of 18 years, upon application to have an identity card, they will have an identity card that has an expiry date of 10 years? Do you also know that indeed there are new regulations that you must pay for an identity card? Now you know. The Law Society has moved to court. As we speak, we are already in court on this issue. If you are a Kenyan citizen, and I'll make reference to numerous cases that have been filed in court on citizenship, if you are born in Kenya, a document will not give you citizenship. And the question we are asking in court as we speak, if I don't renew my ID card, do I stop being a Kenyan citizen? Do I stop enjoying the rights of being a Kenyan citizen? And these are very important questions, because if I was born in this country, as long as I'm alive, my right to citizenship is inherent. It can never be taken away. And under the new constitutional dispensation, I think most of you remember the Miguna case, where he refused to say that he had already taken citizenship away outside Kenya, and therefore he has to apply fresh. And the question in court was, can a Kenyan citizen apply to be a citizen in his own country? And the court has confirmed time without number that if you are born in this country, you can never lose your citizenship. In any case, the Kenyan constitution requires that you can have a dual citizenship, and therefore, even if you acquire citizenship elsewhere, outside this country, you still retain your place of birth. That is a fundamental right under the Constitution. It can never be taken away through renewal of citizenship. Even if it's a source of revenue to this country, I can guarantee you that after 10 years, very few Kenyans will want to renew their identity, because they know they were born here, they have been raised here, they live here. And so that is an inherent right under the Bill of Rights. And of course, the Law Society has already instituted proceedings in court against that. There was the last question about the money lost about the NHIF. I believe there is a decision that was issued today by the court suspending the decision to implement the new insurance fund. And I believe it's important that we digest the decision first before we address this issue. But I know for a fact our courts have been able to interpret the provisions of the law and protect your rights as the members of the public. We are waiting to see whether the government will be able to comply with the decision of the court as issued today. And lastly, on the question of the AG, and I think someone raised it earlier in the first set of the questions, it's our position that, of course, even though the former Attorney General who was fired yesterday created the office of the Attorney General to be vacant, and as you are aware, under the Constitution, Article 157 provides for that office, which is not supposed at any point to be left vacant. I'm hoping that the government and the government advisors will advise the president to appoint the new Attorney General as a matter of priority, because remember, under the provisions of under the Constitution of Kenya, the Attorney General is the advisor of the government, and even though he's the advisor of the government, he also represents government in cases that are in court. I cannot count the number of cases that are in court that the Attorney General is actually representing government, and it's very important so that we don't have a constitutional moment where people will ask questions whether there is an attorney general in office for anyone to appear in court on their behalf, it's important that the president appoints an attorney general for purposes of ensuring that there's continuity within the court space. I believe I've answered all the questions that were asked by the presenters. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So, guys, there you have it. So, I don't know, the next speaker, I had interrupted someone who was about to proceed just before Wakili here got. So, Mr. Gadongo, yes, Mr. Gadongo, sorry. You can proceed kindly.
Thank you, Cyprian, for the chance. Greetings to all of you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Any speaker, if you're joining, kindly, guys, it would be very nice if you told us maybe where you're joining from, because we need to appreciate, the geographical spread and the unique, insights from different parts of the country. So that's all, bro. You can proceed.
All right. Mine is to my fellow citizens who've really put our country into a very good period of change, a very good times that will forever be remembered in history. And I'm believing that what we are pushing on is going to actually be a bigger thing than where we are right now. Number one, my condolences to the families that have lost their own people through this pursuit that we've put really hard. But unfortunately, we lost some of our friends, and some of them are close relatives of us. It's a bit sad, but yeah, we stand with the families. What I want to say is we Kenyans, we need to still push this thing because we've seen fruits. At first, when we began, it looked like there were no immediate fruits. It looked like we were going to struggle. We were a bit frustrated by the government, threatened, and somehow it looked like we were not going to make any step. But surely, whenever you stand from and whenever you come from, or wherever you're listening from, you can realize that we've done a very huge impact to this country. And one thing that I've kept myself knowing and trying to derive from this is that we have a set of generations that believe that this country can only stay the way it is. And that is where the biggest problem is. And these generations, unfortunately, are our parents, the age of our parents, if I would say. There's a very huge group of a very huge set of people who believe that this country can only be ruled by how it was ruled in 2000. Well, this is a very different case because we are definitely evolving as a nation, just like any other part of the world is evolving. And now the politics that have been used in the past from 90s cannot apply the same way they would apply then. Now, this is where we're having a problem of, and that is why this song of Gen Z should remain that we should be tribeless, we should be partyless, because those are the two main divisions of this country: having the parties and having the tribal card being pulled on each election. Now, mine is to everyone who is being involved in this protest. We maintain an aspect of togetherness that does not involve any party. And if any politician is trying to get affiliated to this movement, we should, like we've been doing, we should try to kick them out of the whole of this set, because they're going to ruin it. Already we've had very many attempts of people trying to politicize this, but thankfully it hasn't worked for them, because politicizing it and trying to shut all the way from the times of Githurai, all this has been tried to be politicized. Some say this one sent goons, this one did this one did this. But thank God to technology, we can see from the media, we can see the evidences from photos and videos that who exactly conducted a particular event. And much of it has fallen into the hands of the police. Thankful that IG has resigned, but that one hasn't even given us a win, because we wanted him held responsible for the whole thing that happened during that time. So, like the LSK representative said, I'm hoping that something will be done towards that, because in my feeling, I feel like it's just a new political card that is being pulled by William Ruto of wewe resign, wewe kaa kando, tuone kama watanyamaza. That is my feeling. I don't know how to authenticate that, but I feel that is exactly what has been pulled, and exactly the same thing that happened with the firing of the CSS yesterday. Is like, let's see if this card works. Alongside, maybe I saw Raila Odinga join the team, and I feel like this is something they went certain and built up such a thing, like, let's do this and see if they shut up. Because these people, and if you check my tweets, I mentioned somewhere that we do not need the leadership of William Ruto, we do not need the leadership of Raila Odinga, neither do we need that one of Uhuru Kenyatta, because these are people who are taking us to the politics of Kanu, the politics of the 90s, and they think the solutions they used in the 90s can work for us in 2024. It's absolutely not workable. We are in a very new set of people and very new set of minds. We are not like our parents who would be told and hear. We actually don't listen. If you realize, we don't listen easily. We want to be heard more than we can listen, which I think is the perfect way of living. I mean, we need to live with choices. So these kind of cards they are trying to pull, we need to be very aware of what is happening, and we cannot just stop being in the streets just because they pull a certain card. We will go to the street until everything that we've listed, from the list number 1 to wherever the list gets long to, we have to get them pushed, and they have to be done, because we, the people, like the constitution is scripting, we have the sovereign power to demand how our country needs to be ruled like. And so, my fellow countrymen, I'm asking that we get out on every scheduled day, on every said day, we come outside and exercise that particular part of our rights to push the government, and they will heed to the pressure like they have already done, and that heeding is what will achieve us fruits. And I think this is the same thing that those who fought for independence of this country, that is the same energy they had, like, we're being frustrated, but let's wake up tomorrow. We are losing some of us, but let's rise up tomorrow again, and we're going to deliver this country from wrong hands, from hands that are not right, from hands that believe that we are centered in rewarding a few individuals who in the government should say forever, and politics shouldn't change hands between several individuals in this country. In fact, we should now be looking forward to have many representatives of these people who are fighting. So we among those who are fighting for this revolution in 2027, we should be looking forward to such positions, so that we can take the same revolutions into now the lawmaking panels, like the Senate or the Parliament. Yes, and the other thing that I'm very unsure of, and I wish it would be highlighted by the LSK, is the process to get these MPs down, because these are the source, the main roots of the problem, especially from the CDF kitty. That is where the big elephant lies. And if we are able to get a prescription, or rather a scripting from the LSK of how we can handle this MP's issue, that would really do us big. I cannot imagine, as we talk right now, there's an MP who has a case, not even a case, a public scene knowledge that he killed someone, and they're still tweeting among us and in parliament and bragging and just dumping on us. I mean, it's painful. It's not even explainable to people. But then for now, let's handle what we can handle, and then I believe LSK will come handy in guiding us to that. An appreciation to the LSK through the president. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you for that short time. Thank you, Cyprian.
Okay. So,
Cyprian, can I give me a second? I respond to somebody, then I drop the mic.
Okay, Mike.
Yes. First of all, to our lawyer over here, Manu Hosea. Just to add on what you say, the president being a symbol of national unity, and just like the flag and the national anthem, but this particular president is not unifying anybody. So hizo mapicha ziko kwa maduka zenyu na ziko na kwa your private businesses, just remove them. I have a business myself in Lavington, na sijaiweka picha ya Ruto, na hakuna mtu ashaniuliza, na hakuna mtu ataniuliza. Take down all those pictures of this clown. muzitoe zote. Now, if it's a government office, that's different. But if it's your private business, there's no law requiring you to put up a symbol of national unity. Hii ni kitu ya ego. It's just started with Moi or Kenyatta, you know. It's just an ego thing. Kwa hivyo hizo vitu zote mtoe. And then to respond to the lady prior to you, I think Dina, I think that was her name. She was talking about, she raised something very important. She talked about before the CSs were put in office, they were taken to parliament to be vetted, and they declared their wealth. But here's the problem. Come on, like I have the numbers here. Like Linturi, I think was the richest with 1 billion. People like Murkomen declared he was worth 550 million. Ababu was 425 million. And Zachariah was like 80 million. But the problem with this, no kind of audit was done on these declarations. Mtu anakuja anasema I'm worth 1 billion. Lakini hakuna scientist wameingia huko. They didn't turn over their bank accounts. They didn't turn over their title deeds. They didn't turn over their vehicle log books. So we can make sure that Linturi akisema I'm worth 1 billion, it's actually worth 1 billion. Juu tumeangalia accounts zake za KCB, NCBA, whatever he has put the money, even if it's offshore accounts, he has turned them over. We've looked at them, tumesema KCB akona 300 million. Akona gari mbili za 50 million. Nobody did that. Wanakuja tu wanasema, it's like me saying, mimi nikuje tu hapa niseme I'm worth 10 million. And then you take my word for it. Cyprian akuja aseme, me I'm worth 100,000 and or 50 million. And then we just take our word. So going forward, we must ensure anybody, because these seats have to be filled, whether we like it or not, these things are verified and forensically audited. Mtu ana turn over all his bank accounts, his vehicle log books, everything. Na kama hataki kufanya hivyo, then he cannot be appointed as a CS or a government representative. Juu sasa mimi naangalia hapa nasema Linturi 1 billion, alafu tukienda kuaudit sahi, now that they've been fired, tuone kona 2 billion ama tuone kona 900 million, but nobody verified these sources of wealth. So going forward, si ati nani akuje tu hapo aseme Rebecca Miano akuje aseme I'm worth 300 million. Okay, you're worth 300 million. Okay, where are the title deeds? Where are the vehicle logbooks? We need them here, and the public needs to see the amounts to us to make sure these are the correct amounts. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. So I will, I don't know if Mr. Manwa, you feel like you can proceed to take a few more questions?
Yes, that is fine. I think we can take a few more.
Okay. I'm trying to add some more legal experts on the panel, though we are having some difficulty getting to reach Mr. Eric Theory. So, sir, if you're on the call, kindly accept the request to be a speaker on the panel as we proceed to the next contributor. So I will give the mic to Keegan. Keegan, you've been raising your arm for some time now. But before you proceed, guys, remember, once you take the mic, kindly, we would like to know, for those of you joining outside of Nairobi, what are the unique legal challenges you're facing, and what actions are being taken in your area. We want to understand the perspective of the movement throughout all regions, okay? Because the movement is very evenly spread throughout the country. So, as the speaker mentioned, by the way, a few moments earlier, there is need for support in protests across various counties. That one, I think I totally agree. the drive. So the conversation for sure.
Good evening, Nyakudi. Well, I'm not sure whether you will hear me because where I'm from, there's a heavy rain.
No problem.
Maybe you can pass the mic to someone else and then you'll get back to me later.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
So, 3 gentlemen on the call. So I'm gonna try a lady now. Since all the 3 gentlemen add Bella. So Bella, kindly share a few words. Tell us what you think about the movement. Tell us what you think about such citizens gatherings. Yeah. The space is yours. Bella, kindly you can proceed. You have the mic.
Hi.
Yes, hi to you.
First of all, thank you for this platform, and Faith Odhiambo, receive your flowers. You're doing an amazing job as the LSK president. About the Ufungamano thing, that was a good forum, by the way. And the one thing nakumbuka, it's about the police. Like, vile wanaendanga training, do they even know anything about the law? There's someone who asked that. Are they trained anything about the constitution? Like it was said, they perceive themselves as enemies of Raia, which is not right. That's why kuna so much police brutality. And kama hizi bodies zimekuwa retrieved leo, who will be accountable for them? CS Interior was sacked yesterday. Leo IG retire. Are they, now that the outside office watakuwa, will they be prosecuted? Will they take the blame? Like, there's just a lot yenye I add up. But anyway, the ufungamano thing was such a great forum, by the way. And iyo part ya polisi ndo bado no nilikuja ku get those people, apart from being deep students, some whatever grade students, they really need to learn about your story constitution. And I remember tuliambiwa tusiweke picha za president kwa businesses zetu, but we can hang the flag and the constitution. Yes. So yeah, Ruto, and we don't need your photos. You are not a symbol of national unity. After all, the country that you're the president is not even united as per now. Okay, those were the things zenye nakumbuka sana na only take note of. And yes, anaitwa Kivudha Kibwana. That poem was super amazing. Mi nataka tu kujua about now that nimekuwa overthink like why mbona hizo bodies zinakuwa discovered after the CS wamekuwa sacked jana. Is there kuna whistleblower or something? I hope there is. And will huyu Interior, will Koome be prosecuted? Ama what will happen? Like according to the law, how will things go after? For me, I don't know much about the law. I'm still learning by the pole. So yeah. Anyway, thank you. I didn't have much to say. Thank you for the mic. You can drop me.
It's okay. So thank you for your remarks. You've raised some really important points. So we had today, yes, there was a discussion that now that Kenyans have totally lost confidence in the entire system. Not just the presidency, not just the executive, like parliament, judiciary. We've lost trust in all of these institutions. So it is safe to say that this person known as William Ruto, at this stage, most Kenyans, the feeling among most Kenyans is maybe this person does not represent, is no longer the face of the country, is no longer a unifying factor. like a leader should be. So this is slowly becoming apparent. And so again, we had some panelists mention that, or rather some people ask if we can now then bring down these guys' photos from our businesses, from our offices, and instead put up the Kenyan constitution, put up the Kenyan flag, put up other symbols that signify our Kenyanism, and get rid of all these portraits. So yes, that question was raised to the panel, and I'm not sure if Madam President will be able to join the call right now, but it was confirmed. Yes, you actually can replace it and put up the Kenyan Constitution or any other symbol of Kenyan unity. So just to pick up from where Bella left, yes, that was discussed. So discussions were varied on many aspects. And again, not all of us understand the law very well. So we need much more engagements like this. So I agree with you, Bella. We will try and push for many more citizens' assemblies because we get them to understand our laws better. We get to understand our country's law better and how we can react now and use this knowledge as citizens, because we have to agree a revolution, when we are a well-informed revolution is unstoppable. So thank you, Bella, for your thoughts. I will progress to the next speaker. So what's this guy's name? So Nick, I will add you as a speaker. You can kindly proceed. And remember, guys, those sending requests, naona watu wa Nairobi wengi sana hapa, some followers that I recognize. Guys, let's try and get these from other parts of the country as well. I really want to know what they think about this movement. I really want to know what they think at this stage, what should be the next steps we take. So, Nick, you can take the mic.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nick, we can hear you.
Yes, first I want to send a sincere condolence to the comrades that we lost a few weeks ago. Secondly, I want to thank Madam Faith. Whatever you are doing, sincerely, so far it is one of the best virtues that we have seen in that office. The people who have been there, I think they haven't advocated for anything big other than having a cup of coffee at the State House. And Madam, with due respect, we want to ask you to continue with that. Now, to my first point, my main concern, like my anger keep on really adding up with these several bodies that are now coming up. It means that that incident that had happened in Githurai, it was real, and these people were trying to downwater this thing. So you can imagine how many people who are yet whose bodies are yet to be recovered. It means that it's likely to be beyond expectation, like as people are anticipated. Now, the next thing I would want to ask Madam Faith. I think now that those looters have been evacuated from those offices, is it possible that now, through this movement, we could begin the process of prosecuting these people? Because at the time when they were they appeared at the parliament before they occupied those offices, some of them, the way they were, the amount of wealth they had accumulated, sincerely, it doesn't vis-a-vis whatever they could be possessing right now. And I think that with this movement, we are capable to prosecute these people. If at all there is any legal fee that is going to be required, I think we are in a position to make that contribution so that we get full ownership of everything that these people might have gotten away with. Then the third thing, I think through this movement we have proved that the voice. We are the voice, and we are the generation that means well. Besides the bad decisions that people who have been there before made on our behalf. So one thing that is going to be very purposeful as time gets by is that we ensure that we remain united and we don't lose focus with unnecessary things that might come along the way. We know there are several people here who are still living on check or on the check of other people. They are being bought to try to spread some narrative in order to try to disrupt our mind. Our vision over here is still clear. And I don't think why someone should let their anger go just because those yeses were sent home yesterday. That one was due, and there is no favor Ruto did at all. That entire team was very incompetent by virtue. You can imagine someone like David Chirchir. Someone has been fired 2 times. It means that at the time these people were getting into the office, most of them were political awardees because of the campaign that they had done when that regime was coming into the office. And they did not qualify at all because they do not have the well-being of the citizen. And for the people who should be coming next, it should come. We need people who are qualified for this position. And one thing that we must ensure as people who are members of this movement, that we do not have politician in those offices. From that parade we saw last week, that was early this week, that was arraigned. Those are political reject that most of them right now their eyes are eyeing those positions as an awardee. You look at that list we saw over there, Joho, and we know some of the things that these people are planning. People like Junet, these are the faces that are likely to be brought over there. So it means that the circle is just going to remain the same. Whatever they had done before, there is nothing new that these people are bringing on board. Then we won't really wish to have a recycle of these people that have been rejected by citizens, being awarded to hold the offices. It means that they are going to serve the interest of one individual, not the interest of people. We have several people. Actually, Kenya has a lot of brain. It's like nearly everyone is qualified in Kenya. Besides those politicians, because you look some of their CV sincerely. Someone you like Mithika, is it Mithika Linturi? You look at the profile of that guy and you look at the docket that he was hosting. You come now to realize why we had to end up with those fake or rather soil as fertilizers. And besides that, these people have got scandals. So I think we should not really lose focus at all. And this game is just getting started. As the time gets by, I think we should align our objectives very, very well. We want, now that Koome is gone, any of those people who are in security who foresaw these things must be prosecuted. Just like the other day, the other member of council was telling us that they are in the process of prosecuting those security personnel who had who are on the front line when the likes of the late baby Pendo were getting killed. I think this is what we should do to the likes of Jacko, to that Koome, Inspector General of Police, the likes of Kindiki, and that guy who is I think the commander or something of sort, or in Nairobi, that commander who is in Nairobi in charge of something of sort. Those people should be prosecuted so that they see they come to realize that even though they receive the orders, when the time comes, they will be prosecuted as individual and they'll face the rule of law. In Kenya, we are governed by a constitution, regardless of the political regardless of individual political affiliation. No one is allowed to take an individual life. I think people portrayed in the recent functions that we had at Uhuru Garden. It was very peaceful. It means that these politicians are the one who are motivating or rather outsourcing looters to come and try water down the effort of that people who mean well during the protest. They come and they exaggerate everything. Once you bring looters inside once they outsource those looters, they come and join people, then their intention is to destroy everything during this process. So these people, these individuals are very identifiable. And one thing that we need to understand that this movement has a lot of people. We got some of the high intel in this movement. They are just keeping quiet, and it is not that they are against this thing, because it reaches a time that you do not now worship an individual. You value you value the interest that you have for your country. We have only one Kenya, regardless of the places that we are. Kenya is our motherland. So in any capacity that you are in a position, we are going to spend whatever we can afford to regard our rights and to prevent our country from falling into bad hands. And one thing you must realize, an individual, Ruto has developed cold feet. Huyo jamaa anakaa ameshindwa, and he has no option. So he's just trying to play cards to see. And we should let the temperature boiling at its optimum point. There is no going back at all. There is no favor this guy has done as yet. If you see that individual bana mwenye aliwa juzi pale mbele ya parliament, like sincerely, you just do some away with someone life that way, as if we were going to, as if people were going to, there is something that people could rob at parliament. That is just a building. Since
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
Not infrastructure that can be repaired by our taxpayers. I beg to stop over there, but I want to let you know that we are in this and we are going to keep on pushing. Once we are done with this, we are going to begin the next process. Thank you so much for the time. I beg that you can drop me, please, so that I allow others to come in.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting you, Nick. I understand everyone right now is very passionate about the movement. We all have so many things we want to get off our chests. We have so many things we want to tell these people, the establishment. So thank you very much for your remarks. You didn't mention where you joined the broadcast from, because I'm also trying to get a footprint here of like who are the people in this conversation.
Okay, I'm joining this conversation from Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you, sir. So you are our patriots in the diaspora. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So before I invite the next speaker, I see most of you are still streaming into the broadcast. So basically, the purpose for this space, again, you'll allow me to slightly repeat it for the guys who just joined. So we are here on this space hosted by the esteemed Law Society of Kenya President, Madam Faith Odhiambo. The purpose of this Twitter space, or rather these X spaces, is to take over from, or rather move on from the conversation we've just had here today at Ufungamano House. So there are very many questions right now. Kenyans want to know what will happen to the people who are responsible for these injustices meted against these innocent victims. What will happen to the Inspector General now that he's resigned? Will he get prosecuted? What happens to the cabinet secretaries who resigned? Do they get prosecuted? What happens to all the millions of shillings that have been looting and stashing in foreign accounts? What happens? There must be some form of accountability, because yes, we will appreciate the fact that the cabinet is dissolved. Yes, we will appreciate the fact that some of these outright evil men who are responsible for these killings. We saw today bodies being discovered in Kware. I do not want to digress into that right now. But what happens? There must be some form of accountability. All right. So, what are your thoughts on the cabinet dissolution? How will this change the approach to and how will it affect the ongoing investigations? Will justice be found? so many things going on in terms of governance in our country right now. So that is the purpose of this space. And this Friday, we had a chance to talk to the families, to talk to the victims themselves. So if you missed out on that discussion, we had been live on Twitter the entire day. We had very interesting panels full of professionals from all sectors. So I will now continue to the next speaker. So the conversation goes on. Even after we were done at Ufongamano House, now we are now here online where the movement actually started, because we believe this is the home of the movement. Any other assembly that we will hold, the movement must start from here. So my next speaker will be Joan. So Joan, you can kindly proceed. Tell us your thoughts on the resignations. Tell us your thoughts on the movement. What do you think about these perpetrators of the crimes that we saw, these perpetrators of police brutality? What should happen to them? What should be the next step in terms of accountability for these people now that it appears things are slowly starting to move? So yes, Joan, you can proceed kindly.
Thank you so much, Cyprian, for this opportunity, and also for Madam Faith. She has given herself relentlessly and passionately. History will remember her for that. So, first of all, my condolences to all the families that have lost their loved ones. Sadly, again, they keep annoying us. There are so many bodies that have been found, and with the resignation of the police IG Koome, this is the first step, but there should, like you have mentioned, Cyprian, there should be accountability. The cabinet secretaries that went home yesterday, they should not go back home and sit pretty. We want to see people being charged, because we have seen monies being embezzled in these ministries, and we are calling for a reset for this nation. The president has been given a clean slate to restart and reset. We do not want to see political cronies. It is time for Kenya to have professionals in these offices, not people who are just because they're politicians. A politician who is very poor in governance has no patriotism in them. Look what they have done for the last 2 years. There is a program, let me just mention that they had started, and I believe that would have solved majority of the problems that we have now. But like they have shown us, selfish interests took over. There was a program that was called Kites. I could see how they presented this to us. If that is how they were supposed to do it, we would be having 47 manufacturing industries in Kenya right now. You can imagine how many intertrade would be happening between counties, how much that would have empowered Kenyans economically. But again, self-interest from these people. So we want to see more people who have taken us down to this hole go home, and not go home and sit pretty. We want to see people charged. And the president one time said it was treasonous. Those who are the real treasonous, the people who took this country to this hole. And it should not start even not only now. Anyone who has held a position in power, whether you have been a PS, a CEO, anyone who has held a position in the past, they should be told that this nation is bigger than them. Kenyans pay taxes to work for them. Kenyans do not pay taxes to work for a few. So our country is wealthy. Our country is wealthy in terms of resources, natural resources. It has great mines. We cannot continue being poor. We cannot continue having people who cannot afford basic education because of a few people. I like that our movement must continue. We must not relent, because the small wins that we are seeing now is because we started speaking, even when some of us are still getting small threats here and there. One time I spoke and my video went viral. I was accused of so many things. And we must continue, because we want a country where we will leave the future generations in a country where they are free, in a country where resources work for them, in a country where taxes work for them. Thank you so much, Cyprian. And going forward, we want to see anyone who has been culpable, anyone who has broken law, any police that killed innocent Kenyans, innocent youth, people who went to the street with a phone. We want to see them charged. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Joanne, for your with what you said. There must be accountability heading forward. So before I proceed to the next speaker, guys, again, welcome to this space. We are here to discuss the events that have happened since the June 25th, since what was arguably the greatest Kenyan protest we ever got to see with our eyes. So I see the guys are joining the conversation, and I'd love to hear from, I don't know, do we have any legal experts in here or members of the civil society? We would like to hear like their opinions. How do you see changes affecting the legal landscape and the justice system in Kenya? So like we've had here in this space, everyone wants accountability. I think that's the message. I think the message all across the country now is, yes, these people are being sacked. Yes, these people are resigning. Yes, cabinet is being dissolved. But are we really going to sit back and sit pretty? No, we cannot. We have to keep pushing, because you can see the little pressure that we put the last time, it's kind of bearing fruit. So guys, we'll allow the next speaker. Mr. James, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon, James.
Cyprian, is Faith in this space right now? Ama ako busy kidogo. I have some questions to her.
Okay,
Madam
Faith, President is a little engaged at the moment, but she is following the discussion. She cannot join us right now, but she's listening to the discussion. She's part of the discussion, so you can go ahead and fire your questions.
Okay, quite nice. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you, Cyprian, for giving me this opportunity to speak to Kenyans. Same as Faith. I have seen your work, actually through friends and through your accounts. Same as what Faith has been doing. Immediately she became the president of LSK, and before that. So I am very proud today to actually be called a Kenyan, because we've been fighting for this country for a long time. Some of us are not old enough, but I started being active in politics as far back as 2011, while still in high school. I think it was a push ahead. But back then, from 2011 to 2018, around there, when you were active in politics and you were young, people would over-criticize you. Wanakwambia you should heal. Wanakwambia you were focusing on corruption and tribalism in the government, as if it's normal. Then the big conversation was, hata wewe ukikuwa MP or president, you would still be a thief like the rest. So clap for them. When your time comes, you will be as corrupt and tribal as them. Then those conversations usually irked me, because it didn't make sense that we were clapping for corrupt and tribal folks and normalizing such bad manners in governance. I am happy that in 2024 we've been able to awake politically an entire generation and the entire country, and that we're pushing for reforms, we're pushing for accountability, we are against impunity, we are against corruption, we are against tribalism, and no one has been left behind. Frankly, I think I thought that it would take more than 50 years from today to achieve this. But it appears we got independence sooner, because this is the third liberation of this country. I mean, the first liberation was in the 60s for independence, the second liberation, the liberation of the 90s. Then we are living through the third liberation. I mean, what a time to be a Kenyan. I think going forward, Cyprian, and all listeners here, I think we need to have a clear plan on how to push Ruto and to push the government possibly home. Because to be honest, Ruto was not supposed to be president in the first place. I mean, we gave the wrong guy that seat. I didn't vote for him, but there are millions of Kenyans who voted for him. Whether he won rightfully or rigged himself in, he still became the president, backed up by millions of Kenyans who voted for him. But then I think we were, most of the Kenyans who voted for Ruto were worshipping the kind of wrong politics that we have in this country and we have had for a long time. I mean, almost everyone knew the scandals Ruto was involved in. The land scandals, pilferage of public funds, the jet scandal, and so many scandals. They also knew about his corrupt ways. They knew about his hypocritical ways in church. They also knew about his tribalism aspect, but they still voted for him in, following the old style of politics. So I'm glad that we're now changing that. But I'm just saying we do not have to wait till 2027 to remove this guy from office, because he's actually wasting our time. I mean, there are two ways enshrined in the Constitution in which we can remove a president from power, and that is what I needed clarification from Faith and any other lawyers here. So the first way to remove a president from office is through Article 144, that is removing a president on the grounds of incapacity. So basically, an MP brings a motion in Parliament. Then if the motion is ratified by 2/3 of Parliament, I think the proceedings are forwarded to the Chief Justice, who appoints a tribunal that has 3 people, one person representing the Law Society of Kenya, the other representing, I think, the from the school of, I mean, from the medicine sector, maybe from KMPDU. Then one more person from, I think, the judiciary. Then the three-person tribunal decides on if the president is incapacitated, either physically or mentally, to discharge his duties as president. And the second grounds on which to remove a president from power constitutionally is through an impeachment, which would not be that easy considering that this guy has already pocketed the National Assembly and the Senate. So an MP has to move a motion to Parliament that has to be ratified by 1/3 of the members of Parliament. Then the members of Parliament debate the motion. Then if the motion is passed by 2/3 of Parliament, that motion is forwarded to Senate. That impeachment is forwarded to Senate in 7 days. Then the Senate Speaker goes through the proceedings and whatever has been tabled to him from the National Assembly. Then they table it to Senate. Senate appoints a committee that looks into the issue and looks into the issues that were raised. Among them, gross misconduct, the president having committed a crime under Kenyan law or international law. Then thirdly, the president having violated the Constitution of Kenya. Those are the main 3 things that would warrant an impeachment of a president. So if the Senate committee finds the president guilty on one of the 3 or 2 or 3 or all 3 of them, the Senate committee brings that report to Senate. Then Senate goes on to vote for the impeachment. If 2/3 of Senate ratify the impeachment, then the president is impeached forthwith. The only other way that is not, I don't think it's written in the Constitution, is whatever we are currently doing, pushing the president to resign through protests and through demonstrations. Well, you all remember we were supposed to, well, there was a push to occupy State House. Let me put it that way. Because our protest and our movement does not have a leader. We all know that. But we have influencers and celebrities who've been quite vocal towards pushing this agenda. So before the immediately after the Occupy Parliament happened, I think people were more emboldened to feel like it's possible to occupy State House now that people have already occupied Parliament, something that has never happened in the history of this country. So some influencers pushed for the hashtag Occupy State House. That was before Caliph Cairo and Anifa did their videos and tweeted na akina Kimuzi, but mostly Cairo and Anifa trying to dissuade people from storming State House, citing several reasons. Among them, the fact that State House is a protected area. Then they started talking about the possibility of treason and so on and so on. But then I wonder, when we pushed to occupy Parliament and people actually occupied Parliament, did they forget that Parliament was still a protected area? Anyway, so they dissuaded people. People lost that spirit. The courage disappeared. I mean, it's just vaporized. Possibly if Cairo and Anifa and several others had not tweeted and released videos about the same, possibly we would have occupied State House. But then I think that would be a wrong move after reflecting about it. Because as you know, Cyprian, and everyone who is listening here, we do not have an IEBC in place. I mean, the current IEBC is not properly constituted. So we would have pushed the country to a power vacuum. Because if we would have ousted Ruto from power through protest without a proper IEBC, then I think we would not be in a position to hold elections, either by elections or general elections. So I'm proposing that, I understand we should go against the cabinet secretaries who've been fired. Yeah. We should go against MPs who are rogue and governors and so on. But I think, Cyprian, as we push for that, we should not forget that we should push more for the IEBC than we push for, than we push for any other thing, because that is what is holding us back. If we had the IEBC in place, we would already have recalled those MPs who had voted yes for the finance bill. Because it means if we hadn't hit the streets, these guys would have been comfortable voting yes for a punitive tax bill. I mean, they were comfortable with it. So I think if we push for an hashtag that pushes for a reconstitution of the IEBC, basically pushing the president and all political stakeholders in this country to come together and to listen to us, to push for an IEBC and for its constitution. Because the president put up a selection panel as early as last year, February 2023. We already have an IEBC selection panel in place, but it has never proceeded with actually appointing commissioners. Sababu ya siasa ya kuvurutana hapa na pale. Raila wakes up today and is like, okay, I'm not comfortable with that selection panel. Kalonzo wakes up the next day, or Eugene or Jeremiah Kioni or someone, and decides, well, I'm going to frustrate the president because I feel the selection panel was biasly constituted. And so on. Siasa ya kuvurutana, we've never had the IEBC in place. It is quite unfair to people who've lost their MPs and to constituents in constituencies zenye kumekuwa na election malpractices. They do not have an MP in place. So they are actually suffering as citizens.
They have not held elections in 2 years. James, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. Yes. So
it's quite unfortunate. But yes.
So just to wind up, James, give us your final thoughts as we proceed to the next speaker, because the list is long. The guys are killing me. Let's kindly wind up.
I understand, Cyprian. So I'm saying, as the top influencers, wewe Cyprian, akina Kimuzi, akina Anifa, Cairo, we can all come together to one hashtag and push for a reconstitution of the IEBC. As we push for to hold to account the CSS who've been fired, we should push for one hashtag that pushes for the reconstitution of the IEBC. That way we can recall MPs. That way we can even recall the president and impeach him, because at a power vacuum, because the president is supposed to confirm the appointed commissioners. I mean, Parliament is supposed to confirm the appointed commissioners, and the president is supposed to assent to the commissioners. So if we occupied State House to do a president without an IEBC, we would go to a situation of anarchy. So that is my honest opinion.
Thank you. So you've raised some very interesting questions. I'm sure that's why when we began, I tried to invite some legal experts. I don't know if you're a legal expert and you're in this space. As you can see today, we, the citizens, need lots of answers from you guys because we are trying to deliberate on the best, not just the way forward, but the best way forward, which for one, I mean, guys, we have to agree. We do not want any more of these killings. I mean, we've lost our loved ones. We've seen so much brutality. We do not want any of these things happening. But the movement must go on. So what's the best way to keep the movement alive? So as I introduce the next speaker, I will urge, if you're a legal expert, DM me, send me a DM, text me on the side. I would really want you guys.
I want to thank Faith and Manwa for the opportunity. My questions are brief, and this follows the conduct of the immediate former CSS, especially the CS of Education. We saw him issuing employment letters of teachers on political rallies. And my question is there a way in which we can undo such? Because I think that act denied some most deserving Kenyans an opportunity for employment. And to my second question, I think this is a question that has been asked severally in different platforms, but I'll ask in a brief. So my question is, how can we adjust the numbers in terms of salaries to state officers? I think we are paying more than we can manage, because I think their salaries is among the highest compared to different countries in Africa and also the rest of the world. And also in terms of numbers, this thing of over-representation, I think there was a speaker before the last pace fell. There was a speaker who was talking about was talking about the same in terms of numbers. So how can we? And also answer my third question: what constitutional changes can we make so that we make the society or running of our governance a bit fair? For instance, how can we change the constitution to make, for instance, the recalling of an MP easier? You see, I think those who came up with the constitution made it difficult for us to recall our MPs. So those are my few questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greatness, are you there?
I want to talk to people. Hello? Hey.
Kindly proceed.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, proceed kindly.
Okay, my question is, my name is James. I'm listening from Kitengera. My question is, okay, most of my question nimesikia wase wamejibu mingi, but mine ilikuwa kwa MPs. Huyo mse mwenye amesema about kumake easier mambo ya MP kulikoriwa. I guess that kuna venye tunaelezewa about that more. Because most of us huku chini tunateseka na mambo mingi sana actually. For example, mimi here in Kitengera, mimi observe vitu sana. And nime notice kuna askari kadhaa huku Kitengera kuna okay, most of us tumechanganyika, Masai, Wakamba, Wakikuyu. But ukiweka biashara yako Kitengera lazima uchote kitu kidogo kwa polisi. OCS wameanziwa na OCS, wameanziwa from there too. Which means corruption ndio inatumiza sisi wote. Pale juu akiwajibika hadi huku chini hawa wase wataacha hii maneno ya kufongo ama kuchukua anything huku chini. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take a last question so that we can take those responses first. Can we have DKT? Ibros, DKT? DKT, can you hear me? If he's not there, Mr. Buni. Mr. Buni, can you hear me? Okay, guys, before we take the next set of questions, let me just respond to some of the few questions. I want to first make a declaration. We have on board Council Member Teresia Wavinya. We have the Advocate Zaka Lakonyo on board. And I think we have several advocates on board who can be able to respond to the several questions that have been raised by the members of the public. I will respond to the few questions so that we don't have numerous questions to respond to before we address the ones that have been raised. I think someone raised questions with regard to the First Lady. I think based on the President's earlier declarative, the First Lady offices and allocations in terms of finances was scrapped off. It's interesting to note that indeed even county governments have allocated resources for the First Lady. It's important to note, and as a law society, we have to indicate that indeed these offices are unconstitutional. They're not provided in the Constitution. You guys, if you go through the Constitution of Kenya 2010, there is nowhere the First Lady has been mentioned, or the Second Lady for that matter, because we have the President and the Deputy President, and in county governments we have the Governor and the Deputy Governor. We have no business as members of the public with the First Ladies and the wives of members of public. That is the President, the Deputy President, the county government, that is the governors and the deputy governors and their spouses, and even the National Assembly. And I know for a fact some of the members of parliament might think that their wives are First Ladies within the constituencies. It's important to note that these offices are not known under the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And therefore, it's important that we, as citizens, oppose, and I applaud the step by the President of the Republic of Kenya saying that the allocations to those offices have already been vacated. To that extent, I believe even county governments that are making allocations to those offices, if you come from those respective counties, we had an intense discussion about county governments, because under the Constitution of Kenya 2010, there are two levels of government. There's the national government and the county government, the devolved government. And the steps that we have made, including culminating into the dismiss of the cabinet secretaries, culminating into the dismiss of the Attorney General, culminating into the subsequent actions that will be taken and dismissal of the actually rejection of the bill before the National Assembly, we have to be very candid to the lowest level of governments, and that is the county government, the MCAs who are at the local level. If your county alleges to have intends to allocate resources to the first woman in that county, then it's unconstitutional, and you have to take necessary steps. And it's at this stage that we need to actually take caution. Remember, you are the electorate. You are the ones donating your right to individuals to represent that right, both at the county level, at the National Assembly level through the members of parliament, at the women rep level, and therefore you have a right to appear before the county assembly before the members of the county assembly, those are the MCAs, and implore upon them not to pass a budget that makes allocation to a woman representative. It's very important for you to know that whereas you're fighting for your rights at the national level, at the national government, the county level is the lowest unit. And the county is split into sub-counties where you have members of, representative of the members of the county assembly, who we call popularly as MCAs. You have to hold the MCAs accountable. Your county representative from where you come from must ensure they agitate the interest, your interest, and the interest of your kin and the members within that sub-county at the county assembly. They are a reflection of what we have in the National Assembly in Nairobi, where we call it parliament. And so your parliament at the local level is your MCAs. And I think Cyprian earlier mentioned that we need to know who is representing who from the regions so that we don't assume that we have representation across the region. And I think I've addressed that question about the first lady and the first woman as it is in the county government level. You have to oppose any proposal. And again, as we indicated earlier, if you go to the Auditor General's website, you will find out qualified or unqualified opinions, reports of the allocations given to those counties. And if those reports are adverse, you have a duty to challenge that county government, to ask for the removal of your governor, to actually ask for the removal of your MCA for misrepresenting your interests and going forward and actually agitating for their personal interests. And again, you have a duty to report that to the Law Society of Kenya, because I think as the Public Interest Litigation Committee of the Law of Kenya will take up any matter from any county within the boundaries of this republic and challenge the same within our courts if any officer, any public officer has violated the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya. Let me go to the second question of abduction. And I think Zach, being a senior member of the legal profession, you have raised several issues about the Githurai bodies. I think it's a matter of general public that indeed there are several bodies that have been found at Githurai on a dump site. This tells you that we have not really held our governments accountable with regards to the right to life. This is a constitutional right. When members of the public express their rights to demonstrate, they do not, and in any event, if they violate any right outside their Bill of Rights, government agencies have a right to institute proceedings. But there is no individual, including the President of the Republic of Kenya, who has a right to take away the right to life. Nobody is above the law. We are all above the law, including the individuals we elect into public office. And I think that is very important, because it's very difficult for us to collect evidence and information as to those violations. But within your space, whether you are in Nairobi or any county within the Republic of Kenya, you have to ensure that you collect substantive evidence on these violations, because the Constitution provides for the Bill of Rights. If you went to the street to demonstrate and you did not affect any other third party, you did not throw stones into stalls of other people. You did not loot any other person's shop. You did not assault any other person exercising their rights. Then you have a duty. You have a constitutional duty to exercise your right peacefully. And so those violations that emanate from exercising your rights, you must exercise them. And I think regardless of where you come from, the judiciary within the Republic of Kenya has high courts across the country. The last 10 years, we have had the benefit of having high courts in over 25. It's approaching 30 counties. And in any high court within the Republic of Kenya, you have a right to allege violation of your individual rights. If you are abducted, if you are injured, if you are held beyond the constitutional requirement of 24 hours, and any other violation, including intimidation, frustration, and threats and all that, the High Court has inherent powers, inherent jurisdiction to hear and determine questions of abuse of any violations under the Bill of Rights. And let me go to the other question. Can we hold can we hold account the new cabinet that is being set up by the president? Can we hold them account? Let me first say that you guys elected your members of parliament. You gave a delegated right. You delegated your right to members of parliament to represent you in parliament and make decisions on your behalf. If, and I know for a fact the president will present to the National Assembly the new team that will be in cabinet. Remember, there is a minimum under the Constitution of 14. There is a maximum of 22 under the Constitution. If the president chooses to appoint 22 or appoint 14, he has that prerogative. But whoever he chooses to sit as a cabinet secretary, you as members of the public, you have a duty. And I need to reiterate the position that the president of the Law Society, Faith Odhiambo, reiterated earlier, that if you are a member of the public, you have a right to instruct your member of parliament in writing. You don't need to text them or anything. Write. Most of you are learned. You can write to your member of parliament, make that letter public and tell them that we are opposed to you as agreeing to have this cabinet secretary be appointed for this position. And all those positions we have in office, if all of us would write to our members of parliament and tell them that we are opposed to this position that you are taking, and it's documented, it's very easy for some of us at the Law Society, based on the information you have actually given to your member of parliament, and based on the vote that they took, to either ask them to vacate office, or number two, ask the court to consider the opinions of the members within that constituency and declare that they did not represent the position of the members within that constituency. Again, the essence of public participation, there's a decision from the Supreme Court which has said that public participation should not be a process. You remember Justice David Maraga, the former Chief Justice, said that the issue of representation, the issue of government proceeding, it's not an event, it's a process. You have to pay attention to what is happening in government, to what is happening in parliament. As members of the respective national assemblies where you come from, where you vote, you have to ensure that your member of parliament follows the process of law and they don't make decisions. Earlier we said that parliament is the biggest letdown in the justice system and also in the legislative process, and they have failed to actually hold government accountable in terms of oversight. And so you have to pay attention to how your member of parliament voted, what informed that vote. Was it personal, or was it involving the views collected from the public? And as the Supreme Court said, that the process of public participation should not just be a process, because you cannot just report to Parliament that we listen to members of the public. You have to also demonstrate that we listened and we incorporated their views in our final reports. And these are the views. So that when the Law Society challenges these decisions in court, they will tell the court, look, these were the views of the members of the public, and they are documented. This is what they said. But this member of parliament refused to comply and proceeded to State House to receive instruction as to how they will vote on this bill. And as I indicated earlier, the members of parliament of the National Assembly are our biggest enemies in terms of execution of legislation and oversight question. There's a question that has been raised on the question of recall of MPs. I want you guys to read the Constitution. Under Article 97 and 98, the right to recall, there's a process. There's a process of collecting signatures. There's a process of that is anchored under the law. Kindly read those provisions, because the Constitution is a very short document. You can be able to grasp those facts and be able to institute proceedings as an individual to recall your member of parliament. Can we initiate the prosecution of cabinet secretaries who have been incompetent and who have misused public resources? Yes. You have a right individually to institute proceedings against any cabinet secretary, both former and even current. And again, considering that the president has already asked the members of the public to, has already fired his cabinet, it means that the 21 cabinet secretaries will be, the names will be presented before Parliament for vetting. Once the vetting goes through, there will be a process of public participation, collecting views from the members of the public. If he elects the same individuals who have cases in court, remember Chapter 6 of the Constitution has not died, because the Constitution is clear as to whether, as on the issues of accountability, transparency, on the issues of individuals, whether they have been involved in cases in court, corruption cases, whether they have a clean record and stuff like that. So you have to look at the individual being nominated to parliament. And you have a right to instruct your member of parliament. And even before you instruct your member of parliament, you have a right to do a memoranda in your name to the National Assembly, asking them that I reject this nominee on the following grounds. He has been involved in criminal cases. He is a murderer. He or she has participated in corruption cases. So that if those views are not considered, then it's very easy for you, after the decision of Parliament has been made, whether they approve that individual nominee or not, you can pursue that process in court and indicate that indeed this person does not meet the constitutional provisions of being appointed to a substantive public office because they don't meet the procedural and constitutional requirements for appointment to public office. Those procedural and constitutional requirements are actually under our constitution and are actually under Chapter 6 and Article 10. If you look at those articles, they provide for the integrity process for individuals who actually are supposed to actually be appointed to public office. Let me go back to, I think the last question that Benny asked. How can we adjust the numbers of our representatives? Because we have women reps, we have members of parliament, we have the Senate, we have the national, we have the county government, and all those representatives. I think it's obvious and it's true that we are overrepresented. We have women reps. In a proper democracy, we should have men reps. Because under this generation, and I'm sorry to say, and I don't want anybody to be offended, gender representative is a position that is actually debatable. Because again, what the Constitution of Kenya wanted to cure was the poor representation of our lady gender within government. And you can agree with me, if you look at the judiciary right now, a majority of women take up the biggest representation in the judiciary, from the Chief Justice going downwards. If you go to the National Assembly, we have big representation, and I think there's a question that was asked about recalling the National Assembly. I feel that the representation has not been felt and has not been, the constitutional requirement on balance has not been met. And I therefore side with the proposal that the president should dissolve parliament based on the advice by the former Chief Justice, seeking that they have not complied with the constitutional provisions, and therefore there is a constitutional requirement that the Chief Justice should advise the president to dissolve parliament. But in other areas of society, there is that gender balance. And again, our women representatives in parliament, they need to know that they play a major role. Because again, if you look at the role they have played, they are siding with government. So you do not have proper representation of people who can speak on our women within the society. Lastly, on the question of contributions to the law society, I think the president, if you visit the president's page and my page and any other council member's page, you will find, and the Law Society of Kenya page, you will find a tall number. If you intend to contribute to the individuals who have been arrested and incarcerated in police stations, if you want to contribute to cases in court on questions of abduction, being held beyond the constitutional period of 24 hours, then there's a tall number where you can make your formal contributions to the Law Society, and we appreciate that contribution. I hope I can take up other questions. I can allow other speakers. I know there are several advocates on this forum, and it's very important that we give them a chance. Kindly raise your name. But at this juncture, I will give Mike. Mike, you can take over the mic. Kenya lady, can you hear me? Okay, Omondi, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Cyprian. Keegan. Obadiah, Kipchirchir Mutai, Keegan, are you there? Kenyan lady? Omondi,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you. Proceed, Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm a resident of Eldoret, and after the riots we did the previous riots, there was the burning down of Sudi's Timber EXO, his personal club. And after his club was burned down, they have been doing sham prosecutions. I'm going to call them sham prosecutions because of the type of bonds and bails that they were posting for people. There was a man who was accused of stealing meat, and he was supposed to pay about 10 million in bail or bond. I'm not sure, but yeah, that how does that even account for the crime that they're asking for? I feel like they've started doing sham prosecutions to do as a how will I call it, as a show of power, so that they can use people as examples, so that we are in fear the next time we go out. And it is ongoing. I've seen even in Nairobi, the man who was being prosecuted for turning off CCTVs in Parliament. How can he have turned off CCTVs in Parliament when Duale was confidently telling us on television, on Citizen, that he has CCTV footage of the people that apparently went into the Parliament? So if they have this CCTV footage, how was the CCTV turned off? And can these ministers be prosecuted for lying to the people because of the statements they're making publicly and the sham prosecutions they're trying to make to use people as examples? Is there a way for us to prosecute them for what they're doing, or for us to hold them accountable for their words? Because it seems they can say XYZ and do the opposite, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Paula, Keegan, kindly unmute if I call your name. Obadiah, Engineer Eme, Gatswan, anybody? Paulo? James, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
James, kindly proceed. Godfrey. Godfrey, we can hear you.
Guys, can I speak?
Yeah, kindly proceed.
So there is a question. My name is Sure. I'm speaking from Yamira County. So there is a question I asked about the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. So when we talk of representation, we should start with the offices that are unconstitutional. So I was asking, how did this office come to existence in the first place? Because with the constitution and with the different bodies keeping the government in checks, I really don't understand how the office has existed for the past 2 years and nobody's talking about it. So is there a way that this office can be done away with so that it is not in the constitution, it's wrong, it shouldn't be there. So what is it that we have to do so that we get it out? And I asked that question, and I think you forgot to answer. Another question was on the fired cabinet secretaries. These guys, they are the wealthiest cabinet secretaries in the past 2 years. They have accumulated a lot of wealth. So my question was, maybe they could be so happy that they have been fired, but they've stolen enough. So I wanted to know, what is it that we have to do so that we get what they have stolen from us? They have stolen a lot of money, and you've seen how they have shown the lives they show us. They were full of themselves, and I believe that it's a good thing if they bring back all the money they have stolen. So what is it? How do we start? What is the process of making sure that all the corrupt cabinet secretaries bring back all the money they have stolen from us, from the government? So if you answer those questions, the two questions, I think I have asked them previously, and I think you forgot. So if you can answer that, I'll be glad. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Anto, can you hear me? Paulo? Karaim? Kigen?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed.
Well, my name is Peter. I've joined the group from Kakamega. Well, my question, or rather my concern was in regards to what the president, in regards to what Ruto has done yesterday by dismissing all the CSS. We shouldn't be happy because the last I checked, the ministers, and we have the accounting officers still in office. Maybe the Wakili, you can tell us what's the criteria that can be applied to make sure the entire system in the ministry, that is the accounting officer, who is the PS, the CS, are all sweet. We need fresh faces, new faces, vetted people, and all that. Is there a way we can also force for the PSSs to go home? Another thing, all these guys that have been proven to be incompetent, that the president has sent home packing, were vetted by the parliament. And you see, if the parliament, I'll give an example of a vehicle. If you take all the public service vehicles are supposed to go through NTSA for inspection. If a vehicle gets involved in an accident and the inspection shows that there were some anomalies which were bypassed by the inspecting officer, I think it's also the inspecting officer by the NTSA is supposed to go home. The MPs vetted these people and proved that most of these people are worthy to hold their offices. We just learned that wengine sijui walikuwa na diploma in tailoring ama ni cooking na nini, but they hold very high offices. So please advise on what modality can be used to have the PSS go home and the House, that is the National Assembly, be held capable and as to why they vetted these guys and gave them a clean bill of health to hold such offices. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter. Fabish.
I've just spoken. Peter, I've spoken.
Fabish.
Yes.
Fabish.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can proceed kindly.
Thank you so much. And I want to take first this opportunity to congratulate Madam President Faith Odhiambo for being elected to head the LSK. And I want to commend all the LSK team in this regime that truly you are working and you have restored the confidence of Kenyans in regard to legal matters. I think it is the first time that at least we see lawyers coming together and helping Kenyans to understand the constitution, to understand the law, and in fighting for justice. We have seen doing a lot of pro bono. We really congratulate you and continue with that spirit. Secondly, I am joining you from Jakarta, Indonesia. We have a family community of Kenyans here, and we have a problem. I thank that at least I get this opportunity to address, and Madam President of LSK is here. We have an issue that as a community here, we have been trying to help. We have some Kenyans here, most ladies and some few men that they are languishing in Indonesia prison for various cases ranging from passports. Some they were used as mules, and they were jailed and prosecuted because they didn't have proper legal representation and the language barrier. And most of them, they lost the case and they were sentenced to various terms of jail terms. We have been trying to intervene and see how we can help. And when we engage with the Indonesian authority, we find out that they were granted a parole, which actually it is a standard that they are giving to all prisoners irrespective of the jurisdiction they are coming from. Other jurisdictions are doing the same. But now, when they were granted parole, when they went the procedure and that were required for them to undergo before given that parole. The last one was about the Kenya embassy to sign for them, acknowledgement that they are the citizen and they will help them in parole during the parole process. But the embassy refused to sign. When we confront the embassy, they told us that, we have to wait for the confirmation from the MFA. We wrote letters to MFA, and MFA again transferred us to the Attorney General. And we have been taken to circles. These people, they are languishing, they are suffering, and Indonesia is known for having overcrowded prison, which they are prone to diseases and malnutrition, etc. They are not helping them in any way, even those who are sick. Even there is one that we lost last year. He died of illness. So I want now to ask, as a members of a law society, how can you be able to address this issue? Because we wrote, it is the communication that we got from the embassy is that it is very difficult even for them to access the office of the Attorney General. And I don't know there was approval from the office of Attorney General. And we even engaged with Isaac Olochwer, who was trying to help in terms of, he drafted even a petition for one of the applicants, sent to Parliament that petition. That petition even is with us and is with the lawyer Isaac Olochwer, but that petition was not acted in Parliament. It was not read from 2022, I think around October until now. So I think by law, by constitution, Kenyans have a right to petition the Parliament. But how do you petition a Parliament where they close their ears? And if the Parliament failed to act on a petition, where else can you address? We already even addressed the office of the Ombudsman, but we have been taken circles. So I don't know whether you can have any help so that we can help these Kenyans. Second, my question I want to ask is about those corrupt individuals like those years that they were fired and other corrupt public officers that have been there before. Nothing is being done. And the constitution gives a right to Kenyans that they can exercise it directly. I want to ask, is there a way that maybe Kenyans can make arrest if they feel like there is a corrupt official and that the authorities are not doing anything? Can they make arrest and go ahead and demand for prosecution from the judiciary? Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you for that. Keegan, Aluko, Elvis, let's talk.
Can I speak?
Aluko, proceed.
I have two questions. Each of them has got part one and part two. So there are four. The first question is that just a background to it. I've given up personally on the government of Ruto, and I will not ask any questions that will assist him stay in power until 2027. So my question is there a constitutional way by which he can be removed from power? That's the first question. Question 1B is, I have equally given up on the whole political setup that we have. We saw the main opposition party today. They were preparing on joining government. And if you look at presidents, even CS Namwamba, former CS, was an ODM Secretary General. So when they join government, they will go there. So the big question is, how, in your opinion, how can we, the people, effect this change constitutionally outside the political setup? Question 2 is with regards to human rights. 2A, do you have a desk as LSK that has information about missing people? 2B, if that desk is there, do you have information of people who are currently, as we speak today, in police dungeons with charges that are related to the protests that we had. On top of that, do you have a plan at every police station to give them legal service? Do you have a fund, for example, to pay them bond? How many of them are in jail because they are unable to raise the bonds? Thank you, Mr. Co-host.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Can I ask my question?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much. My question is I just have one question, and it relates to those who violated the human right aspect. The police officers, the IG, under the command of the IG, now that is resigned. Is there a provision whereby he can be held accountable for his personal actions while he was in the office? And this relates to the rest, even the CSS who were in the office who went against the constitutional requirement. What are the provisions and what are the steps that can be taken? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I respond to that before Let's Talk you come in? So that we don't lose it, because there are so many questions. Let's Talk. Can you wait?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will only restrict myself to constitutional questions because, as I indicated earlier, I'm representing the President of the Law Society of Kenya. Of course, we have several advocates on this call. I'm trying to admit as many as possible to be able to address to the constitutional questions being raised by the members of the public. I'll respond to a few questions. I think some of the questions we have addressed them. There is a question that has been raised about whether by Aluko, whether there is a constitutional requirement to remove the president from office. I want to refer you to Article 145 of the Constitution, upon which you can remove the president. There are several reasons why you can remove the president if you justify the question of gross misconduct, if the president is bankrupt, if the president is competent, and you can justify all that. There's a process under the Constitution. If the same is processed through Parliament, and the same is passed by Parliament by 2/3 of the members of the Parliament, then obviously the question of impeaching a president will suffice. It's a tedious process. The Constitution of Kenya was innocent when making proposals on these issues, but I think the bigger duty as members of the public, because as currently constituted, remember the ruling party constitutes a majority of the members of parliament in terms of numbers. So it's very difficult to impeach a president under the current government. But the Constitution did not ignore that provision. When you are discussing the questions of which government entity has disappointed the members of the public, between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, we found out that the legislature, and that's both parliaments, have contributed immensely in curtailing the rights of the public, in representing the members of the public on the questions of representation, on the questions of oversight, and on the questions of legislation, because they have the mandate to legislate the laws that govern this country. But again, we had a discussion about these individuals get instructions from the executive. And when we say they get instructions from the executive, you remember when the finance bill was being discussed in Parliament, a day before the vote, they spent their time at State House. And in the public eye, that was an event that was supposed to woo them to actually vote for the Finance Act. And we find ourselves here today. And so there has been agitation by a majority of the discussants within this space asking questions why Parliament is not taking up its mandate seriously. And even though we have had that discussion around 7 p.m., it's already 9. I will reiterate the position that we took earlier, that the reason why they have taken this position is because we as the electorate, from the respective constituencies where we elect these members of parliament, we do not consider the qualifications of these individuals. We do not interrogate whether they went to the schools that they allege to have gone, whether they have integrity, whether they have cases in court, whether they have a clean bill of health in terms of integrity. And so that it's very difficult, even at this juncture, to actually recall them. I remember under the previous regime of the Law Society, President Nelson Harvey did advise the President of the Supreme Court, that is the former Chief Justice, Maraga, to actually advise the President to dissolve Parliament on the basis that they have not met their constitutional duties. So there are several avenues we can use. And if the President was paying attention to what is happening in the public, and considering that that advice by Honorable Justice Maraga, Chief Justice Emeritus, is still in place, he should have taken that advice, even though the advice was sent initially to his predecessor, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He can still take that advice because he's now the hold of that office and dissolve Parliament. And that means that we'll go back to elections and appoint new representatives to represent us from each and every representative units. But we are here now. The Constitution provides for recall of the President. The Constitution provides for the recall of the members of Parliament. I ask you to pay attention. The Constitution is a very small document. It guides you on each and every aspect of law. The question on does LSK have a strategy on representation of individuals whose rights have been violated, and that I think it's a very important question, and we had already answered this question in our initial conversation. And this is what we said. We have over 30 cases in court since the first demonstration with regard to the finance bill. If you remember the Tuesday, when individuals went to the streets, the members of the public went to the streets, we have over 30 cases in court against individual office holders. That is the OCS, particularly Central Police Station, who participated highly in infringing constitutional and human rights of the members of the public. We have instituted proceedings against the regional head, Nairobi area, in court as the Law Society. We have instituted proceedings against the former Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior, Kithure Kindiki, in court. And I think a couple of these officers who had the mandate to instruct our police officers who came to the streets, who used live bullets, who actually abducted public citizens from their private places and released them without trial, violated their constitutional rights under the Bill of Rights. We have those cases in court. As we speak, the Law Society obtained orders from court that any person, any citizen within the Republic of Kenya who has been incarcerated for beyond 24 hours, if not presented in court within the 24 hours, he or she should be released at their personal cognizance. And I think that order has been slated usually on the page of the Law Society, on the page of the President of the Law Society. And if you go to my page currently, you will be able to access the orders of the court for some of the matters that we have already instituted in court. And I think the question of holding these individuals accountable, and even though it's a repetitive question, we have already answered it as a law society, that we have taken necessary initiatives and we keep the public in check. If you visit the Law Society page on Twitter, on X, you'll be able to access the several decisions that we have instituted against the individual government entities and individuals who actually gave directives to use live ammunitions, to abduct Kenyan citizens, to kill and dump Kenyan citizens when they are exercising their right to demonstrate. I think I've answered some of the questions that most of the members have asked. As to holding IG accountable, even though he has been fired from office, trust me, we have several cases against the Inspector General Police in his personal capacity. As a law society, there is a reason why we instituted these proceedings in his personal capacity, because we have reason to believe that these directions were issued by himself. And in any case, there is no provision under the new Constitution of Kenya 2010 to hide behind the office you hold to actually commit violations and offenses against the members of the public. I'll take several other questions. I have members of the public here and lawyers who can be able to assist us in this conversation. I'll take the several set of questions kindly.
Okay, let me jump in because I think for me, I think many people have spoken on the current situation in Kenya. They have proposed the way forward. But what I see in these spaces is we have a lot of ideas, a lot of proposals, but who is documenting them so that we have a roadmap to achieving all this that is causing the chaos in the country? Because if we don't provide ourselves with direction, we will take the direction of a tyrant. And we only have three options: either self-determination, and that is we give ourselves direction, or follow the direction of a tyrant, or we get lost. So I think the situation we are right now is because, in the first place, when we elect a president, the only thing we have is a constitution. But a president comes in with his own vision, with his own manifesto, which nobody holds him accountable. When he says he wants to create jobs, he does not give us timelines, and nobody can enforce those times because it is upon himself either to provide or not. You heard him the other day said, I found you without jobs. So what are you telling me? So I think we have failed ourselves for not putting the right systems such that whoever comes in, they have no two ways, they have no any other ways, but to follow the laid down visions, aspirations, and values. What is failing Kenya is the lack of values. Like, for example, you go in a primary school, you find kids with padlocks. Such little things is what grows in us, because once you have a padlock, it means you suspect your classmates. It means you have no confidence with whoever is surrounding you. It means already the thoughts of stealing has been installed in you at that young age. So it's about the values that we teach in schools. The child that is born today, how are we taking care of that new seed that has just been introduced into the land of Kenya? Because the future is in those children. Today we are just fighting, but our lives here is so limited compared to the child that is being born today.
Hello, I don't know whether I'm the only one who is lost or we are still on.
I can hear you. All right. So what I was talking about.
We are still on Ndegwa. I will come to you, Council, in a short. Let our good lady finish.
Yeah. So I think what we lack here is the values. And what we are doing in these spaces is commendable because everybody is airing. What do you think is wrong? What kind of Kenya do you want? So this is the right time. Because even if we remove Ruto, which we all want him to go home, yeah, what we really need to do right now is to set up systems so that whoever comes in, they have no two ways about it. It's either there will be a road to be constructed between Mandera and Turkana. If you don't implement that, there is no, you have failed the people. It means you have no, but you have to resign. Yeah, so we need to have our own visions, and then the budget. Why are we doing a budget of 1 year? It's due 2024, 2025. That is why we fail ourselves because it means we don't even have our bigger. What is our bigger vision? What we should be doing is planning 20, 30 years to come so that we have a budget. Instead of coming to riot every day, reject finance bill next year, what we shall be doing is appraising the leaders. In this ward, there was a road that was supposed to be constructed along this area. Was it implemented? No. Who was responsible? Was the money released? No. Why? And to where? So that we know people should now fall along that line. We don't have to riot to remove a person. It should be their deliverables. Should fire them. Once you don't deliver to the people, it fires you automatically. Just like an institution, when you're employed, you have targets. When you don't meet them, you're given a warning letter. The second warning letter, the third, you're sent home. Why are we not doing the same to our own country? So that we have, let's say, a budget of 5 years. Every year is just doing appraisal. This county government were given this amount of money. And this amount of money was supposed to develop these things and this in office. So I think that is where we fail ourselves. Let us put up systems. Secondly, let us have values, because values, the lack of values is what is causing corruption. The lack of it. How can you steal money meant for children? You see, children are studying under trees, and someone is wearing a watch worth 1 million, yet constructing 3 classes. Is that watch can construct how many classes? It's the lack of values. And also, let's make corruption a capital offense. Let us have a cell in the Nairobi National Park, whereby we jail these people. We bring children from Mandera. Let us go and see these people who stole our money. Wakwe kama wanyama, tunawatreat kama watu waliiba, watu wanaenda kuangalia, huyu ndo aliiba hivi We put them in a place that it will be a public shame to steal even a pen. You will be treated like an animal. Uwekwe ndani ya huko ukae kama mnyama. Watu wanakuja all the way, want to go and see who? Ruto. Who stole how much? 20 billion. Tumweke hapo, watoto wanakuja So it becomes a lesson to everybody. So I think as we push all these agendas, let us think first, what do we lack? It is the system. The reason why Ruto is behaving like this or not doing the work he's supposed to do, it's the lack of system. If you elect somebody to come in and the only thing they have is their manifesto, and half of the country did not even agree to that manifesto, will he be leading us? No, he'll just be doing his own things. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ndegwa, are you there? Cyprian, I can see you're back. Can we have Ndegwa?
Yes,
Yes,
I
you
am
can have
here.
Ndegwa.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Kindly allow Council Ndegwa to take over, then you can take over.
Thank you very much, Council, and thank you very much, the host, for this space. I think much of the revolution and the events that will change the course of this country are happening on these spaces. I have participated in several of them, And the last one that I participated was hosted by Dr. Mutunga Emeritus and Dr. Miguna. And one thing that is up, and I've also participated in various, but one thing that is so apparent is that people are so desirous to push for change of this country. There is an apparent agreement that the bare minimum that we want is a question of accountability. They also want to have institutions held to account. Most of those spaces, they are so much dissatisfied with institutions like parliament. But the biggest annoying institution is that of the presidency. And therefore, the agreement that is coming all over and the debate that is being generated is that we need to fix the presidency. What people do not know is how then do we start moving towards that direction of fixing the presidency? And what exactly is required of us to fix the presidency, and which constitutional tools are available? I have been one of the biggest proponents that this revolution must remain within the four corners of the Constitution, and that we should not engage ourselves in extra constitutional mechanisms that may make it difficult for us to go back to the Constitution. So when I was with in Miguna's space, I made the proposal of the four available tools. That is the first one, which is resignation, and the guy doesn't seem to heed to that call. The other tool is that of Article 145 about removal on the ground of incapacity. The other tool is about Article 146, the question of impeachment. And the other tool that I proposed is, if all these are not forthcoming, then we have to wait for the second Tuesday of August. But the biggest disconnect is that people are willing to move to apply these tools, but they are discontented and are not very sure that Parliament can raise to the occasion. So the biggest missing link here that is making it difficult for us to hold institutions to account is the inability of the institutions to exercise independency, like the institution of Parliament. So I am suggesting in the absence of Parliament, because Parliament plays a role, because the Speaker receives the resignation from the President and goes announced and all that. If then you have to use the tool of removal on ground of incapacity, again, Parliament plays a major role. When you go again to look at the tool of impeachment, again, Parliament still has to play the role of reforming the electoral system. So one of the things is that we must get Parliament back to the people. And how do we do that? We may not overhaulingly, or we may not perhaps go and recall all the MPs, but we need to have 2 or 3 or 4 MPs recalled. And they're being recalled on the basis of compromising the most sacrosanct creed of people's representation. So that then the rest of Parliament will understand that Parliament is distinct from the executive. And if you are to do that, therefore, then some of the tools available like that of removal by way of incapacity, and I implore you to go and read Article 145, it's one of the best and the easiest route, because the Constitution speaks about quarter of the MPs attending, then the majority of them passing the motion, then the motion is transmitted to the Chief Justice, who within 7 days constitutes a tribunal constituted of a doctor and a lawyer, and then they have to evaluate the capacity of the president and then come up with a verdict. And the Constitution says that the determination of the tribunal will be final. I don't believe we can fail to get doctors and lawyers who can resonate with the clamor that is currently existing in the society. But will Parliament rise up to the occasion? And then how do we make sure that Parliament is held to account? Should we go the way of the Salamu, ya kusalimiwa kila wakati? Should we go the way that the Gen Zs have shown us? And then to what extent then can we push that idea? Take over and deal with the issues of extrajudicial killing. This is beyond extrajudicial killing. In my view, this is almost to the level of extermination. When I was on Miguna space, a question was put: how many people should die so that then the threshold of crimes against humanity under the ECC statute can be met? In my view, I think the LSK needs to take the first action. That deaths have occurred, actions have not been taken by the requisite institutions. We have made attempts to make sure that the domestic institutions take over these matters, and they've just negated that call. I believe we need to go to the next level, where we're inviting the next international instruments to take over, so that anybody knows, whether you are Koome or whoever you may be, that you'll be held to account of your own actions. I am proposing, if members deems it fit, that LSK takes it, because LSK will take it as an institution, and therefore there will be no possibility of victimization, that we go to that now level of writing to the ICC, inviting them to come and evaluate the situation in the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much, Wakili. I beg to be guided. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Ndegwa, for your contribution. I want to invite Zaka Lakonya, Counsel, Advocate. Kindly, if you can respond to some of the questions that were raised earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel Manuel. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
Thank you. First, I just want to quickly, there's a question that was thrown to the Law Society of Kenya regarding a certain situation that is developing in Indonesia, and and the challenges that have been experienced with regards to contacting and or engaging the Office of the Attorney General, and how LSK can be able to come in and help in terms of mitigating what is going on. My answer actually is a guide to the Law Society of Kenya in terms of how cross-border engagements are happening within the country, and how the Law Society can actually be able to come in and be able to help. I know for a fact that when it comes to criminal sanctions and criminal prosecutions in sovereign states, and how countries are able to intervene and are able to come in place and engage on a level of protecting their citizenship that are in foreign states, there must be an agreement that is normally referred to as mutual legal assistance that is signed between the states. So I think the Law Society of Kenya, in engaging with the Office of the Attorney General, whoever the next occupant shall be, needs to be able to affirm, and we need to create a system. And I agree with the last speaker, and I agree with the last speaker who said that we need to document some of these things that we are discussing about. We need to be able to write them down. We need to see how are we going to implement them. And in these engagements with the Office of the Attorney General, we need to know where our people are going. Greatest acclamations, or some of the things that the president has been going around saying that he's doing, is that he's creating work in foreign countries. But when our people go in those foreign countries, we are human beings and we live in societies that are governed by both civil and criminal sanctions. It is inevitable that one or two of our people will get in confrontations and will fall on the wrong side of the law. Is the president also providing a framework of protecting these young people that they are sending out of this country? And I think the Law Society has an opportunity right now to be able to engage actively with the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to be able to know where are our people going, And do we have a register of these people? And do we know where they are? And can we be able to engage and find out how we can assist them? Because a lot of our people are going out there and they are getting lost there, and they are being, we don't know who has died, we don't know who is incarcerated, we don't know of engaging. So I think there is an opportunity also to engage with the ever-evolving global economy. That not just the president creating these jobs, our people also find these jobs by themselves. And as such, we need to be able to know these frameworks, make sure that the countries where our people are being sent to are going to be able to there's an engagement framework where we can be able to trust them. And the mutual legal agreements provide that kind of a framework. Secondly, allow me also to just contribute to the question about accountability and about what has been happening in the country recently. And there has been a clamor. Who is your leader? What do you, and there have been statements by politicians, leaderless equals to rudderless. That is nonsensical on stilts. I do not believe that accountability and which is what has been happening. I do not believe that accountability and holding the government that we have donated our powers to requires a leadership, a face, so that they can be able to engage. No. For me, the point that we need to insist on is that this is a system of a heightened accountability. And I'll keep insisting on this. There is a system of calling those people that hold public trust into accountability, into a system of accountability. Do you know that when the former cabinet secretary of agriculture, when they were put on their defense in parliament, do you know the first statement they said? He said that my boss is aware of everything that happens in my office. That should have been a warning sign. That would have been a telltale sign as to who is calling the shots in this country. And as such, therefore, we should not succumb and should not be confused by being tagged or by being called into appointing or identifying or being associated with any particular kind of faction, leadership, or direction. The main point of patriotism is to the flag, and it is to what is right with this country. So I just wanted to put across those 2 points, Manwa, to the first point being that the question of what is happening in Indonesia, as has been raised by one of the former speakers, I think the Law Society of Kenya needs to take up a measure and steps in engaging the Office of the Attorney General and finding out if there is a framework of engagement with this particular country and seeing what are the terms and conditions of those engagements and the questions as to extradition and all those factors, so that we can be able to help our citizens who are abroad, who have gone there to find work. And then the next point is about basically maintaining and sustaining this framework as a part of accountability measure in our country. Thank you so much. I rest.
Thank you, Zach. I appreciate those contributions. I want to allow Simon to take up the mic. I think you have the mic, Simon. Then we come to ASK, Ochi, and then to Onyonga. Simon, can you hear me? If Simon is not ready, ASK, Ochi, you have the microphone. Fabish?
Yes, thank you. Allow me to just clarify something. I thank the council that just spoke and addressed my question. What I just wanted to make shed more light about the issue, so that because I hear now that maybe somebody will be noting and then later to be addressed, is that this issue started in way 2021, and we follow the process. Number one, first, I want to know what is the capacity of ambassador when he's posted in a foreign country, because we see this issue. We find out that other jurisdiction, because even we have even when we have the petition, we annexed with what other jurisdiction are doing, like Tanzania, like South Africa, Nigerians. They are. It was not because there was no any money that is involved that maybe need, the taxpayers will incur the cost. So the issue reached the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the embassy had told us that actually it was the laxity of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to just grant him permission to just sign that paper. Actually, that is what the embassy here, Ambassador Mr. Boru, told us, that he just needed a permission from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So, as you are asking, because that question has been tabled, even the Deputy Speaker of National Assembly, Boshole, you engaged with her, and she told us that there is nothing new law to formulate. It lies squarely on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to just execute it, because before you open embassy, there must be a bilateral agreements. So I don't know whether maybe LSK will start by asking Mr. Mudavadi now, because Mudavadi is the one now that is remaining in office, and everything is based in his shoulder.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I have ASK, Uchi? ASK, can you hear me? ASK? Zach, are you able to respond to the questions? And I think we have Council Ndegwa still here. Any question that is raised with regard to the Law Society, perhaps it's very important that you guys can be able to weigh in. Zach, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Manuel. I understand the challenge and the concern that has been raised by Fabish. And I think, again, good people, this is also another framework of engagement that we also need to interrogate. Our ambassadors, what is the qualification criteria that goes into the selection of these individuals? What is the JD? What is it that they do when they go there? There are so many times, without number, we've had to have people who have gone out of the country. And as a practitioner in immigration law, I have had to experience this when our people are helpless out there and the embassy can't do anything about it. It's almost as if ambassadorial gone by. So I understand that apprehension, and there is a confusion indeed about the extent and role of the mandate of ambassadorial appointments or ambassadors, and the role of the office of the foreign affairs. And when you go, they keep throwing people around. Go to the embassy, then go to the foreign affairs, then go to attorney generals. There's lack of clarity there. So for me, while appreciating the challenge raised by the last speaker, Fabish, we also have to throw a challenge, because under Section 4 of the Law Society of Kenya Act, in terms of enforcement of the rule of law and on the insistence and assistance to government in administration and guidance on the enforcement of the rule of law, I think this is an area that has been left bare. This is an area that has been left without guidance and without proper clarification, because these ambassadors are paid by public funds. So anybody earning a penny on public funds, from public funds, needs to be accountable on their job description and in what it is that they do there. There was a story hosting endless cocktails. Is it what they do with our public funds? Is it what they do when they go out there? So this is another area of accountability. And I want us, even as we keep engaging, to interrogate every aspect of our public administration, of our governance, of our representation, internally and externally, so that then we address and be able to address all these issues that are rising. Because so many times we've had to be able to seek other lawyers in foreign jurisdictions to come with a law. So I understand what Fabish is saying, and my challenge is to the Law Society of Kenya to continue expanding its area of reach, its area of influence, and just asking tougher questions. It has been asking so far. Excellent work to the team led by Faith Odhiambo, and yourself, Manwa, and Mora Kabata, and the rest of the council members. Excellent work that you're doing. Continue asking these tough questions, continue engaging relevant authorities, and with these particular spaces, we'll be able to know what our people are going through and be able to intervene. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Zach. Council, I don't know whether ASK, Ochi's phone. We have Steve. Kindly, we have Simon and Buck. Any of you, so that we can drop you. We have so many speakers who want to speak. Buck, kindly proceed.
Hello.
Kindly proceed. We can hear you.
Hello.
Buck.
I'm on.
Let's have Buck, and then we can have the rest of you. Please. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for giving me the mic. I hope you can all hear me.
Hello. Can you hear me, guys?
For order, let's have
from my side.
Hold on a bit, yeah. I think we had a speaker proceeding,
Yes,
right?
I was speaking.
Okay, kindly proceed.
All right. I hopped onto this space a little after it had started, so I don't know if this question has been brought up, and if it has, I apologize in advance. But my issue is a little bit more immediate. I understand as we are planning what to do next, how we are going to proceed, what measures we're going to put in place. The cabinet was fired yesterday, but we know that they have been doing things there for the last 2 years. And I wanted to find out, is there a way that we can pause, because they are going to bring in new people. Crap, sorry. It's a dog barking, sorry. So I was saying they're going to bring in new people who we are hoping will be straightforward people who are clean, people will do work that is not tainted by corruption of the people who've left. But we also know that the truth is the institutions are the ones that are corrupt. So what can we do to assess the state of the current institutions? Because if the bath water is dirty and you bring in something and you put it in the dirty water, whatever you put in is going to be tainted. So what can we do right now to assess the state of the ministries? We had information yesterday, someone talking about how JKIA is about to be leased out to some organization for 30 years. And that's just one of the things that have been, brought out to the light. Is there anything we can do as a people, as the LSK, to say that all the ministries needed to be audited to find out what deals have they put in place, which ones have already been okayed, how were they okayed, what kind of public participation was involved in these deals as they were being made, are there any corrupt deals, is it possible for them to be cancelled? And then this needs to be brought out to light, because if you don't sweep, if you don't throw out our dirty water, everything that is put in there is still going to be tainted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have Simon. Simon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You have the microphone. Kindly proceed.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to raise a few questions. I just have a few questions for the legal team, because I think you guys are much more advanced when it comes to constitutional matters. One thing that I'm worried about is the way our government is structured. it creates a little bit of inefficiencies because of also duplications of roles. So, for example, the former CS of health was coming under fire because of the posting of medical interns. But if you look at the way the health sector is structured legally, her hands are tied because we devolved the health docket to the county government. Now, I've done a little bit of reading, and I know that there was an idea that was proposed in the drafting of the constitution where there was supposed to be the National Health Commission was supposed to be created to take care of our medics. And I guess my question to the LSK is there any way that you can help out to push some of these agendas forward? Because having an institution like the National Health Commission would really aid the young people in the medical fraternity who are trying to prop up their careers. If we don't take such moves or execute some of these strategies, we're going to be stuck in the same rant over and over again. It's quite unfair because the teachers have their own teacher service commission. Parliament has its own parliamentary service commission. Judges have their own judicial service commission. But our doctors, our nurses, and this is a critical sector of our economy or of our country. They do not have their own commission to take care of their well-being. So maybe my question to the team in LSK, is there a way that you can help? And maybe also throwing another thing out there. This whole movement came because of the country's financial position. Now, I have a background in finance and economics, and I know very well that we have been burdened by debt, and I know people are throwing shade. And also on the county level. And I believe, and also on the county level. And I believe, I know it's an uncomfortable conversation for Kenyans to have, but the only way we are going to rescue our country from the pit is if we shrink the size of it. Having 47 counties in one country is just ridiculous. There is no country in this world that has such. If we are not able to admit that to ourselves, then we'll always be stuck in debt and overtaxation territory. My last question would be on police reforms. So today there's news about bodies being retrieved. So my question is can the LSK help push for police reforms, especially when it comes to the mode in which somebody is arrested and taken to the police station? Because over the past couple of weeks, we've seen police officers in plain clothes huddle people into private vehicles. I mean, there's no label on the police car. I mean, it's actually not a police car. There are no plates. Do we have a policy that if I am arrested and I'm taken to a police station, I am afforded a phone call to call a couple of friends or my family members so that at least they know where I am? And if the police do not follow such protocols, are there penalties? Is there a way to take action on police officers who do not follow certain protocols? If anybody can help me out, I would answer some of these questions. Maybe I would really appreciate. I will leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Simon. I will split some of these questions to several of the advocates on this forum. And I think I appreciate the fact that we have some of our noble members within the forum. We still have Ndegwa here. We still have Zach here. Let me just respond to a simple some of the questions that have been addressed to the Law Society, and the legal questions will be addressed by the advocates on this forum. And particularly, I'll address the question of documentation of what has been happening the last few months, the last few weeks, and whether there is an institution that is documenting what is happening. I can inform you without any fear of contradiction that the Law Society has been documenting all conversations, including this one and the rest of other conversations happening in other spaces, because we have our representatives in those spaces on the views of the members of the public, and we will be able to channel those views either through the parliament or through the courts. As I indicated earlier, we have a committee that is dealing with questions of legislation. We have a committee that advises the National Assembly on every bill, including the finance bill, on what the public feels right and what the law requires that those bills should conform to. And I believe I've answered that question in terms of documentation. And I think this question stretches to the question of Simon as to whether the Law Society is privy to what is happening in terms of the bodies that are being retrieved from the different spaces as a result of Kenyan citizens exercising their right to demonstrate. You will be surprised to note that the Law Society is on the ground. It already knows the number of people who are dumped within that space. We are working closely with human rights organizations and civil societies, and we are documenting these issues. And so that you know, and I think most of you have seen that the IPOA, Independent Police Oversight Authority, issued a statement earlier as on the questions of abductions, injuries, and murder questions of individuals who demonstrated their rights to demonstrate in the streets. We are following up keenly because we initiated the conversation with them. We intend to hold them accountable to the last person who has been found to dead, injured, abducted, or whose rights in terms of being held at a police station was beyond the 24 hours period. I guarantee you that as the Law Society will ensure that the individuals within those offices will be held accountable. And I am happy that the bodies that were found next to a police station. It's very obvious that if a police station is next to a place where injustices were committed, then the OCS in that station, the police officers in that station must take responsibility as to how those bodies were dumped there, opposite a police station, how they got themselves there, how these people were murdered, and how they were and how their lives were taken away. Remember, every police station within this country, and I think this is what most of our members should appreciate, that a police station is supposed to protect the public. The reason why we have police officers within our spaces, where we live, where we reside, and to the lowest units, including the chiefs, and relevant officers' concerns within the regions, it's important to know that they are supposed to secure the protection of the public. But when they aid and abet in the murder, execution of innocent members of the public, then as a law society, we will have to hold them accountable. There are questions that have been raised about duplication of roles. Allow me to throw that question to any of the councils here, Ndegwa and Alakonya, the question of police reforms. And I think most of you know the role the Law Society has been playing in ensuring that police, the police reforms are effected and that people do not hide behind the institutions where they have been appointed to and orchestrate violations against the Constitution and then hide behind the office that they have. And as I spoke earlier, I indicated that we have to ensure that the individuals in office must take personal responsibility. Any public officer, and this does not speak to the police officers alone, it does not speak to the Inspector General of Police, the Director of Public Prosecution, the Director of the National, the NIS, the Attorney General. The people we have put in those offices must take personal responsibility for actions of their own officers that violate fundamental constitutional rights. At this juncture, I want to invite Alakonya or Ndegwa to respond to Simon's questions on duplication and the health issues. I want to invite them to also to address the questions of whether we can hold our ministries responsible for the corruptions within those spaces, and whether the ministries can be audited. And I think we had an earlier conversation about audit, and we said under Article 229, the Constitution allows the Auditor General to actually audit all public institutions, including the Office of the President, on the expenditure of the public money. I reiterated the position of the Law Society on the question of the President, Madam Faith Odhiambo, being appointed to the task force on the public debt. You remember the Law Society issued a communication that we will not participate in an extra constitutional task force on the basis of the provisions of the Constitution under Article 229, sub-Article 4, that provides that the Auditor General has the mandate and supreme powers to audit all government entities every year, to actually give a report. And I ask the members of the public to visit the website, because these audit reports are actually recorded every year. If you go back in 2013, 2010, 2018, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, you will find, to cumulative of 2024, because we have not finished this year, you will find reports, either adverse opinions or fair opinions, regardless of how the auditor determined. You will find those reports within that space and be able to actually institute proceedings or questions against those officers where adverse opinions have been issued. It's also important to note that the Auditor General's office is an independent office. And whereas it's a government office, there's a difference between independent constitutional offices and also government offices where the president can actually direct someone. The Auditor General, just like the other constitutional commissions and independent offices, the president cannot direct them, cannot instruct them. And these were some of the things that the drafters of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 put in place to ensure that there is nobody who's above the law, that the president is not above the law, that the Chief Justice is not above the law, that the respective speakers of the National Assemblies are not above the law. They have to be put under scrutiny and they have to actually substantiate the decisions they make. I will not go back to the Montesquieu rules on separation of powers and the respective functions of the independent offices that are in place under the three arms of government. But again, I understand the electorate, the members of the public, the citizens have the benefit of knowledge, the benefit of wisdom to read the Constitution of Kenya and interpret it the way they wish and actually hold the people they put in office on the spot, especially when they go wrong or when they go against the Constitution. I invite, I don't know whether Ndegwa has a response to Mr. Simon's proposal before I invite Abdullah or Steve and Francis, kindly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, host, for the invitation and the honor to address this distinguished assembly. Indeed, this assembly will go in history of the assemblies that met to deliberate on the most important and fundamental issues affecting our democracy. As we all know, is that our democracy is at a crossroad. Our democracy is uncertain. The course to which our democracy will take henceforth is not capable of being ascertained as at now, because there are so many moving parts. And these moving parts are the ones that are bringing up about the question of duplicity. I will address duplicity in respect of the current existing situation and whether or not this duplicity can be harnessed to bring forth the question of synergy. I'm aware that there are some institutions that are undertaking some roles, like the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. I have met one of the commissioners, I'll not mention his or her name, and I'm aware that they are doing serious documentation on the matters and the episodes that are unfolding. But remember, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission is an affiliate of government. It's also paid, or rather they draw their finances from the exchequer, and there's some extent that they cannot perhaps be able to push because of the delicate balance that they find themselves in. On the other hand, LSK, having been established via an act of parliament, enjoys some serious autonomy because we are autonomous. We do not get financed by government. We do not even know how sometimes we never benefit from government. So I believe by now we need to have established perhaps even something like a committee or a sector within ourselves to collate and collect the evidence in respect to the unfolding events. You remember towards the clamor of the multi-party democracy, LSK was an integral player to the repealing of Section 2A. And to be honest, most of the people are awaiting the lawyers in various spaces to give guidance. Why so? Because the members of the public have realized that although we are engaging ourselves in a political question, it is not likely possible that we're able to resolve the political question without having to intermeddle with the constitution. Like I said earlier, there's perhaps an almost agreed preposition that this revolution must remain within the four corners of the constitution. So in any space that perhaps you might want to join in the future, lawyers are being taxed to give the way forward, to direct the debate, to direct the nation on how we can have a successful revolution within the four corners of the constitution. So when LSK undertakes perhaps to collect evidence, like of those 9 bodies that were unfortunately discovered somewhere in a dump site, I do not think that LSK will be duplicating its roles. It is within the LSK statutory mandate to assist the community, even from a moral perspective, and not just to collect the evidence, but also to make sure that the evidence and evidence that is collected and collated is put into use and effect. So on that question of duplicity, I think we are good to go. We shall not be condemned of duplicity unless somebody else comes and says, I have also collected this evidence. I have done X, Y, Z in respect to the evidence that I have so far collected. So in my view, we need to move on. We need to soldier on. We need to create a serious parallel, perhaps, desk of missing persons so that we're able to take stock of those individuals who are missing. And this missing persons desk, I believe, should not be somewhere along Tanga Road. It must be a virtual one, because much of the revolution and much of the information is happening virtually. So we need to create a virtual desk where the details of missing persons are brought forth and known to the members of the LSK. So that then, if it then requires an habeas corpus application, we understand that then we can do this. If it's a question of perhaps collection of evidence in terms of post-mortems, we are able to understand and we're able to get effectively involved. Why? Because we must hold individuals to account of whatever is happening. We must hold them personally accountable. And that leads me to the question of the police reforms. Is it that the police reforms that we require at the moment, is the police participating in the extrajudicial killing because they have not reformed? I don't think so. The police is involved in extrajudicial killings and abductions because of impunity. We have failed to hold them to account. And the day we shall successively hold 2 or 3 police officers to account individually, I think shall send a certain message to the society, to the police force or the police community, that you do X, Y, Z, perhaps alleging orders from above, you'll be held personally accountable. The people pushing the revolution and the struggle forward, the Gen Zs, are depending mostly on lawyers and other professionals like the medics to assist them perpetuate and propagate the struggle forward. If the Gen Zs will get to know that LSK is ready with its lawyers, whoever will be arrested, we have a reporting desk, a virtual one. So we'll expect that we'll on the snap of a finger, will be getting real-time information. On the question of the police reforms, let us not focus on the reforms at this time. The reforms are institutional in nature, will be required to involve other institutions and other stakeholders. As per now, what we are called upon to do is to stop the police from triggering when there is no desire or necessity to pull that trigger. We need to disarm them. And we cannot disarm them if we have, for the last 3 weeks, none of the police officers has been charged. We have not even challenged the office of the ODPP to tell us how far have you gone in initiating or making sure that the IG, the former IG or whichever institution has taken responsibility of executing the functions of investigations. So that then if you're not able to investigate within a periodic set time, we can be able to roll out other international juristic mechanisms. So in my view, reforms, we have the National Police Service Commission, which perhaps needs to be awakened because we created that organization under the Constitution to perpetuate and oversee the police reforms. But as per now, is a question of accountability. Why have you killed so-and-so? Who was so-and-so not armed? So in my view, Council and the members of the public present in this distinguished assembly, our role is to make sure that we disarm any person who is irresponsible and who is creating havoc in the struggle, and any person who is trying to sabotage the struggle. It does not matter whether Kithure Kindiki is home. As long as he gets lawful orders, he needs to understand that we are coming for you. In case, I like to rest my and pass over to the microphone for someone else to address the most crucial issues. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ndegwa Council. Cyprian, I hope you're here. Can we have Steve? Steve, I can see
Yes.
your hand is raised. Kindly proceed.
Yes, I will request you to, yes, I'll request you before you proceed. Sorry to interrupt you, bro. After Steve, I'll kindly request you to allow Abdul Rahim to speak, Abdul Rahman to speak kindly. He's been on space for a while now.
That is fine. That is fine, actually. We can have him after Steve. Kindly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wakili. And I'm also happy to see LSK president around and Wakili Ndegwa. Now, my quick concern, literally is a concern that I also need to be addressed, and I've had Wakili Ndegwa also mentioning part of it now. In my view, there's a total confusion on matters security and the justice system in Kenya. Why do I say this? People have been abducted and many found dead. And those lucky found in police cells. Then in court, they trump up charges for those who participate in protest. DPP, in its own wisdom, also approved some of these charges, quickly approved some of these charges, and to have the taxpayer be charged with full knowledge that some of these cases are likely to fall in court. And when you go to court again, the judiciary, on the other hand, entertains both the police and the prosecution and admits such charges against innocent Kenyan, who is accused of protesting, and it's also protected in the same laws. I don't understand completely. Just the other day, there's a charge that was going viral online here, where someone was brought before the court or was taken to court before a competent magistrate for allegedly saying Ruto must go. Who proved these charges? Is it the DPP? Is it the police? Is it the Kanjo? I don't understand. Even what happened to the freedom of expression. Now, between Ruto must go and what Farah Maalim said the other day, who should be in custody? all should be in court. Another concern that I also want to raise about IPOA. I've seen IPOA making an appeal for members of the public who can testify against police officers who are either seen shooting at people or shooting at the protesters. Is that not a setup? Who would easily want to come out openly and to go and testify against police? And we know our history in the past. The stories of Willie Kimani is not lost on us. I think IPOA has a capacity, or they are mandated to provide that civilian oversight. I've never seen IPOA during protest, but I've seen Law Society of Kenya, the council there, joining the protest, not to participate in protest, but also to see some of these atrocities meted on innocent Kenyans. But IPOA, they are sitting comfortably in their offices with always a generic form of writing statement there for press. We are investigating. We are investigating. A police officer shooting at innocent person. How long does it take you to go and process or take it to DPP and also approve such charges? How do you want us to testify against a police officer or policemen who have done all these things to innocent protesters? Well, already you've cleaned the scene of crime and everything. I think IPOA is a great letdown, and maybe Wakili will tell us, maybe I don't understand the role of IPOA, whether they should be there or it's just a toothless institution. I rest my case, and I also stand guided. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Abdul, you have the mic. We have taken up, Steve, we've taken up your questions. You'll be able to respond after Abdul. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. Good evening. My name is Abdurrahman. I am speaking from Mombasa. I want to join those who spoke before me to say thank you and to give flowers to the Law Society of Kenya led by Madam President. We have seen the sacrifices you have made, and we will remember, not forget. This journey can be so scary. This journey can be so lonely. And this journey sometimes could be so discouraging. But you have been our trusted friend in our struggle for our country to be better. I want to start by saying it has been quite such a long day. So I'm not going to make a long submission. But I want to say that it has been such a long day. It started by the Citizens Assembly in Ufungamano, in which Madam President and the other partners, the other CSO, civil society organization partners, were taking accounts of the victims and their families and their friends of the ordeals they went through. And I want us to remember the position or the place of Ufungamano in our liberation struggle. For those of us that are younger, probably we're going to invest more in reading to get to understand why it was very important for us to go back to Ufungamano and remember and tap into the wisdom and the courage and the bravery of those who came before us. I was touched by the presence of those that were fighting before us, and also when tapping into the wisdom in the tweets of Paul Muite, Gitobi Manyara, and to top it up, to spice it up by the poem by Kiboda Kibwana. I'm saying this because sometimes it is our history that is going to define our future, And this is the fuel we need to remind ourselves the new country that we need and the hope that we keep and we pray for, and the country and the vision we might want to have. So my heart is heavy. All the things that the victims were saying they went through, from the lady Nadia being visited by strangers when she's in a night dress, and all them wanting to her to dress up in their presence, and all the trauma and all the issues she's gone through, to the mother that is looking for the kid Mwangi, up to so many victims and the stories, Okayo, Joshua, and all that. Our hearts are heavy. The day has been long. But to make it worse, in the evening and the late afternoon, the discovery of bodies in Kware, in Mukuru, have worsened it. I would love to move a proposal in this citizen assembly that it will be endorsed by members here, that the Law Society of Kenya and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Pharmacists and Dentists Union will ensure that we are going to have private pathologists and family lawyers in those autopsy rooms when where the bodies are going, the postmortems will be happening for the bodies that have been discovered. This is for transparency and for closure, so that the stories are documented for the families, and even when we come to tell these stories, we are telling them from a professional. There is a professional documentation of what exactly happened. Sometimes these stories are hidden; they are never told. These reports never come out. But ensuring that we have our own privately funded, if we have to crowdfund and have facilitation for these experts, we need our lawyers inside those autopsy rooms, and we need our private pathologists in there to work with their government colleagues, so that we get to have the actual report and get to tell the public what exactly happened. My second proposal that I want to move, and finally, is we want to have a comprehensive judicial commission of inquiry, and the Law Society of Kenya needs to guide us on how we need to do this. And I would love us to exactly get to know what happened, who ordered the massive killings of our people, who was in charge of the commanding of the officers, which specific officer pulled which specific trigger, and what was the reason and what was the motivation behind the killing of innocent protesters that went to refuse to protest against overtaxation, against IMF-backed proposals to overtax us and to make the cost of living unbearable more than it has been for us. And we want to be sure that the next time such things happen, there is not going to be a repetition of this. There's always a temptation for other political players to tell us, we've been here and there's been no closure for the people who happened, or for people who were killed before. There were no justice. Why? What is your specific interest with this? For us, this is a radical revolution. There is so much clarity in our minds. We don't want to be confused for political matters. These are people that have given up their lives for us. We have people amongst us, patriots, that will never be able to walk again. There are people that will live with trauma. There are people that are going to be psychologically affected. And there's someone who said in another space that we were speaking in the morning, that when everything is settled and all the dust are settled, all of us will need some therapy, because our lives have been disrupted and everything has happened. But before then, we would love to have a serious commission of inquiry in which we are going ourselves to appoint in a citizens' assembly, or we are going to have a say if it has to be presidential in appointment, in which we are going to have. So those two proposals, fellow patriots of doctors and pathologists and our lawyers being those in rooms where the autopsies are happening, and a judicial commission of inquiry to ensure that we have an account of what has happened. Finally, I would also really love to say this kindly in less than 30 seconds. In the upcoming protests, we would love us to be really careful in documenting and capturing in our phones the people that come to disrupt our movements and give us bad names. For us in Mombasa, we are going to ensure that we capture them, and we have ways of well-built people walking probably on the margins as to protect especially the members of our opposite gender, to ensure that they are safe, their handbags are okay, their phones are safe and all that. But in the meantime, we need to ensure that we capture every person's motive, those people that have been motivated to come and snatch phones, handbags, and to loot shops and to burn vehicles and all that. We need them to keep them away because they are giving our movement a bad name. Otherwise, fellow patriots, we are together in the struggle. We are going to win this, and when this history will be written, we're going to be told that our only means of achieving our freedom was our mobile phones to capture the events as they were happening, and our flags to show our patriotism. Viva and congrats for everyone that is in this struggle. Thank you so much, and good night for everyone.
Thank you, Abdul. I think those contributions are important. Before we give the next speaker, I think it's important to respond to some of the issues that have been raised by Steve and Abdul on the question of trumped-up charges by the Director of Public Prosecutions in court. If you have noticed, the prosecutor who approved the charges for the prosecution of the member of the public who said Ruto must go, in that case, and I can speak with authority because the Law Society has been following up closely, the court allowed the person to be released without any cash bail on his personal cognizance, and I think that is important because the question of free speech is a constitutional question. And speaking about Ruto, this is not Uganda, this is not Rwanda. Institutions within this region, and appreciate the freedom of speech, which is guaranteed under the Constitution. And so the Law Society followed up. We are following up on this issue, and any other case that is touching on the question of Ruto must go. And then on the question of IPOA, I indicated earlier that the Independent Police Oversight Authority has a duty to document and prosecute police officers who have taken the law into their own hands and used live bullets, executed citizens, injured members of the public, or used excessive force to people exercising their right to demonstrate and picket within our streets. And this is a message you have sent across the country. I want to make this statement. We have, as a Law Society, offices across all counties within the Republic. We have advocates in Eldoret, we have advocates in Kisii, we have advocates in Mombasa, we have advocates across all counties who are actively involved in documenting injustices against the members of the public. This is not our role in terms of documenting, because if you read the LSK Act, you will find out that under Section 4, we have a duty to advise government and to advise government about on the questions of the rule of law. We have done that under the leadership of the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Madam Faith Odhiambo. And we continue to do that because it's our responsibility. And we will hold IPOA responsible for the investigations, for the deaths, for the people who are being discovered having been murdered and dumped at Kuria and any other place within the Republic of Kenya. Because any life lost, one life lost is one too many. We have to take responsibility for every individual death, and that is the duty of the Law Society, not under this current leadership, but even in the previous leadership, they took that responsibility seriously. You cannot, even if you kill all the council members of the Law Society today, tomorrow, the new council members or the advocates in those positions will still agitate for these positions because these are duties legislated under the Constitution and under the subsequent legislations through the Acts of Parliament. I think Abdullah has talked about the question of judicial accountability. And I think as a law society, we have been agitating for the independence of the judiciary. Because again, under the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the judiciary is supposed to be independent, supposed to discharge its duties without interference from the executive. But again, we have record of cases where we feel the judiciary has been interfered with by the executive. And whereas as a law society, we actually agitate for the independence of the judiciary in terms of the decision making, in terms of determining cases that are presented before it, we are not blind to certain judicial officers who are in bed with the executive to undermine the right of the members of the public. And while doing so, they actually undermine their positions as judicial officers to discharge their mandate under the bungalow principles, under the Constitution of Kenya on the independence of the judiciary. And again, the Law Society under the leadership of the President, Faith Odhiambo, we will not relent in holding these individuals accountable. We have the Judicial Service Commission, and I want to pass my regards and condolences to Honorable Justice Majanja David, who died yesterday. I know for a fact that the Judicial Service Commission is mandated to investigate judicial officers who have absconded their duties, who have taken the law into their own hands to discharge their duties against the constitutional provisions. And again, as the Law Society, we are monitoring what the Judicial Service Commission is doing. Remember, all the cases lodged before them are cases that have been presented by the members of the public on active cases that are in court. I believe the Law Society will continue following up on those cases that have been filed, either through representation by advocates or individuals, members of the public, who have filed cases against the individual judges, and will ensure that the public knows that which judge or magistrate within the judiciary is undermining the rule of law and taking the law in their own hands and abusing the discretion given to them by the Constitution to determine cases on the basis of corruption and on the basis of biasness. I want to invite the next speaker. We have Francis, we have James, we have Pius. Kindly, Francis, if you can hear me, can you take over the microphone?
Thank you.
Council, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Cyprian.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Now, I wanted to share with us two things. Number one is on the conduct of our police, and then on the issue of corruption, and a few proposals. Now, I think as a country, we don't value life that much as to what have been happening since I was born up to where I've reached. So many people die in mysterious ways, and the police just say the normal theatrics they always do. We are doing investigation. The media will only be active within that period when the event occurs, and then after that, it goes. Life goes on after that, and it is very sad that life which is purported to be sacred in Kenya, it is not that sacred. Somebody being butchered, being killed, it is normal in the Kenya that we live in today. And I think that has to stop. There are some funny things that really we need not to. Somebody being butchered. There are things that we need not to pass to the coming generation. For example, the bodies that were being retrieved. I don't want to speculate, but I believe they are going to do honest investigations, and then we'll get to know what really happened. But on the issues, people who lost their life during the demonstrations, these people went out to the street just because something is not happening right. Not because they like, something is not happening right. But now, the police that they are part of us, some of them are even our family members, some of them are our fathers, some of them are our mothers. We are only fighting for a country that we really love because we have only one Kenya. So, when, for example, some of the things that led to youths going to the street are even the high cost of living. For example, 2 years back, we used to buy 2 kg of sugar at 130 thereabout. Now that has doubled thrice. 2 kgs is almost 500. What used to be 130 in about 2 years' time, and your salary has not increased. So when we say no, that is not right. Let us relook into this thing. Somebody sees you as an enemy and shoots you. That is unfortunate. It is high time LSK, together with other bodies that are mandated to protect the rights of the citizen, look into this issue keenly. It is high time we walk the talk. There is no need of just talking and we are not seeing action. For example, now, those who are killed, even the Inspector General, it is not just a matter of resigning. He is the one giving orders to the police, if I'm not wrong. Why, before resigning, why hasn't he come out and said, yes, Kenyans, this happened, but we have identified the police, we have apprehended them, we are presenting them to court. Nothing has happened. They are just quiet. IPOA is just saying we are doing an investigation. How many investigations have IPOA done that you all know of? And what good has come out of it? So it is high time we need to talk real issues. And these institutions that are mandated to do so, they need to be held accountable. And I think LSK can do that on our behalf, because we need to make sure that life is sacred and it remains sacred. Secondly, on the issue of corruption, it is too painful that in the 21st century, we are still talking about corruption and nothing is being done about it. The president really, maybe a good number of us voted for him because of what he was able to resonate with most of Kenyans. He promised to fight corruption. And I was wondering, some of the people that he appointed into various positions, people who have been implicated in corruption. So you wonder, is this really the president that really wants to fight corruption? I mean, out of 54 million Kenyans, those who have not been mentioned in corruption, they are not there that cannot take those positions. And then, if maybe I can share with this with I'm seeing the senior council members here. Why don't we as a country, I know that maybe death sentence is not allowed in the constitution, but it is high time now we talk about this. We face it as a country because we are having honest conversations. If somebody, for example, steals medicine in Kemsa that is meant for the obstetric, how many people has that person killed indirectly by stealing medicine meant to go to KNH or any other hospital in the country? It could be that that person had killed a good number of people indirectly. That person who needed that medicine in the hospital has died because that medicine is no longer there, because he has stealed it and directed that medicine to a private pharmacy somewhere. So these people should not allow to live within us. We should see a way of amending our constitution and allowing for the corrupt to be hanged. That is the only way we can deal with this thing. Otherwise, people enjoy corruption. It is like just, it is normal. When you are corrupt, it is normal in Kenya. People will just talk about it in social media and it just ends like that. You will hear Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission saying they are doing investigation and the files are just closed after some time. And I think that is not really the way to go. So we need to relook into this issue. LSK, you are the umbrella that represent us there when it comes to legal issues. Why don't we look at a way we can have these people hanged? Because when you indulge in corruption, you are killing another person indirectly. So because you are killing another person indirectly by your acts, you should not be allowed to live as well. So we should review our constitution on that matter, put an amendment in parliament, and then we have these people hanged. So hanging, when you engage in corruption, you steal public money, we just hang you after you have proven to be guilty, of course. So I think that is the way to go. If we really want to deal with this thing, the president should come out and say, no, enough is enough. Now we need to deal with this monster that has really been killing us as a country. So these people should be hanged. It is high time. I know a death punishment was done away with in our constitution, but we need to relook that only for the corrupt. The corrupt, because they are killing us indirectly when they steal medicine in the hospital, they are killing other people. They should also not see the light of the day. I think those are the few things that I wanted to share with us. And I would really like to thank the people of Kenya, especially the youthful age, that saw it fit, deemed it fit that this country is not moving in the right direction, and it is high time. How painful it may turn out to be, that we speak the truth, and and that, as you have seen, a few changes has come our way. But we really need to press on, especially this issue of corruption. We should do away with it by hanging these people. Because if we hang, next time another person will not indulge in that. And then we should also fight that the president, while he will be doing appointment to his cabinet, he will be looking for his new cabinet. People that should be appointed there are people who have who have competence and who have done some disciplines with regards to what they are being appointed to. For example, maybe a minister in education. That could be somebody who has done something to do with education. Why should you maybe pick an engineer or somebody who has done business to be heading education? I think that is not right. So these are some of the things that maybe those who are close to the president could be sharing, because he said that he will be doing consultation. So it is high time that we hire people based on merit. If you are a CS of education, maybe you have a master's or a degree in education, or a PhD in that case. You have done education and you understand what it means to head our whole Ministry of Education. I think that is the way to go. Thank you very much, Cyprian, for giving me this opportunity. Really, if that thing of corruption touches you as a people, my country people, can you look at that issue and let us have that amendment done so that these people should be hanged, because they also kill us indirectly. The other time, farmers were sold fake fertilizer. They just talked in the media. What is happening right now? Nothing. The CS is just there. Nothing has happened. Nobody, okay, even leave alone the CS. I have not heard of any major arrest that now they sold the fake fertilizer. In fact, the president was even defending that, only a few percentage. But okay, even if it was a few percentage, what has been done? Has somebody been arrested for that in that case? So we really need to do away with this thing called corruption. Kenya is a rich country. We can even stand on our own without loans, only if we can do with this monster called corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. I don't know. Can we have James? James, are you there? Or Pius?
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Cyprian. And before I speak, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Before I speak, let me send my condolences to all our heroes who passed on during the fight, and also give my flowers to the LSK and the president of LSK, Faith Odhiambo, for the work she's been doing. Mine will be questions and also input. Number one, we need to ask ourselves. I'm speaking from Carolina, Embu County, and I want us to ask ourselves where the rain started beating us from. And I feel as if the rain started beating us from when we came up with the new constitution and failed to move from the old constitution. We have had numerous backdoor amendment of the new constitution through parliament. And moreover, the assembly, the independence of the National Assembly was compromised through the Political Parties Act. It is not that Parliament or the National Assembly cannot be independent. It should be independent as per the doctrine of separation of powers. But through the Political Parties Act, whereby the political parties can take disciplinary action against members of the National Assembly who go against the political party's agenda. And in most cases, we find ourselves that in Kenya, the president becomes the party leader of the political party. Therefore, if you go against the president's will, the National Assembly, the member of parliament is disciplined. And all of them, we've seen a situation whereby it's God for us all and everyone for himself. And it was even seen when the president decided to dissolve the cabinet, the whole cabinet. I think, in my opinion, we need to amend the Political Parties Act to establish what we call the executive political parties and the legislative political parties. Let the members of parliament and the members of the county assembly vie through the legislative political parties. Let the president and the county governance vie through the executive political parties. Where by so doing, it means that the president cannot have a say indirectly to the National Assembly. If you look at Article 95 of the Constitution, 95 of the Constitution, subsection 95(5)(a) of the Constitution, actually, the National Assembly that should be able to vet the president. The National Assembly that should also review the conduct of the president and also introduce an impeachment motion of the president in case he fails to do his work. But that cannot be done when these politicians, these MPs, are tied by the Political Parties Act, Section 14 of the Political Parties Act. The other issue, Bwana Wakili, I want to ask is the Constitution of Kenya, as per Article 245, states that the Inspector General of Police is independent. And it is also enforced by the National Police Service Act of 2011, which was revised in 2017. And he should not be taking command from anyone else other than implement himself the policies that have been made. Even though the president sits in the NDC as the chair, then the National Defense Council as the chair, that does not mean that the Inspector General should implement to the letter what is deliberated on the NDC. It is upon his prerogative to give those commands selectively. Therefore, I wish to know whether LSK is taking direct implication to the IG, even though he has resigned, on the errors, on the impunity that has been orchestrated to Kenyans during his reign. The other issue is whether the positions of the chief, the position of the county commissioners, those administrative positions that were there in the old constitution, are they still constitutional? Because they are just ballooning our wage bill. If you look at Section 41 of the National Police Service Act, it provides for the county policing authority, which, to my thinking, should replace the old version of the PCs, who are now the county commissioners, and ensure that National Police Service is devolved to the county level. But that has not happened. We have always continued to see increase in chiefs, increase in county commissioners, ACCs, and no matter the name we give them, it's my thinking that they are unconstitutional offices which needs to be abolished, and I need to be guided on that. And on the other issue is about the state of emergency that was declared by Duale. Article 58 is very clear that the state of emergency should only be declared in accordance to Article 132(4)(d), which is a law of the president to declare a state of emergency. And Duale, in his Gazette notice, you will note clearly that he stated that he declared the state of emergency in accordance to the NDC, the article that implies about the NDC. Can that gazettement imply that the president delegated his powers to the CS? Whereas we know very clearly that Article 32(4)(d) is a straight authority of the president. By so doing, does the president become incompetent? The other issue I want to tackle is the issue of how do we move forward to ensure that Ruto is out of office. Senior Counsel Ndegwa spoke, and I think, in my opinion, Article 94 of the Constitution, 94(2) of the Constitution clearly states that Parliament manifests the diversity and the will of the people and exercises their authority. I think now we need to occupy all the homes of the 290 members of Parliament until they introduce an impeachment motion in the National Assembly to impeach the president. And they pass it. The moment they pass it,
and the president and the deputy president is out of office, then we can look on other arrangements to ensure that the National Assembly or Parliament is independent out of the control by the executive. And even though the IEBC shall not be constituted, the law allows international UN-backed election bodies to take care of the election and ensure that we have a government in place. I rest my case there, and I hope that the questions that I raised will be answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I respond to some of those questions before we take the next speaker? Because I know we still have the advocates who have made their contributions previously on this call, but it's important that we can address some of the questions as the Law Society for purposes of the public, members of the public and the participants in this forum understanding what we are doing. The previous speaker spoke about imposing the death penalty. It's important for us to appreciate that there's a decision by the Supreme Court on the question of death penalty. The last person we, as a country, actually hanged was Ochuka. And I know most of you are historians as to why. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. On 23rd of July, July 1987, Ezekiel Rabala Ochuka was the last person we hanged because of questions of taking over, or rather trying to take over government as of that time. Any other person after Hezekiah Ochuka who has been sentenced by the courts in Kenya on the death sentence has never been murdered. A progressive jurisprudence within the Republic of Kenya reflect that individuals who have been sentenced to death, and I can confirm that to date under the Penal Code, constitutional courts, because murder issues are addressed by the High Court, courts have continuously declared the provisions in terms of sentencing to death of individuals who have committed capital offenses, and capital offenses in this case include people who have committed murder, robbery with violence, among other offenses that are considered under the Penal Code and other statutes as capital offenses. We respect, as an institution, the right to life, regardless of the offenses individuals have committed. And I can tell you, as members of the public, that the power to reinstate, the power to if the death penalty to be reinstated is before the National Assembly. And whereas we have a constitution that respects the right to life, it will take a lot of efforts to reinstate the death penalty, considering the provisions of the constitution and what it stands for in terms of the right to life. And I think Kenya has been a progressive institution in terms of complying with the international provisions on the question of the right to life. We have signed in law treaties and conventions under Article 2 of the Constitution of Kenya that form part and parcel of our laws that we cannot execute individuals on such offenses. So that now the question that is left to be answered is, what is it that is available to such offenses under the Kenyan Penal Code, which has not been reviewed, the penal code that we have currently has not been changed for a long time. And as the Law Society, we're looking at the provisions of the Constitution and what is it that we can do to ensure that people who violate the rights of the members of the public to the extent of committing public offenses that are actually capital in nature, what are the offenses available? And you know for a fact that individuals who have been sentenced to death under the penal code, they usually are imprisoned for life. Because again, if you have been sentenced to death by the court, the punishment, because the law prohibits and the Constitution prohibits you being hanged. Ezekiel Chuka, the last person who was hanged by the Republic of Kenya, then it means you'll rot in jail and you will be in jail for life. There is a question that has been raised about abolition of abolishing chiefs. I will allow my learned colleagues to respond to that. The question of state of emergency, and I think this is a very important question because as a Law Society, we have instituted proceedings against the declaration by the former cabinet secretary to actually bring the military into the Kenyan streets to assist police officers to keep law and order. I can state with confidence that none of us has seen any member of the military execute through the guns they carry any member of the public. And that's why, as the Law Society, we went to court after the gazettement was issued. And most of you participated in the proceedings that were filed by the Law Society of Kenya before Honorable Justice Mugambi in the High Court of Kenya in Nairobi, the Constitutional Court, and you listened to the submissions of the Law Society of Kenya and the members of the public who are represented by their respective advocates. In those proceedings, our position was very clear that the provisions of Article 241 were improperly invoked by the respective cabinet secretaries. The Gazette notice was wrongly issued. The National Assembly was wrongly constituted to actually give power to the cabinet secretary as per the provisions of Article 241 to deploy the military into the civil space on the question of keeping law and order. And the question of emergency as per Article 58 has not been satisfied and was never satisfied. There is no justification of deployment of the military into our streets. If you look at the submissions of the Law Society of Kenya in the case in question, you will appreciate that we inform the court on the position of the law as to what constitutes an emergency and at what point can the cabinet secretary in charge of that ministry of the defense, as to what time they can be able to actually implore upon Parliament to give them powers to exercise the powers contained under Article 241. I will not want to speak in detail on those questions, because you know for a fact that these are matters that the Law Society is actually handling in court actively, and therefore our position, however, on this space will be deemed as sub judice, will be challenged in court if we speak into the substantive issues that are before court. But I can guarantee you and the members of the public that this is a question that obviously the Law Society is interested to challenge to its logical conclusion, to ensure that at least the court pronounces itself as to what the law provides for under Article 58, read together with Article 241 of the Constitution. I will allow, with the permission of Cyprian, Queen to address this forum and perhaps raise her questions, and thereafter we'll have Andrew, and then thereafter Pius. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Cyprian and Madam President, for hosting this space. I know it's been really a very heavy evening, and with your permission, I would like us to just take a moment and breathe in. I know a lot is happening, and the protests are having a negative impact on our mental health. And so let's just breathe in and out for just a minute, and then I can give my submission. So let's breathe in, out, breathe in, out, breathe in, out. Thank you. Let's remember to breathe in. Let's remember to take time and actually be intentional with our self-care, because in the process of healing and taking care of our mental health, it's going to be very essential for maintaining resilience, unity, and momentum that we need to achieve from these protests. I know most of us are struggling with our mental health, and I'm coming from Mombasa. And I would like to give a hotline number for our psychologists who are ready to offer psychosocial support that anyone may need. So if you can write this toll-free line, please, if you know someone or you could be the one going through this, please call this number 0800 724 420. The number is 0800 724 420. Myself, I'm a trauma-informed therapist and a mental health advocate, and I know it's high time that right now we be intentional with our mental health. We talk about the impact of protest on our mental health, and we actually hold the government accountable to even increase the financing and budgeting in mental health. So right now, please, if you're struggling with your mental health, it's okay to feel how you're feeling. It's okay to be angry, to be devastated, to have the grief and all of that. Let's feel all our emotions. They're all valid, but also there's something about communal resilience that you're going to get from this. So right now, more than ever, we need community, support one another to get through this. Thank you and have a lovely evening.
Thank you very much for that contribution. At this juncture, even as we allow other members to make contributions, I need to just communicate that as the Law Society will consider having these sessions as we go forward. I want to invite the President of the Law Society of Kenya to give her closing remarks, even as we continue to have this conversation. Kindly, Faith Odhiambo, if you can hear me, I want to pass this mic to you, and then we can be able to allow the other parties to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Manwa, for just holding fort, and Cyprian as well, and the other advocates that were in the session today. Next time, I think we'll organize to have more advocates, so we can have turns and just you share your questions, and we'll be able to respond to the issues as and when they arise. So I would say that it's indeed a turning point, and we thank you for the support and the large number that have joined the Citizens Assembly. It's quite clear that we are more awakened towards knowing and understanding our rights. And most importantly, we hope to have these kind of discourses going forward, that we understand the question of the public debt, we understand the process of choosing the commissioners, and the kind of accountability and transparency that we want to see during these processes, and any proposed changes to the laws and bills that LSK has constantly been doing. We are recently submitting our memorandum of proposed changes on some of the land laws. And so I think we'd be able to host more of this, and particularly this kind of dialogue in the Citizens' Assembly with regards to some of the emerging issues that are happening in the state of the nation. So today we have had significant impact on what's happening as a nation. We've seen the address, the resignation by the Inspector General of Police. We have seen the statement by the Director of Public Prosecutions with regards to the bodies that were found, the women's bodies that were found today morning, and his outro that the same ought to be investigated as soon as possible, and also the communication by the Director of the DCI, Director Mr. Amen, with regards to the unearthing of the bodies and the action they're going to take. And so we join issue with the same, and we will ensure that we are watching closely with the other partners in the civil society. And please share information, because any information that you share can help us also raise our voice strongly with regards to certain revelations that are coming up. And let's be vigilant as citizens, because we have a responsibility. I liked something that one of the members in today's assembly said, that we vote out people from representing us and we fail to vote in good leaders that will represent us. Remember that because you've chosen a leader doesn't mean you've been voted out from raising your voice. You've been voted out from being a vigilant citizen, that you've been voted out from exercising your constitutional rights and your right to be heard and to be properly represented by your member of parliament, to hold them accountable. It's high time we take up what Manwa says, the right to your member of parliament. Let those complaints be written down, that by the next time we have a tracking system, the next time they're coming back to us asking for votes, we have evidence and we can, remind our fellow constituents that this is why we do not want this leader, this is why we want this leader. And I think it's high time they did representation rather than administration. They should focus on serving us as members of parliament. And we should remove that CDF fund, which was declared unconstitutional, and as well as the NGAF fund, which is not regulated, and we cannot even hold account our women representative how they use that money, because there's no regulations or directions in how women reps use that money. And it's high time even in Nairobi we ask our women rep, how is she using our money? She collects quite a lot of money, but do we feel the impact of that amount of money? She's seen people have been injured, people have suffered during this protests. I've not seen what tangible amount of money she has actually set aside and said this she has contributed to the protesters to help in those who have been hurt, or to even help, some of the questions that we have been fighting as a nation or raising concerns with regards. Let our leaders do their role. Let them represent us. That money should go into the rightful places to help uplift healthcare, education, amongst other things that we have raised today. So I thank you for joining the space, and we can commit that we'll host other spaces, and we'll pick topical areas, and from there we pick resolutions of way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for those submissions. I think it's very important for all the individuals who have participated in this forum to appreciate the fact that we'll have continuous spaces to discuss the issues that we have raised since morning through the Citizen Assembly. At this juncture, I will allow Cyprian to take over because I think at the end of the day, there are members and individuals whose views we have not actually considered in terms of allowing them to participate. If you can allow me, Madam President, we can release you from this forum and then ask Cyprian to take over in terms of the interventions that will be made. And as the President of the Law Society has indicated, we'll continue to have these events as and when it's necessary, including tomorrow. So I appreciate the participation of a majority of the members and the views that have been considered. We have a majority of our members participating in this process since morning. And I think, as the President has indicated, we have documented the views presented by yourselves as citizens of this republic. We have gone to court to challenge anything that's extra constitutional, and we'll continue to do that as and when the same happens. We are currently focused on what has happened in Nairobi, on the bodies that have been discovered, and I think the President of the Law Society will issue a statement in due course as to what action we'll take on those issues. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We appreciate the participation of all of you and the views, and we'll consider them even as we make decisions to hold our officials and the people in public office accountable. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manwa. I think it's been a very fruitful discussion. It's been very enlightening and very encouraging because the insights were very powerful, and I think we've listened to some very resonant narratives from various contributors. So we appreciate the feedback. Of course, constructive feedback is key to the growth and the progress of any movement. So we will keep having such conversations, like you've said. So I don't think I have much to say really or anything to add because it was more of a forum for the legal questions and getting the perspective from you, the legal experts. So unless the speakers that did not get a chance, maybe now they can, I don't know, can get something from them, maybe final reflections and messages, maybe if you had something to say, because I think we've digested enough of the legal jargon. So I think everyone has grasped something. We've gotten some very actionable ideas from the discussion. So we must sustain the momentum of the movement, and we must ensure that conversations like these we can be had, and efforts must persist even beyond this assembly. So when it's time to show up to the streets, we show up to the streets. When it's time to participate in these assemblies, when it's time to engage the local community, try and educate them. Civic education, very important for the movement to succeed. So I will allow the rest of the speakers who didn't get a chance to maybe air their views today. Again, I understand we have so much to get off our chests. And so the floor is yours. Then again, I insist, remember, just maybe mention where you're joining the space from so that we get to understand how far the movement is spreading geographically, what's happening in your area. Yeah, so I will pass on the mic to the next speaker. So maybe I think we can have a lady. Josephine, you can.
I was picked before Madam President spoke.
Okay, so Andrew. Okay,
I'm
very sorry. So you will proceed from where you left off.
Yes,
my
name is
here for long.
You can just have final submissions, maybe final thoughts, and I'm sure we can wind up. Okay,
thanks. My name is Andrew Wood. I'm speaking from Nairobi. So there are two issues I wanted to talk about, but I also wanted to react on something that a speaker said in relation to bringing back the death penalty. And what I was going to say in short is sometimes you might be sharpening a knife to cut something and it ends up cutting you. So these are laws that are regressive and can be used against you at some point, which probably would give us more trouble. I think generally from all the discussions that have happened since I joined this space, we seem to be putting the parliament to task. And it seems like the weak link for us now is parliament because of their lack of independence. But if you do a root cause analysis, you'll find that at the end of the day, it is corruption. And this time it is corruption because think about it. These MPs need to, when they are campaigning, you hear them throwing figures, 150 million, 200 million, 800 million for their campaigns. And this is money that goes to us, the voters. You can imagine someone who earns 1 million a month, that's 12 million a year. So for 5 years, that's 60 million. So someone spending 150 million and above, it means that there is somewhere that they're expecting to recoup that money. And how else do you think they will recoup the money? They will get into bed with the executive. And then that is where they'll stop representing the people. So as we continue trying to clamor for change in all ways, the biggest change that needs to happen is for us, the voters. Why do we insist that an MP has to spend money so that they can become an MP? Is it possible that we can change how we approach campaigns? Is it possible that something can be introduced to make any candidate declare where their monies for campaign come from, so that they can declare how much they have in stock for campaigns and what can you use campaign money for? It's okay if you're using it for logistics. It's not okay if you put people on a line and you're giving them cash. And I notice this happens mostly in Western Kenya constituencies. I do not know if it happens in others. I think I've also seen in Nairobi. So it is something that we need to actually start thinking about. How do we deal with voter? Is it something that probably LSK and other similar institutions can do to actually really do civic education for real, not the jokes we usually see IBC doing sometimes, but real civic education, so that when someone is campaigning, they don't need to be the people with the most money. And so that by the time that they are actually going to parliament, they don't feel like they don't owe us anything as the people who voted them in. Yeah, I think for now that's just what I was going to comment. And thanks. I think this was really good.
Should I take up? Can you hear me, members? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Josephine Ndinda. I'm speaking from Mombasa. I am a counselor psychologist. I want to appreciate what my colleague, Madam Queen, have just said. And we really want to take this opportunity.
We can proceed to the next speaker. Josephine, I see your speaker is on.
Yeah, can you hear me? Cyprian, can you hear me? Can you hear me, members?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the LSK for the great job
So
that they've
since we
been
can't get
doing.
Josephine on the call, I think someone else can take over. I think we can have Dennis, then Amanda can go next. So Dennis, if you're ready, you can take over. Sir, are you on the call? Guys, can you hear me?
Is it that you cannot hear me, Mr. Cyprian?
The speakers confirm
Just
if you
finish
can hear
speaking.
me. Then
We
if
can
you're
hear you.
ready,
Yes, Mr. Cyprian, can you hear me?
yeah, if you're ready, just
Justin,
shoot.
we can
If you're
hear
ready,
you.
just, yeah. So we'll allow
Thank you.
Amanda because she's not spoken before. Then you can follow.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope everybody can hear me. I would like to first congratulate the LSK and other professional bodies for coming together, and the fact that Kenyans are uniting under one cause, not only because we are pained individually, but even collectively and fighting together for our generations to come. I've also learned a great deal about the Constitution, what it entails, the whole process, and also just calling upon. Yes, sorry, I forgot to say where I'm from. Mi natoka Mombasa, eneo la Kisauni, lakini pia mi ni mkazi wa Nairobi, kwa hivyo nakata pande zote mbili. So both Mombasa na pia Nairobi. And also just to emphasize on the need for mental health, a big thank you for the speaker who told us to take breathing exercises. And maybe just a question to pose in case maybe the co-hosts can answer. Is there a way we can get our are they the baby boomers? How can we also help to bring them up to speed? Today I was having a conversation with my auntie, and sadly some of them still have that kind of thinking that brought us here in the first place. And even as we build up to 2027 and engaging ourselves with knowledge, looking at the competencies of these people instead of tribal lines, just an open discussion. How do we get to win them over and just try and change their kind of thinking? Because as we move forward, we need to also pull all the people along with us. So yeah, those are my submissions, and well done to the team for bringing this space together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you
Amanda.
can hear me.
So I think we can have another speaker. So if Dennis, you're ready, you can shoot your question or your views so that we can proceed. If not, I'll have to drop you from the call so that someone else can take up that space.
Mr. Cyprian, can you hear me? It was my
Okay, I
turn and
don't
I
think we
never
have
spoke.
Dennis on the call. So next in line, you can kindly proceed.
This Josephine, can you hear me?
The speakers.
Can I speak? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, kindly proceed.
All right. I am so sorry to keep harping on this issue. And I brought it up earlier when I was on when I spoke earlier, but I don't think it was fully understood, and especially the urgency with which it needs to be taken. I've worked with the government. I've worked with some parastatals. I also have insider information from some governmental state organizations on how things happen. What people do not know is that sometimes corrupt deals are done. For example, I'll give an example. Let's say at Kengen. That's just an example. I'm not saying it's Kengen. But as a corrupt deal is done, and when it is brought out or about, and it is cancelled, people need to understand that because a contract was signed, The people who are awarded that tender will take that organization to court and they will be awarded money. This has happened. I personally have actual information that this has happened in some particular state organizations. I can give an example of KEBS, where corrupt deals were being awarded. And when it was brought to the board level and those deals were cancelled, the people who were awarded the tenders moved to court and they were awarded billions of shillings, Kenyan people's money. They were awarded for no work. They were awarded interest and all that, and still a new tender had to be issued out to another company to do the same work that had been contracted to corrupt in a corrupt way. And that's why I'm saying, even as we are planning what we are going to do, the way you plan things is you have short-term goals, which are immediate things that need to be handled. You have mid-term goals and you have long-term goals. My biggest issue right now is the ministries that have been vacated by the CSs. We know, some of us, again, not me personally, maybe one or two things I know, but I know there are people here who are listening here who know of corrupt deals that have already happened or corrupt deals that are in the pipeline that are waiting to be executed. And that's why I'm saying, that's money that is going to be lost. We are already crying that we don't have money. There is something we can do right now to stop the deals that have been put in place that might happen and drain people of, more taxpayers' money. I understand the lawyer who spoke earlier said that the Auditor General carries out audits every year, but the auditor is doing retrospective auditing. She's going back to see what was done in the year. What by the time the auditor is catching these things, they have already happened. We have a chance right now to step in and assess things and see what is in place that has the potential to drain Kenyans of money that can be stopped now before it happens. And that's why I'm saying, as a short-term, urgent target or something that we can do urgently right now, is there a way we can request that we review all contracts, all tenders that have been allocated by the ministries, any deals that have been put in place, what process was taken for those deals to be awarded before they were awarded, and any that is pending, to be awarded in the next couple of months, so that we stop it. There is no point of us coming to look at the Auditor General's information next year and learn that this is something we could have stopped today. Eli, sorry. I have a dog here that is, I'm really sorry about that. But I hope I'm making sense. The Auditor General will give us retrogress, things that happened in the past. What can we do right now to stop things from happening right now? Before the new the new cabinet secretaries come in and say, I found it had already happened. When I stopped it, we were hit by lawsuits and we still had to pay out anyway. I don't know if people are getting how it feels urgent for me, because I have seen it happening and we were hand tied and there was nothing we could do, and people had to pay, the organization I was working with at that time had to pay money. So is there a way? Is there a way we can file a petition? Is there a way LSK can push for this in court? What can we do right now before the new CSs come in to take over the ministries? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if we have any counsel still on the call, but those are some very good issues you've raised over there. It is true, judicial complacency is a very big factor. It's undermining the credibility of the entire legal system. I mean, we are seeing cases getting dragged in court. So it's a sentiment that most people will agree with. So unfortunately, I don't think we have any counsel on call would have provided a much better answer to your questions. But I will allow Ibrahim to say something.
Can you hear me now?
Pick up from there. I see Josephine, you ready? We tried to get you on the call earlier.
Are you? Yeah, I did speak.
We couldn't.
Now?
Are you ready to proceed, Josephine?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes, Josephine, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was saying that I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the LSK for the good job that they've been doing. I also want to appreciate the Faith Odhiambo, the LSK president, for the even shutting down the invite by the president at the appointment. That was a great championing way of showing that we can go far as a country. We as psychologists and counselors, we are also willing to work together hand in hand together with you, the councils and the LSK to offer
Okay, you
counseling
guys can hear
service.
Josephine because I can't.
I can hear her. Maybe she needs to drop out of the space and rejoin. Because me, I can hear her.
How about now?
Okay,
Cyprian, can you hear me now?
can any of the speakers kindly confirm if you can hear Josephine? So
Can you hear me now? Let me drop back and
yes,
come
I see
again then.
the requests are coming in. I've added more people to the call. So basically, if you're just joining, we've been having an engagement that started all the way in the morning. We were at Fungamano House talking about the ongoing events, talking about whatever's been happening in regards to the protests and everything. So if you're just joining the call, we've been having a conversation with some legal experts. We've had legal insights from different councils. So right now, this is a very open session. So you can just join. If you wanted to share something with us, you can share. I will discourage the legal questions for now because I don't think we have any counsel on the panel. So any critical legal questions, you can just hold them for now, maybe until the next session that we will hold. But if you have something to say, if you want to air something out, this is the space for you. So the mic is open. So I'm trying to get as many people on the speakers list as possible. So send those requests and you can go ahead. So since we can't hear Josephine, she had to drop off the call. So I'm going to give the mic to Jared. Jared, you can proceed. Kindly. Jared, if you're on the call, kindly proceed.
Good evening, guys. I'll just put across two quick things. You can hear me?
Yes, I can, but the other speakers kindly confirm.
So we have institutions in this country which are charged with certain roles, and I will particularly address the EACC, led by the bishop. Seemingly, the EACC is not taking advantage of the going-ons at this point in time to really show that they are also around. They are so silent. We are not hearing the bishop, Dr. Oginde, saying anything. Instead of charging the corrupt CSS who have been relieved of their duties, instead of charging the corrupt MPs who are stealing the CDFs every day, instead of charging the corrupt PSS in this government, they are so silent. Nobody has ever heard from the bishop. Yet the country is so bitter with the corrupt people who have been taking the country for granted. I think the next move should be to deal with some of these independent institutions, including IPOA, right? Who are not doing a thing, yet the country is so bitter. And the country has forced the president to really hit the calls of the Gen Zs. Another independent institution, that is the judiciary, we need to have the judiciary fast track all corruption cases. Some should be brought forward. Some pending judgments should be brought forward and judgments issued. And these corruption cases, we want the corrupt to be behind bars. Judgment issued with no option of fine so that people can pay for the crimes they have committed. I think it's high time that all the independent institutions of the country take really seriously their roles so that we move the country forward. The president is taking a lot of time to resign, and I believe Tuesday should mark the end of the presidency. I don't want to speak much, and I'll hand over back the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Morris, you had something to say? Kindly proceed. Then we can have Mwalimu Simon after you. He's been on the call, on the rather for some time, so I think we will allow him to share his views after more.
Hey, good evening to all of you guys. For me, I just wanna say I'm not in Kenya, but I just wanna congratulate and to appreciate everything that you guys are doing to bring this government to put this government in check. What you have seen so far has been excellent. It has been very courageous, and I'm gonna urge you to continue on the same trajectory until we accomplish the mission. We need to continue with the civic education so that people understand their rights and know how to respond whenever they're being put in a position where they cannot even live a good life, yet they're paying taxes and they're being asked to pay more. So I just wanted to say that I'm in between meetings, so I'm going to jump off after this. And I just wanted to say that. Thanks, guys. Much appreciated. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Morris. So, yes, we can now have Simon, kindly. Simon Gishuki, you can take over and give us your views if you're on the call. Are you on the broadcast, sir? Okay, I don't think he's on the broadcast. So I will just pass on to the new speakers. Dr. Aden, you can proceed.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to mention a few things. Right now, the work LSK and Faith, the team are doing is great. I like the job, and we should continue with the same. I would like to mention about the independence of arms of government. So remember the way Zakayo captured all the arms of government, and he's controlling parliament and judiciary from State House. I think that should end. We should fight for that one. The other thing is about systems not working. Any system, healthcare, transport, any, you can mention any. And a very important thing I should mention is about CBC.
We might have lost him.
Allow me.
Hear you now, bro. You were lost for for a moment. Eh?
Hello.
I think we've lost him.
Allow me, can you proceed?
Yes,
you can hear.
Yes, proceed.
We can't get him. Josephine, please take over. I think he dropped from the call.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now, members?
I think you're good. Proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Josephine Dinda from Mombasa. And as I had said prior, I am a counselor psychologist. And I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the LSK. And more so, the president I've seen run up and about, making sure that the citizens of Kenya acquire justice which they require. And that was very good. And I would say, being a leader of the Union of Psychologists, I will also promise that we are willing to work hand in hand with the LSK to ensure that the families which have been aggrieved, they will be supported psychologically and emotionally. We will be committed to that. So the LSK should not shy off from reaching out to us as psychologists and joining hands with us to work hand in hand. As also they strive to make things happen right for us as a country and empower us. They also need us to come in and do debriefs for them. Also, as our lawyers who have been committed to ensure that the public interests are properly met. And for that reason, we also want to guarantee that we'll be available. Once you reach out to me, I'll ensure that the counselors are available to offer the services and do what we can do for our country. Let everybody, every professional who knows what they're supposed to do and what they can give back to our country, get committed to that, and we join it up as a collective bargaining for all of us to ensure that the people who have been aggrieved, they also get their rights. I wouldn't shy up also to say that we would be having some information as well, and also some evidences to give when need be. You should also not shy off from asking us to give you the information, and provided our details are covered, so that we also ensure that the evidence which is required will be available and all the necessary actions needs to take place. The other thing I want to speak about, several speakers have spoken about it, and I want again to bring it up, is that the essential documents which as a citizen of Kenya, you are expected to have them. They have become a nightmare to get them. You pay for them online, and you're expecting them to get them the soonest possible, only it will take you 6 months, 1 year, 3 months, 4 months without getting such documents. Yet we know that the jobs in our country are scarce, and then any opportunity which comes up, people should compete for that opportunity. But now you do not have a certificate of good conduct. Maybe you do not have an ID. What do we expect out of you? Again, another thing we are seeing, especially with the IDs, once a Kenyan citizen is given an ID which expires in 10 years or in 5 years, what does that suggest? That suggests this person is limited to voting. So they may not be allowed to vote because their IDs are about to expire. I don't think there's anyone who will expire from being a citizen of Kenya for them to be issued with an expired ID. We also really request the LSK to take up this matter and look forward on how it can be reversed. The issues of good conduct, we need to get the good conduct within 24 hours, because once you submit all your details online, I don't understand why it has to take 3 months, 6 months for you to get an essential document. The same thing applies to passports. You apply your passport and it takes you years and centuries. The issue of corruption, I've seen also the registrar of trade unions actually telling people you can go to court because I cannot do this or the other. I am busy going out there for trainings and seminars. Is she employed to do that? And she tells you openly that I'm not going to do anything if you don't go to court, and the court reprimands me. Only for her to attach in documents in the court saying since the year 2022, she has not done any work. She is overwhelmed, but she's moving from one town to another, going for seminars. Honestly, and you see, with such a case, obviously the court will the government will be defeated. That's again our money being used because we have an officer who is in office, not in dispatching our duties, and now is being paid with the taxpayers' money, and she's basically doing nothing, not working, and telling people go to court so that the court can give you the orders, and then I can effect them. The orders issued by the court, they don't come even for free. There are also orders that for cost of the suit and all that duration that you've taken to drain people's energy. What happens to that? All this is our money, which is being misused by an officer who is being paid with taxpayers' money. We want to see such people being evicted from our offices, and we need an honorable place whereby any citizen of Kenya, when they walk into an office, a public office, they will be treated with dignity, and within the shortest time possible, they get the documents that they require, and they also get away with everything that they need. At the same point, I would want to encourage so that all the offices of the cabinet secretaries have a toll-free number whereby any citizen who discovers or monitors anything that is suspicious to corruption, they can report in direct to the cabinet secretary. The same thing I would advise also the office of the president to establish at least 2 toll-free numbers whereby he should be given an update of what the Kenyans have said during the day, what challenges are happening in the country. And that with that, we will be having an honorable country where people can be served with integrity and respect. Anybody who is found actually collecting money from a mere citizen, then for them to offer services, then they need to face the law. It's very important. We know that this is the only country we have, and we do not have any other country. So we need to make our Kenya a favorable place for every citizen to live for us and for our generations to come. So let's take in consideration that we also want to see a situation whereby when tenders are being dispatched, they are not being dispatched to one similar company. We need to see how many companies have won these tenders and what was the merit and who have received these tenders. We need also to see to it that if this company have supplied this particular item at this particular area, let another company be given that opportunity to supply, so that also we circulate it in a brotherhood and sisterhood, everybody to have something on their table, but not actually everything being focused and directed to the same people. I remember in the finance bill, there was an act whereby they were requesting the civil servants to be allowed actually to participate in acquiring tenders. That will be the worst thing that will be doing to this country, and that should not be accepted. If you want to do business with the government, leave the government. If you want to remain as an employee, work and let other people also get something, because this country is for us all. And the majority of us do not have jobs, and they need these jobs. They need to be given the jobs. So let's champion that, and let's look at it. And this unit that we've shown, it has to progress. And even our forthcoming generations will ever say that this is the best thing we ever did for this country. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. I really appreciate, and we are committed to actually take care of our citizens psychologically and emotionally and physically. We are there for you. Reach out to us and we'll give you the support that you need. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Josephine. I think many Kenyans will agree that expiring IDs should not be a thing, an ID should be a lifetime document. Then there's so many bureaucratic processes in these offices. Not just IDs, basically any Kenyan document. So we agree with your sentiments. We'll now move on to the next speaker, if you will allow me. We can have, I think Winnie has been on the call for a while. Then we can have Dr. Steve Bwire, who just joined us on the space. He can share his remarks. I still cannot get Mwalimu Simon to get on the call, so I will just have to drop him from the speakers panel so someone else can pick up and occupy that space. So, Winnie, if you can proceed kindly.
Asante, naitwa Winfred. Nikifikiri ni jambo nilikuwa nataka kuongelea ni kuhusu hizo ID. Nilipoteza kitambulisho changu, nimereplace, imemaliza mwezi na sijapata bado. Sasa hayo mambo tena unalipia pesa, kitambulisho kinapotea unalipia, tena kina expire unalipia. Hilo ndo jambo lilikuwa lanikera. Nashukuru ameliongelelea, nashukuru. Usiku mwema nyote.
Haya, asante Winnie. Nawe pia. So, Dr. Steve, you can proceed kindly if you are on the broadcast, sir. Okay, Dr. Steve is not on the call. So I will allow Franklin. I see Jared is back on the call. So Franklin, I will allow you to go first. Then we can have Jared, then another speaker, maybe someone who's just joined the space right now. So if you're just joining the space, we've been talking about police brutality. We've been talking about events that have been happening. We've picked so many actionable ideas from here. So the movement, we must keep momentum in the movement. So if you're just joining, we are trying to wind up. I see we're just midnight, but I'm still receiving requests. So I will try and allow as many of you to speak as possible. Then we can try and wind up the space. Then we will have many more assemblies like these, physical assemblies. We will have assemblies here online. We had the LSK president, Madam Faith, confirming that. So air your views. We will have many more sessions like this. But so if we can have Franklin kindly proceed.
Hello, Cyprian, forgive me. How are you? Cyprian, are you good?
I'm very good, Franklin, sir. You can kindly proceed.
Okay, my name is Franklin Iteba. I'm from Kisii.
Okay.
So my question is that nilikuwa nauliza hivi kama MP, my area MP, hakuna kazi yenye ametufanyia yoyote. Alafu ukiangalia neighboring constituencies like Kitutu Masaba, which is next to my constituency. Kuna maendeleo huko, lakini huyu MP wa kwangu hapa kazi yake ni kupatia watu 200. Unapata amekusanya watu karibu over 2000, but everybody anapata hiyo pesa ya hiyo 200 yenye anapeana, na hiyo anapeana kila Saturday. Mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, hii pesa ya CDF sitolewa yake juu tunateseka huku bure. Hello?
Yes, Franklin, we can hear you. Tunasikia maoni yako, Franklin.
Tulikuwa tunaomba hiyo pesa ya CDF itolewe kabisa. Itakuwa inafanya kazi nyingine huko.
Sawa. I think many Kenyans will agree with that. Because members of parliament have been using the fund they've misused the fund for the longest time. So maybe if we had councils on the panel, they would have given a recap on. We've had discussions today on unasema you're a member of parliament. You don't feel like you're satisfied with the level of development and a letter. So we've had discussions on recalling these members of parliament today on this call. I will not give a recap because the legal experts kind of explained it very deeply, but this space will be recorded and other spaces here we've been recording them. So maybe if you get the time, you can just go back and hear some of the insights that the various wakilis gave us on the call. But I agree with you. We must start thinking of ways to slash or cut off some of these budgets, giving these members of parliament an opportunity to, do all sorts of misbehaving. So thank you for your contribution.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we will go on to the next speaker. Ken Mwangi, your arm has been up for a while. Kindly proceed if you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ken. I just wanted to point out some connections which people are not maybe talking about as much. There is need for public participation whenever the government does anything in the name of the people. So you see, for example, the deal about carbon credits. These companies that have been getting these deals, I know this is a very sensitive matter, but carbon credits, there is need to find out who owns these companies, why is it from one country, and the same thing goes also to the same conversation about you had about JKIA and the planned public-private partnership for high voltage power lines to one Indian company. Where is the public participation in some of these deals? They're worth a lot of millions. They're worth 30 years. You can't get out of this deal as a country. Our country is being sold. Second, apart from that, the other connection between all this, look at the Land Laws Amendment Bill. I know it's been withdrawn, but then look at its connection with the Agriculture Professionals Bill, which requires you to register to practice as an agricultural professional. Some of these connections you can't just ignore. There's a bigger picture. There's a macro level of this connection. So you need to find out why are we trying to make our fathers or mothers back at home who are planting or keeping animals to register and pay annual fees as an agricultural professional, and also to tax their land if they don't pay the annual whatever. So these are some bills which had been proposed. Some of them are being withdrawn, but then why were they in the first place? Why were they there? The other bill that is an amendment that is of concern, and I know this before some court, I think in Machakos, seed and plant varieties bill. This is a bill that would criminalize you using your normal seeds to plant. You need to use quote unquote authorized seeds. This is very concerning. And then apart from that, something which has been talked about is about the ID expiry. If we've read history, Kipande system, it used to expire. You had to keep renewing. You had to pay annual whatever and periodic fees to renew your Kipande. We are back to colonialism. The other thing, heart tax, still back to colonialism. So some of these things are interconnected, and we need just to zoom out and ask ourselves, why were these proposals there? Even if, yes, they're being withdrawn, why were they there in the first place? Are these in the right interest of Kenyans? We fought for independence about land, about Kipande system, about some of these things. You sit down with our grandfathers, these are the stories that they told us. But then now we are here, we are having the same form of proposals that were there during the time of colonialism in another form of language. So this is very concerning. Maybe an action item to the legal people in the call. We need to do a lot of access to information requests, finding out some of these companies that are in PPPs. How long are those contracts? 30 years, 50 years, 100 years? Kenyans, what are they getting out of this? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. So I think someone's mic is on. I'm trying to mute them. Michael, are you ready to speak? Your mic appears to be on. Michael, can you hear me? Can you guys hear him?
No.
Okay, Michael, we can't hear you. Kindly try fix your mic. So,
No?
Daniel, you've been on the call for a minute, so I'll kindly allow you to proceed. Then Ken Mwangi, if you're ready, please, you let us know. Or you spoke. Okay.
Thank you very much, Cyprian and Faith, for organizing this Citizens Assembly. I think this is really good, and I do appreciate the work that you're doing, and also for giving me a chance to speak in this space. Now, first of all, I think before I even continue, again, just passing my condolences to the people who've lost their lives in this fight. A life shouldn't be lost in a fight where people are just asking for what is rightfully theirs and for asking the government to do the right thing. Most importantly, I think, and Faith, now that you're here, if you're listening, I've been saying this for quite a while now in any space that I've spoken, and the whole idea is, for many years, since 1963, if you read our history, the only people who are recognized in terms of, fighting for freedom, fighting for the rights of Kenyans, are just a few names which were prominent, the likes of Tom Mboya, the likes of Ouko, who were killed by previous regimes. But other people, so many of them are never remembered. They are in most cases, we tend to just forget them. And I've just been wondering whether there is a way in which we can document each and every life that has been lost, each and every person who's been involved in this, who's been killed by various regimes, be it Ruto's regime, be it Huru's regime, Kibaki's regime, think about post-election violence, so that when many years to come, when our children are reading about Kenyan history, they're going to know that there are so many people who were killed, so many lives which were lost because of fighting for the right thing and because of asking their governments to do the right thing. Now, coming to the issue of the IDs, because I think it's the one that I found being discussed. To be very honest and forthright, we shouldn't be charged to apply for IDs. That's number one. Number two, IDs shouldn't expire. But what I've realized, because I like to look at trends and work with numbers as a numbers person, is the very fact that when it comes to Uhuruto government, the approach they used to steal a lot of money was through borrowing. So they would borrow. We had lots of corruption-driven borrowing, and the money was put in corruption-driven projects. Now, given that Ruto and Gachagua have been saying, okay, we are paying debts and so far and so on and so forth, what happens is now, because we don't have so much money for them to steal, they've been creating new avenues to steal our money. And that is why they've just been increasing taxes left, right, and center. And anything that can be charged, anything that citizens can be asked to pay for, they are putting a price to it. When I was applying for my ID back in around 2009, 2010, no one asked me for a single shilling. In fact, I remember the people people who are dealing with IDs at the district and location level came to our high school. The process was quite seamless. We were able to register, and within 2 or 3 weeks, we got our IDs. Nowadays, it's taking so long. That's number one. And I think it is linked even to our electoral process, because think about it. If all the young people in the Republic of Kenya get their IDs on time, and they also register as voters on time, we know very well that no government that is anti the youth, anti the young people would survive. So what do? They make sure that the process of getting an ID card is longer, is expensive, and in fact, you have to renew your ID every other time. Number two, they make sure that, again, the whole aspect of registering as voters is also messed up so that everything happens just towards the election time, and therefore so many people are locked out either because they don't have an ID or they don't have enough time to register as voters. Whereas we know very well that applying for an ID and receiving it should be a very short process, and most importantly, registering as a voter should be a continuous exercise in the Republic of Kenya. Why is it that it's so simple for us to sort of pay taxes, file our returns quite seamlessly? Anywhere the government wants to collect money, anywhere the government requires us to do the right thing, those processes work in Kenya. Think about KRA as an example. KRA works really well, like a privately run organization. Everything seems to work very well. That is because they collect taxes from us. After they collect the taxes, from there on, nothing happens. The other thing that has always pissed me off around the whole idea of good conduct, IDs, etc., EACC, clearance, tax certificate clearance, HELB, etc., is the very fact that sometimes you're even applying for a government job. So I've applied for, let's say, a job in the Ministry of, Health. But they are telling me, you need to get us an EACC clearance. You need to get us a HELB clearance, a good conduct. And I keep asking myself, why is the government sending me to the government to collect information and take it back to the same government? Why is it that I'm asked about my NHIF number, whereas NHIF is pretty much part of the government? Why do they want my EACC clearance so they can write directly to EACC and get that information? Why is it that they need me to get clearance from HELB, whereas HELB is pretty much part of the very same government, and they can just write to HELB and get that clearance? It doesn't make sense to me. And when you're doing all that, you're being charged. You go to EACC, you have to pay some amount to get the clearance, I guess. HELB, you have to do the same. Good conduct, you have to do the same. At least, I think I'm 100% sure the tax clearance is free. But the whole idea is all these entities, including NHIF, NSSF, are linked to the government. Why is the government sending me to itself to get this information to take it back to the government? It doesn't make sense. The government should be able to communicate within themselves, get that information, be able to verify whether it makes sense or not, whether I've been involved in any corruption or I have issues with HALB, without having to ask me to do these things. They just make the processes very inefficient. One, to make Kenyans give up. Number two, to disorient ourselves. Number three, to just make sure that only those who are willing to go all the way to the end are doing these things. But if we were to implement efficiencies on the part where we need service delivery from the government, on the part where we need our IDs, our passport, just like the way there are so many efficiencies when it comes to when I need to pay for my business license, my business permit, my taxes. That side of the system works very well because they are collecting money from me. Even the SGR, as an example, it's very easy for you to book a seat when you're at the comfort of your house to book a train ticket. But wait until you either need to cancel, to reschedule, or you have an issue with your ticket. They'll tell you you have to travel all the way from, I don't know, Kisumu or Muranga or wherever to go to Syokimau to sort out a ticket issue. So it is so easy for them when they are selling you the ticket. You just select, click a few buttons, and you have your ticket. But if you have an issue or you want to reschedule or you want to get your money back, then they'll tell you to travel. And you wonder, okay, fine, the ticket is 1,000 or 1,500. Do you have to travel all the way from Kisumu, all the way from Nanyuki, all the way from Meru to go to Nairobi, to go to Syokimau to get this sorted out? Given that when you're buying the ticket, you didn't have to travel or to spend your time and fare to go and get that ticket. So it is all these inefficiencies, all these costs are by design, where we need services to work, where we need the government to do the right thing, where we want service delivery, we want our IDs, our passports, and any other document. That process is messed up deliberately to disorient the citizens, to make sure that at the end of the day, only few of us perhaps go through the whole process and are able to hold this government to account. So that part of governance needs to be sorted out. It needs to be efficient, effective, very well streamlined, the very same way the side of paying business permits, collecting our taxes, filing returns, getting tax compliance is so seamless. Before we do that, I think we can agree it is a deliberate effort by the government to make sure that we don't get the right services on a timely basis, and this must change. This must stop. The next CS for internal security, who obviously will be in charge of passports, IDs, etc., need to be made aware that we shouldn't be paying for IDs. IDs shouldn't expire. Passports, people should get passports on time. Registration of voters should be very continuous, and I think that way we're not going to lose any opportunities to put the government in check, to vote out illegitimate governments, to vote out governments that don't listen to the people. And that way, I think we're going to be in a position where we can say we're on our way to transforming Kenya. My last point is around what we are doing right now today. This is a very important citizen assembly. This is the last point. Now, my question has been, and this is what we need to do, we need to have similar conversations, because this is happening at pretty much a national level, or even international level, if you want to say that. We need to have similar conversations at county level so that people can hold their county governments to account. We need similar conversations at constituency level, at ward level, so that we can get the right MCAs, the right members of parliament, senators, governors, etc., and pretty much sort of like devolving this whole citizen assembly to make sure similar things are happening within other units of governance, like constituencies, like counties, was so that all the way from the MCA to presidency, we sort out the mess that we are in. And I just have to say that so far what has been done is incredible. I've received really good feedback from my colleagues. Right now I'm based in London, and I've received very good feedback from my colleagues who've never stepped in Africa. We were having a conversation about conservatives versus Labour versus the taxes in the UK. And we're like, look at what Kenya is doing. They are doing an incredible job. They're showing the world how leaders should be held to account, how taxes should be managed, how people should reject taxes that are punitive. And I guess if we continue doing this, we're going to get more wins, and eventually our goal of making sure that Ruto leaves, whether by resignation or by us voting him out in 2027 happens, and we can forge forward using an approach that all of us want to take. Thank you very much for the time and the opportunity. Highly appreciate. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. We appreciate your remarks. So you've made some very critical points, which I believe resonated with everyone. I think these corrupt government officials, they love to exploit the system for personal gain. So that is very true. And the document process across agencies should be streamlined because, like you've mentioned, there's no need to keep sending you to one agency to the other, and you're incurring costs and wasting a lot of time every time you have to replace a document or get a document, and you're paying for it. Still very inefficient. So, thank you for your remarks. So I'll allow the next speaker to kindly proceed. Mohammed, you are next on the call, so I will allow you to proceed because you...
Yes, Nyakundi, if you can hear me, thanks for giving me this chance.
Yes, you can proceed.
So I'm a comrade in Maseno University, and I have 2 points to put here. So about corruption and tribalism. Those are the two things that have been finishing us as a nation. And with this revolution that we have started, hii ya Gen Z, niko sure tutaimaliza. Like kutoka huku vijijini kwenye tuko, our parents ni watu wenye wameishi na corruption. They are victims of corruption. Ilikuwa imefika ile design hati mimi venye nimesoma hivi, by the time na graduate najua nikipata hiyo kazi nipate hiyo kazi kubwa, I'm going there na nitaiba hiyo pesa hadi mimi venye wengine wanaiba. But kwenye imefika saa hii tuta change narrative. Tuna change narrative venye mtu akiingia kwa hiyo kazi anajua hajaenda kuiba, ameenda kufanyia watu kazi. Hiyo ndo kitu yenye imetusumbua sana. Like na tukimaliza corruption, we will be miles away. Like tutakuwa tumefika ile kiwango hadi tunaweza fika kama Germany hivi. Ukora ikiisha hadi kutakuwa na development kubwa. Si unaona? Alafu sasa hii story nyingine nayo tribalism. Kama sasa hivi venye Ruto amefire hao ma CS. Nimesikia kama huku personally sasa mimi niko Nyeri. Kama huku wanateta sijui venye Alisinganga ametolewa huko Murang'a. So wanateta sana wakisema wanauliza kama Ruto arudishe tu mkono huku, like arudishe tu Mkikuyu mwingine. Unaona, like tribalism ndo inatumaliza. Huko kwa Murkomen the same, wamesema tu hivyo. Like they want their son back. Kwanza wao wamesema hivyo. Ati wanataka kwa hiyo nini warudishe Murkomen. Of which Murkomen yeye mtu mwenye amekuwa akituringia na zile vitu kalikali na nini, ati mwenye akona saa kubwa. Hiyo ndo kitu yenye mimi nilikuwa nasema. So I'm very happy na hii revolution yetu. Najua tunaenda mbali. Yeah, thanks for your time. I am a comrade by them. Mnaweza ni support na kakitu hapo. Nisiname sapa. Thanks. Namba iko hapo kwa bio. Thanks Nyakundi for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your views. As we move on, it's 20 minutes past midnight. So guys, we're really trying.
Good morning, guys, because I think it's morning. If you can hear me, can just maybe wave so that I know you guys can hear me.
Yes, Joe, we can hear you. It's 20 minutes past midnight here in
Okay,
Kenya.
thank you. Just to start with, first, I would like to just offer my condolence to the fallen soldiers. As we fight on, let's always remember them in everything that we do. Second of all, every time we host these spaces, we talk about a lot of issues, so many issues, and I sit back and realize that we have we have so many ideas, we have so many concepts, we have a lot of things that we are sharing on these spaces. But I again sit down and wonder what could be going wrong for us as a people, as a country. Is it the fact that these things we are saying, we're just saying, or what is the issue? Then I answer myself in this way. I take my answer from a ruling that was once given by the former Chief Justice David Maraga. The greatness of a nation lies in its fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law. That is the basic. I think when we sort out that, when we ensure that the people who hold public offices adhere to the rule of law, because they are the ones in the public offices. I'll tell you what, when it comes to a common mwananchi, the rule of law always applies to them harshly. But when it comes to people holding public offices, the rule of law never applies to them the same way it applies to the other people. Why? Is the first narrative that I think we are supposed to remove from ourselves as Kenyans is addressing elected leaders or public officials as honorables. I think we need to remove that from our head, because when we address them as honorables and people of very, very, very high importance and high caliber or high social status among us, they take an advantage of that and take the common mwananchi as common, typically. And that's why sometimes we are referred to as common mwananchi. We are not common mwananchi. From today, we are not common mwananchi. We are mwananchi. All of us are mwananchi. We need to ensure that the first thing, before anything else, we adhere to the rule of law. Our constitution is one of the best. If our constitution is followed, we will not be having issues whereby laws are passed or bills are passed and are declared unconstitutional. We will not have such issues. We just have a people who are just a very small group of people who are dictating everything we do, and they recycle themselves into power. And moving forward, I think the time is now for the young people. Don't be afraid. Start taking up the mantle. This is your time. Form whatever political outfits you want to form. Don't be afraid to go for those elective posts and change whatever you want to change. Some of these changes, we cannot make them by shouting, by going to the streets. We can only make some of this change by being part of that group of people who make decisions. So I ask young people today, start thinking about the future and the leadership of this country. Don't be afraid. Don't think you are young. Let us change the narrative. One of the narratives, one of the things that I talked about in one of these spaces one time, and I was told, as young people, we also have ambition as leaders, but the one problem that we have is finances and all those kind of things. Guys, let us change the narrative. Let us show these people that people can go into those elective processes without having to spend a lot of money, just by telling Kenyans what you want to do and everything. Finally, let me touch on one thing about the recent events that have happened in terms of the firing of the cabinet and all those kind of things. That is all bullshit, according to me. That is just pure bullshit. The president nominated these guys, sent them to the parliament. He had faith in them. He's the one who put them there. I can't celebrate when he fires all of them. I would not celebrate. He's the one who put them there. He put incompetent people there. I can't celebrate. And in fact, the president confirms our first move of Occupy Parliament. He confirms to us that Parliament also failed. And therefore, the next move should be the parliament that confirmed that those people were fit to hold office should be disbanded. We don't have faith in the parliament. And therefore, once the parliament is disbanded, the president should as well resign. He has confirmed so many things to the world, not only Kenyans. He has confirmed that, number one, he gave incompetent people jobs to do. He pushed bills that were oppressive. We rejected everything, and everything we rejected, he has come back to agree that they are not right. That the people were right and he was not right. And that sends a huge message, even to him where he is right now. I know he is conflicted. He is conflicted. The only problem he has is, should he leave power or should he not leave? Because most of the problems that we have right now are from Uhuru regime. He was part of Uhuru regime. Now to his regime, the problems are continuing. He's wondering whether to step down, because if he steps down, I'm sure the young people will take up the mantle, will not joke. We will prosecute these people to the bottom. We'll prosecute all of them. And we need to ensure that even the CSS who have been sent packing, they need to be prosecuted for any corruption that was in their ministries. They need to be prosecuted. If you use that as an example to all the leaders who will be coming in future, will always listen to us. Therefore, we need to always go with one voice. And I encourage you, lastly, as I finish, I encourage all of you, on Tuesday, 16th, we are back to the streets. We must shout, we must inject, and we must ensure everything we demand is given to us. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good night, guys.
Are you guys there?
Okay, we are here, bro. Thank you very much. Yes, kindly, as we wind up, I'm going.
All right, as we wind up, thank you, Cyprian, and also thank you, Faith. I really appreciate you, the role that you people have been playing. Cyprian, we have seen you, not only just tweeting, but we also seen you on the street, which is such a good thing. For Faith, I don't know what to tell you. You've just done a wonderful job to try to make sure the young people who are arrested were the justice was served. So my point is, my name is Ibrahim Meso. I work with the CBO in Mukuru Koruben. That's where, just next to Mukuru Kwanjenga, where the number of bodies were being retrieved. So there we have I'll just not take a lot of time. I just wanted to say there's so many challenges that people from such background go through, and I think one of the reasons that made somebody like me to go into the streets, because of the level of lack of empathy from the administration that we have at the moment. I in this organization normally work with children. We work with also women, and especially during the COVID, we used to distribute sanitary towels around. And if you go to Mukuru, I tell you, you'll see the kind of life these people live. Poor drainages, you'll feel like you're not even in Nairobi. These people, some of them have not even stepped into CBD. Like it's so terrible, and I think it is just time. It's just a moment that we as a country we just need to wake up and know the kind of things. Like I think these leaders. First of all, the thing that made me so angry is like somebody will just think of trying to come up with a policy that will, try to add some, like increase taxes on sanitary. We don't matter. It doesn't matter whether it is imported or locally. We just want it to be cheaper, accessible, and and affordable as well. So I think also some of the things, apart from also working as a volunteer in this CBO, I'm also a businessman, and one of the theory that I've come to conclude this me and any other business person I've interacted with. You see, this bottom-up ideology is actually wrong from the beginning, because I think William Ruto got this narrative from let's say United States, where Biden used to constantly say that he wanted to turn the economy from bottom up, but the Biden had a different narrative. He wanted to empower the middle class so that and tax the rich people more. But what Ruto came to do, I think he came to drain the middle class, especially in a country as a middle class country. I don't know much about economics, but as a businessman, I'll tell you that as a small business person, we really depend on the people from the middle class. Because, for example, let's say, I'm selling something like television. I sell television, for example, and then you go to the middle class people, you tax them, you put housing levy, you tax their vehicle, you reduce disposable income from their end. What they're going to do is to reduce the money that they're supposed to spend on maybe buying electronics from my shop. So what will I do? This is the same money I'm expecting for these people to come, and also as I go home, I buy some fruits. I go to Mama Mboga, I buy some vegetables. So if I don't get this money from them, that will mean that if my Mama Mboga won't, I will also tighten the money that I'm supposed to spend on Mama Mboga. So I think this thing, we just need to change the whole thing. I think the idea is not well thought. I think David D is really misleading this administration. And the first person we thought should have resigned is David D. I think is coming. It's pushing this government to implement some policies that are really pushing us to get angry. I don't know what is going on. I think dissolving the parliament is just not enough. We have so many frustration. First of all, I think we also need to focus our energy on the public, administrators. There's so many things in government. First of all, this idea of ID. So if for example you want people to be charged to get ID, that means you have denied us an opportunity. Especially, I'm talking about I'm representing the people, for example, who I normally interact with in on a daily basis. For example, the people in slum areas. These people don't have money, so that means if you take this, if you deny them from if you request them to pay to get ID, that means you're also denying them the opportunity to be able to vote. You see, if someone gets lost IDs, I think some things are not not in order in this country, and that's why I think we'll still keep on pressing, and that means in this coming Tuesday, I'll also be there just in solidarity with the people, so that we can push this government and push everything. The system, it's a systemic issue. We just need to push the system to be able to listen to us and come up with policies that are in line with the needs and the desire and the vision that we have as a country. So in conclusion, Cyprian, I just need to say that as a young person, I feel this system is really stealing away our youthfulness. You see, these are our productive and also reproductive years. So that, for example, let me say I'm a 30-year-old person. I'm not yet married because the economy is not really allowing me to do that. So what I need to do is I just need to go to the street to show them that, you see, things are not right, and we are not. I'm not willing to wait any longer, because time is going. I'm also growing older, so very soon I won't be able to work. I won't have the same energy. So we can't wait any longer. We can't wait to as our leader continues stealing our monies and doing all sorts of things. We can't wait. It's supposed to be now, and firing the CS is just one thing. We need more. We just need in fact, we need all corners, all sectors. If this thing, this direction, we're just pointing it to the executive. After we're done with the executive, we're going to also direct this energy to our parliamentarians, down to our governors. also down to even our MCAs. We are not leaving them, we're not leaving any stone unturned. After this, we're also turning this energy to also the judiciary. Yeah, we also spend a lot of money, if for example, you're caught up in a case, and your cases are being postponed, so, it's a lot of frustration. We just need every sector to know, people are angered. People just need change now. We can't, yeah. So I think, to end my point, thank you, Cyprian, for the opportunity, and see you on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you so much, Meso. I think we all kind of agree with your sentiments, especially on the fact that all the president's advisors should have been the first to be shown the door because they've failed to come up with innovative ideas to solve our economic problems. So they should have been the first to go, and the president must bring in new advisors who can come up with innovative solutions. So I will, for the sake of time, pass it on to the next speaker kindly. Eddie has been on the call for some time. So Eddie, I will allow you to thank you.
Yes, very quickly. Thank you very much, Cyprian and Faith, for this opportunity. And I'd also wish to thank the Law Society of Kenya and the health care workers who have been supporting our protesters, as well as others like nurses. Also, for those people who have lost their lives, my condolences to their families. And for those who are in hospital, I'm wishing them a quick recovery. I think for me, I'd like to re-echo some of the sentiments that had been shared by Simon Mboro earlier regarding the governance structure of our country. I think it's a high time we started entertaining the idea of having a referendum to change this structure, because I think these seats are too many. And I was looking at an article which was written last year on the Business Daily in August, which was indicating that the government wage bill has shot to around 1.17 trillion. 1.17 trillion with such an economy, it does not commensurate to the productivity of the economy, neither does it match up to the quality of governance that you are getting from all these elective positions. So in my opinion, I think we need to, and of course, the Law Society of Kenya can play a part in this, on how we can trim down all these elective positions, both in ministries. I don't think we need more than 10 to 14 ministries, to be quite honest. We need to consolidate some of these parastatals, because we cannot see what they do really. I don't understand why we have two houses. We don't need a Senate. We can make do with the parliament. Then we can also scrap women reps, because in this bill, in the 2024-2025 finance bill, if for nothing else, I was expecting the women reps to reject this bill. Maybe if for nothing else, the fact that they were charging VAT on diapers and sanitary towels. I mean, if they could not stand for the women on such a small matter, do you expect them to deliberate more serious matters that affect women? Also, when it comes to the counties, we have to revert back to the 8 provinces that we had initially and just have 8 counties. I mean, so be it. I mean, I was comparing the Kibaki regime and the current regime, and you'd notice that during the Kibaki regime, I think we were doing far much better, because we could be able to foot, at some point we could foot for our budget up to 93%, if my memory serves me right. So I think part of the reason why we've increasingly been borrowing is to be able to cater for the competing needs, to pay the recurrent expenditure on salaries, on teachers, or for teachers, doctors, and of course the public service. So one thing has to give way, and that would obviously be some of these positions, because not only do they get huge salaries, but the amount of allowances these people get on per diems and sitting allowances, it's too much. Yeah, so I think that was my 2 cents.
Okay. Thank you very much. We must trim down the government. Yeah, I agree. The government is must be trimmed down. I think we've ended up creating too many positions for too many people. Some of these agencies can be merged into one. Some of those parastatals should be completely get rid of. So those are very accurate remarks. So I will pass on the mic to the next speaker as we again wind up. Guys, I'll try to end this space by 1 a.m. so we can at least all go get some rest, because the movement must go on. Again, we're just getting started. So my final 3 speakers, I see I have Kevin Koech on the call. I've had a speaker. Then I will have Mr. Carrington Kinyanjui kindly proceed so we can have Koech, who will now give the mic to the final speaker of the night. So
thank you very much.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Carrington Kinyanjui. I'm a student. I would really like to focus on 2 things: manufacturing and the constitution. There is a poverty of imagination in our leadership. And this poverty of imagination for decades is what is making us poor. We are unable to somehow manufacture and maintain stories. The Italian belt that is being advertised to us so arrogantly is just leather, metal, and a story told by our Italian cousins. Why can't we listen to the stories of the Maasai belts of our Maasai brothers and sisters? So this poverty of imagination is the reason our manufacturing is not as strong as we would expect it to be. Now, how can we focus on how county value addition and manufacturing policies can be instituted to make sure that every county is productive, and not just agriculturally or pastorally productive, but productive also in value addition? And how can we institute a culture change in the country such that we value production rather than consumption, rather than this showy, very cheap consumption that we see everywhere amongst our political class? Now, with regards to the constitution, I agree that we are an overrepresented and underserved population. And this is very interesting. It means most of our political class does not actually work. But I would ask the Citizens Assembly to please reconsider popular referenda modifying the constitution during the term of this president. I do not think, and I disagree, that we ought to carry out urgent reforms on the constitution. Our focus should be the removal of this entire regime, either now in 2027, whichever will happen sooner, and then we can have a discussion about how to reorganize and rationalize our government. Otherwise, I will be joining the protests wherever I am in the world. I will go to the embassy in remembrance of the victims who we have just uncovered today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Those who have some very profound views. I'm sure they've resonated with most of us. So for the sake of time, again, I will not add much to it. I would have wanted to comment, but I will allow our final speaker of the night. I had Koech on the call. I think I've lost him. So
we can have Robao. You can proceed so that you rewind.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cyprian. Faith, much respect to you and to the Citizens Assembly. And I'll keep it short. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll keep it very short because of the time, and I know people are very tired after a long day full of intrigues. Mine for today, because I know we'll have so many spaces and more to talk about. But for today, I'd like to focus on three things. Number one, my sincere condolences to the persons, the heroes who've lost their lives, in this struggle. And we stand together with their families and we toast to them because what they did, they paid the ultimate price, for whatever that is happening now and the changes that are coming. The second group of people I like to send my special wishes to are the people who are in hospital, the ones who have been shot, the ones who have been injured. We should not forget them. And then the third group of people is persons who are behind bars, the people who are arrested. Guys, it's so easy to move on very quickly and forget people, especially the departed. What can we do for them? I remember there's a guy called Daniel who spoke here very eloquently. And to me, if we do not have a memorial for them, we will forget about them. We forget about our family members who have passed on, forget about superstars, we forget about different heroes who have passed on. And we always taught and told about Mau Mau and people like Tom Mboya who left before. And we see monuments, in respect of the sacrifices that they made. What can we do for our brothers and sisters who have lost their lives? I think now that the president is listening to us, the protesters, I participated in 2 of the protests. And I believe that the president is listening and is making changes wherever he can. I'll bet they're coming in slowly, but they're coming. One of the key things we should advise him and we should push him for is how can we have these people who have lost their lives to be awarded, even head of state's commendations. We had somebody, the Githeri man, just standing with a paper bag, a nylon image, Githeri, being awarded a head of state commendation. Why can't we push and ensure that these people who have departed, the people who are our heroes, get those commendations? It's something that their families can be left with for the ultimate sacrifice that they took with their lives. I think that will be a way that we can honor them. And I think also it's a way that other people can come out and stand strong, knowing that we will always keep them in our memories and they will get at least national honors for that, because I believe these people died for the country. The second group is the people in hospital. We should purpose to visit them. People are injured there very, very seriously. We should not forget them. The thing about, especially as humans and Africans, because I've worked so much with psychologists, we have a short memory. We will forget them. And what will happen to other people who want to go to the streets? They'll be fearful that if they go, they will also be forgotten. Let's visit them. Let's have that standing medical fund to be there, just in case somebody leaves hospital, they'll need a business set up for them. Let us encourage them. Let's make a difference in the way we treat the heroes who really fought the battle in the streets. Let's not be like our grandfathers, who some people fought in the bushes, but the ones who reaped rewards are the people who are signing documents, in boardrooms and in different workshops. Then the third group is, I know Faith has been doing a lot of work. There's a day we followed him all the way up to past midnight. He managed to secure the release of some of the people who had been arrested. Kama mtu alikuwa ni a genuine protester, can we have them out, even if it's on bail? Can we stand with them? Tusukume tuhakikishe genuine protesters are out. The goons who had been paid for by different politicians to come and disrupt the protest, hao watu wawache huko ndani. They should face the full force of the law. But the genuine protesters, let's stand with them. Let's ensure that they're out, because we'll need more soldiers back on the streets. To me, for now, I think those three, I'll stand with them, because if we forget about them, nobody will remember them, and nobody also will think that if they come and make their sacrifices out there, they'll be forgotten, very, very soon. My name is Robo. I work so much in communities. I work with the youth. I'm one of the founders of Ghetto Radio back in the days. I've been part of these battles. We've worked with Boni also through the MPs, during the MPs protest before. Now, also it's a bit sad when the Gen Zs, sometimes they think that the battle is theirs alone, and that other people, the millennials and Gen Xs, have nothing to do with it. But in every battle, you need all the people that you can find to join you. We are letting them take the lead, but we'll be there with them, we'll press on with them, and we'll ensure that the changes that are coming to this country. Some of us have been there, since post-election violence, setting up tribeless generation and all that. So we push on, we acknowledge them, we acknowledge the sacrifices that have been made, and all for the betterment of our country. Those who are active online, continue being active. Let's agitate and let's push until we find credible and incredible people who will take our country to the next level. Thank you very much, Cyprian. That's all for now.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your remarks. So I will move on to the final speaker for the evening or for the night. It's been a long day and a long night. So kindly, if you can pick up the mic and give us the closing remarks. So you're going to have to end the broadcast for us. So kindly, if you're ready. The next speaker. Okay, I don't think she's on call.
Hi,
Okay.
Stephen and
Yeah.
everyone. I know your morning, but I have actually an issue that's pending that we need to talk about. So we've been seeing actually the students joining campus and then the parents are struggling. As per now, students are really paying quite, I think it's a lot of money. Because if you see the students joining campus for different faculties, they're really paying like double or triple amount of money we used to pay back in the day. If we actually could figure out that one about the education sector, unapata like campus kama Egerton ama Kenyatta University or JKUAT at the moment, the students are paying like 250 G to do medicine, and it's actually sponsored by the government. So I don't know the money that was allocated in our. I really don't know. I think we should actually think about that and then actually do a space and talk about that. Parents are really struggling. To be honest, they are. For parent like amesomesha mtoto hadi form 4, mtoto amechukuliwa kama self-sponsored, and then you find out that the parent has to sell the land to again somesha mtoto mwenye amekuwa sponsored na government to pay 250% doesn't make sense. To be honest, I'm just speaking. I wanted like actually to figure out that one, and then maybe we can have a space and talk about the education sector. They must come out clear and tell us where did the money go? Wanafanyia nini hizo pesa? Parents can't struggle wafikisha form 4, they pass the exams, they get an A, then they are paying actually 550 G for a self-sponsored school. That is something to talk about, to be honest. That was only my point, because I know we are mourning, but I actually needed to say that so that we can actually proceed from there.
Okay. Thank you for your remarks. So I think I will. I see we have Dr. Milton Nyakundi on the call. I'll just have to allow him if he can help us end this discussion. Just very brief remarks, then we can end the broadcast.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to also contribute. I think I would speak to 3 issues very quickly. Number 1 is to acknowledge the efforts of the movement and everybody who has done their part. And I do so while also passing my condolences and respect to those that have died in the struggle. Indeed, they did not deserve to die. And like Robo has said, we need to always remember them. They must never be forgotten. And whatever efforts we will put in, we must ensure that they are never forgotten. Those are martyrs, those are freedom heroes. Their names should be etched in the history of our nation. Number two, I would wish to speak to the question of what William Ruto has attempted to do under pressure. I want to point out two things that are coming out, and it is very clear. From the actions of dissolving the cabinet yesterday and maintaining the prime CS, which is an unconstitutional position. If you look at what Ruto is doing, he's really struggling. Those of us who know William Ruto's way of doing things, what he's trying to do, he is trying to identify and deflate the movement in such a way that once he understands our operations and our ideas, then we are dealing with a very shrewd William Ruto that will stop at nothing but to fight for power. And I want to tell you something, as comrades. Yesterday, somebody called me and he was trying to read my mind and understand why we are pushing this. And he says, you know, the government, you have a president who's listening, you have a president who has done what. Generally, the message from him was, Milton, the president is throwing everybody under the bus except him. He said presidential powers, he does not control the legislature, and therefore members of the public have no reason to blame him, because when they asked him to reject the finance bill, he did that. He's saying when you asked him to, as Kenyans, when we asked him to dissolve the cabinet, he did it. So basically what he's trying to do is to say, okay, I am clean and everybody else can go hang. And this person ended with something that sent a cold chill down my spine, but renewed my resolve. He said, if you guys don't want to respect and accept that William Ruto has accepted some of their demands, then you're not going to push him out of State House. He is not willing to budge, and if you push him to go, he will go, but at the expense of the blood of your relatives. And some of them, be ready that they will die, because he's not going to let go. And that, for me, is the William Ruto that I know. He's going to fight, because the question we must ask, if he now says that he has fired the cabinet when we asked him to do it, the question you ask, who appointed them? And he didn't see anything wrong in their incompetence until the people came out to the streets and the pressure was too much. He says they were vetted by parliament and approved, and therefore the president had no choice. Then the question I ask this person is, we know that William Ruto has hijacked parliament. He has controlled parliament. He buys those MPs. They have no spine on their own. The people are saying they don't trust William Ruto, neither do they trust this parliament to vet even the new appointees. So in making my final remarks, I want to say that William Ruto has no intention of resigning himself or willingly handing back power that was delegated to him by the people. So he must be forced out, and the people must be resolute enough. And I have shared this because I wanted to pass it out that William Ruto says he is willing to kill more people to remain in power. That is why we must be able to be steadfast and say, look, we have no confidence in this parliament going to vet new CSs if he's going to appoint them. So in the absence of that trust of the people in the National Assembly vetting those people, William Ruto's cabinet will have no authority, will have no capacity to exercise executive authority. And what we must demand now is that just like he fired his cabinet, he must now fire himself and his deputy, and let Kenyans decide through a transitional process that is anchored in the law. There is no shortage, and the lawyers in the platform will agree with me that the constitution is no short in terms of the legal options to have a new leadership, a new page in how our country is governed. As a people, we must remain steadfast, we must be resolute, and we must be out there demanding for better from those people. They cannot afford to show us the middle finger and continue to govern. Ruto is in self-preservation mode, and politically speaking, he has kept Musalia in office because he wants to tell lawyers, it is, you see, it is the Kikuyus who are fighting me. So I want to retain one of you so that he retains power. That is why today he forces Japhet Koome to resign and appoints Alangat to head to become the Inspector General of Police. He is basically telling everybody else, look, I am willing to throw Rigathi under the bus. It's just that he cannot fire him. But he is now playing political chess just to hang on to power. We must stop him. And those who are practicing and the legal fraternity, please, let us have as many litigations as possible against William Ruto and all his minions. The CSs who have been fired, we need a lifestyle audit. We need to demand. There is something that we need to work on. Something in the constitution and all our laws that is called that people can vacate public office on account of gross misconduct. That phrase, gross misconduct, I strongly believe that the president has grossly misconducted himself and he must go. But we need the courts to interpret that phrase for us. What constitutes gross misconduct so that we can invoke it and read together with Article 1 of the Constitution and Chapter 8 of the Constitution on executive authority being exercised on behalf of the people. It can be read together with Article 10, Article 75 of the Constitution, and Article 232 of the Constitution on principles of public service. Because as it is, we do not need impeachment as the only route for a president to be removed from office. We can have William Ruto removed on account of gross misconduct. All we need to do is have that phrase in our laws properly interpreted by the courts, and I believe we can do something. It may sound academic from where many would sit, but I think it is something that we need to have addressed. Finally, there is a question of football Kenya elections. And I want to say this, I am the one who has stopped the sham elections and the charade that the FKF has been. And Nick Mwendwa and his people wanted to use an illegal process to sanitize an election and have their stooges put in there. And the reason for doing that is because of the AFCON 2027, where I am told they want to appropriate hundreds of billions into AFCON hosting so that they can eat more public money. I went to court when they sued me, and Robo is well aware of the fight that we have been doing, fighting corruption and bad governance at Kandanda House. The Football Kenya Federation and AFCON 2027 is the mega project, is the scandal they want, that William Ruto's administration wants to use to raise money for the campaign in 2027. We must be able to stop that process, and I want Faith and Cyprian and everybody else that means well, let us host a space where we can talk about the charade that the Football Kenya Federation administration has been and how they want to use that to siphon public money in the name of hosting AFCON, so that we make sure that we push FIFA, because FIFA is siding, the cartels at FIFA are siding with Nick Mwendwa so that they can continue eating. When the Kenyan courts have found that Nick Mwendwa was properly removed from office in 2021, and therefore they are in office illegally. They have no capacity to hold to organize for fresh elections. All they need to do is to go. But we must be able to resoundingly tell FIFA off, because right now it is FIFA that is holding Kenya hostage by saying, if you remove Nick Mwendwa and his stooges, they are going to sanction Kenya, and therefore AFCON will be gone. We need to tell FIFA they have to form a normalization committee, and the AGM that they want to push us to remove the court order that we got so that they can have the illegal elections cannot stand. And I'm saying this, let us host a space, bring Nick Mwendwa, and bring whoever it is that we can bring. Let us put them to account. We must occupy Kandanda House, because that is the next big scandal in the name of AFCON. And you will see, if you go through the budget, you'll realize they have appropriated billions. Those billions want to go into people's pockets. We must stop them. And a luta continua, we must say no to William Ruto and all his cartels who want to siphon our billions, possibly trillions, as they prepare to rig another election in 2027. Thank you. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the mic, but we can continue to engage on the sidelines of this space when it is done. Those who want to get more information about my position and how we can work together to make sure that we sustain the pressure, I am available. Reach out to me and we will be able to see what more we can do together to make sure that we keep all those people that have stolen our money accountable, and we make sure that we reclaim our country. Thank you very much. Have a very good night to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Milton. Thank you very much. So, unfortunately, guys, you'll have to allow me. That will have to be our last speaker of the night. I know many of you still have a lot you'd like to share with us. I believe we are at a stage of the movement where we must share ideas. We must give critical viewpoints of whatever is happening. But again, for the sake of time, you will allow me to end this broadcast at this point. So, yes, Milton, I agree with you. The corruption scandals at FKF, we must occupy that place and rescue our national sport, because the corruption at FKF is truly hindering the development of football in Kenya. It's been like that over the years. We've heard about it for so long. So we need to start putting an end to these issues. So, guys, I want to thank. First of all, I want to share my sincere gratitude to the Lost Society of Kenya, the Lost Society of Kenya President, Madam Faith Odhiambo, for hosting this Citizens Assembly. I think tonight we've had a very productive session. Those of us who joined in the morning, we've been addressing and providing clarities on so many critical issues that have been affecting the movement. And it was very nice to get a legal perspective. I think most of your legal questions have been addressed here tonight. If you have more, again, like the panelists and the hosts have informed you, we will have many more of these conversations physically and even here online, where, of course, the movement started. So with that said, I want now to express my gratitude to each and every one of you that joined this call. Your engagement, your contribution, we appreciate that. It's definitely enriched this dialogue in one way or the other. So as we conclude, I'll just say, let's carry forward this momentum, guys. We cannot stop. We have to keep pushing. From tonight's discussion, from the discussions we had during the day with the guys at Mfangano House, we have to keep talking. We have to stay committed to pushing the movement forward and working towards a better future for this country. So with those remarks, I think I can end the space here. So guys, follow the accounts, keep in touch. We'll be informed about the next Citizens Assembly. So With that said, thank you very much, and I wish you all a good night. So, peace out, guys. Thank you for joining the call.